Chapter 3975. Yu Zishan felt very relieved. So what if they were from the Shun family, one of the three major families in the south? So what if they were favored by the heavens? So what if they were invincible god? In the end, he was still tortured by his own boss. Boss, the Shun family is one of the three major families in the south. An invincible god is their favored one. I'm afraid that the Shun family won't be able to take it lying down and might come to our Longting Villa again. Yu Zishan said worriedly, I'm not afraid of one-on-one, but if a few more masters come, I won't be able to hold them off. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, they won't have a chance to come to the Longting Villa to make trouble. I didn't plan to set up the formation so early, but since they have their eyes on the Longting Villa, I can only set up the formation first. When I want to come to the Longting Villa, it will depend on whether they have the strength to do so. Yu Zishan was overjoyed. Boss, you want to set up the formation, but our villa— Yu Zishan had seen how powerful the formation was. Once it was set up, the Longting Villa would be as stable as Mount Tai. It doesn't matter how big or small it is. In fact, Lin Fei had not planned to set up the formation of a Longting Villa, but with the arrival of Invincible God, he had no choice but to set it up in advance. Although Lin Fei was not afraid of people coming, the Longting Villa was constantly sending masters, and he could not sit in a Longting Villa all day. Setting up the formation was something that had to be done. However, before setting up the formation, Lin Fei felt that there was one more thing that had to be done, and that was to have a good chat with the two from the Medicine King Valley. It was not easy to kill someone with a borrowed knife. If he had met someone else, he might have succeeded. Yi Xian let Yu Zishan stay in the Longting Villa. Yi Xian drove a Ferrari out of the Longting Mountain Villa, as expected of a martial artist. He's not slow at all. I wonder if Invincible God will learn his lesson this time. Don't make me attack you again. Lin Fei did not see Invincible God along the way. He believed that they must have taken a shortcut. The two body-refining masters carried Invincible God because they were afraid that Lin Fei would catch up with them. Therefore, they did not take the main road and chose to take the mountain road. They suffered a lot. Of course, this was for another time. Lin Fei drove the Ferrari all the way to a villa area. This villa district wasn't very famous in the Eastern Sea, and it wasn't even as famous as the Soaring Dragon Manor villa he had bought in the past, but it had an elegant environment. The people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters really know how to enjoy themselves. Lin Fei drove the Ferrari directly into the villa area. The guard at the door acted as if he didn't see anything. Lin Fei drove the car and finally stopped in front of villa. He got out of the car and locked onto Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan. The two of them were in the villa. Inside the villa, Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were also waiting for news because they had arranged for people to keep an eye on the situation. Knowing that Shun Wudi had gone to Longting Manor, they did not expect that Shun Wudi would make a move so quickly. Therefore, they were waiting for news. If Lin Fei suffered a great loss at Shun Wudi's hands, then they could make a move. Although they could not take Longting Manor, they had to teach Lin Fei a lesson, especially since he was such a mysterious person. I think there should be news in a while, Wang Yuan said. Gao Yishan was drinking tea and smiled. Who can stop Shun Wudi when he makes a move? Not to mention the others, just those two subordinates of his are body-refining grandmasters. Their strength is extraordinary. Only the Southern Shin family has this kind of foundation to cultivate body-refining grandmasters, and two of them at once. I also heard that there are more than a dozen body-refining grandmasters in the Shun family. If it wasn't for the one in Yanjing, they might have dominated the entire South long ago. Wang Yuan took a deep breath. More than a dozen body-refining grandmasters. This is too scary. It's simply unimaginable. Wang Yuan was a grandmaster powerhouse himself, but he had no chance of winning against a body-refining grandmaster. Therefore, when he heard that there were more than a dozen body-refining grandmasters in the south, he felt terrible. Gao Yishan was used to it. To be able to become one of the three major families in the south, it's not as simple as you think. Although our Medicine King Valley is quite strong, in front of the three major families, we are too far behind. Now you should understand why I want to hand over Longting Villa. If we can be on good terms with the Southern Shun family, there will only be benefits for our Medicine King Valley. Wang Yuan had finally experienced the Elder's power. At this moment, an unexpected scene happened. The door of the villa burst open with a crash, and countless fragments flew into the room. Even if Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan reacted quickly, they were still hit by the fragments of the sawdust and were directly knocked to the wall. The most frightening thing was that the sawdust pierced into their bodies, directly nailing them to the wall one by one, without the slightest resistance. Who is it? Who has such terrifying power that we can't fight back in time? Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were so scared that their hands and feet turned cold. It was simply unprecedented that they did not notice such a powerhouse coming over. At the broken door, a figure walked over. "You two, how do you like this tea? The taste is not bad, right?" As this person walked in, Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan's faces instantly turned gloomy and pale. "How did you know we were here?" Wang Yuan had experienced Lin Fei's strength. Only now did he realize that he seemed to have underestimated Lin Fei's strength. After all, this villa was not registered under their names, so very few people knew their specific residence. However, Lin Fei could actually find them, and even they did not notice him at all. This was too terrifying. Lin Fei swaggered and sat down on the sofa. He casually grabbed a piece of sawdust and flicked it lightly. With a whoosh, it pierced into Gao Yishan's body. Blood immediately flowed out. Even though Gao Yishan's qi protected his body, it couldn't stop the sawdust from piercing into his body. In the entire Donghai, it's really not difficult for me to find someone. Moreover, the two of you are quite calculative. Are you waiting for news? Unfortunately, you will be disappointed. Invincible God has already gone back. Gao Yishan shouted. That's impossible. Invincible God is the pride of the heavens, a master powerhouse. How can you be his match? Gao Yishan definitely did not believe that Lin Fei could be Invincible God's match. It's normal for an old-fashioned person like you to be seeing things. However, I really have to tell you that Invincible God is really not my match. He left in a sorry state. Of course, I'm here to tell you that in the Donghai territory, don't plot against me. Don't think that I don't know that it was you who instigated Invincible God to come to Longting Villa. Therefore, I'm here to give you a gift. Gift? Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan had a bad feeling about this. Lin Fei waved his hand, and countless wood shavings flew out like the wind, piercing into the two men's bodies. "Oh, my Dantian! You destroyed my Dantian!" Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan instantly screamed in pain. Their entire bodies aged in an instant because at this moment their Dantian was shattered and all their strength was drained. They became useless people and were no longer martial artists. This method was very vicious. It was like killing one's parents and cutting off one's wealth. Lin Fei stood up. "Go back and tell the Valley of the Medicine Masters that they can either behave themselves and keep a low profile, or feel free to seek revenge. Right? Remember to bring more people. Otherwise, if they aren't strong enough, they'll be nothing in my eyes." Chapter 3976. Lin Fei left after crippling Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan. From beginning to end, he did not say another word. As for the revenge of the Medicine King Valley, it would at most be a little troublesome. Anyway, he had to make a trip to the Medicine King Valley. But there was no time now. He had to wait until the Longting Villa matter was completely resolved. Lin Fei would go to the Medicine King Valley to see what they were capable of. But for Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan, both of them almost broke down. One had to know that becoming a martial artist was high and mighty. Although martial artists were not as powerful as they were in the past, they were still very popular and were welcomed by all the big families. They came from the Medicine King Valley, and with the influence of the Medicine King Valley, they were even more respected outside. But now that their Dantian was destroyed just like that, they would become useless people from now on. All the glory and wealth would be gone. What worried them the most was that once the sect abandoned them, those who they had offended would definitely not mind hitting them when they were down and teaching them a lesson. If it was just one humiliation, it would not be a big deal. But what if they were killed? This was something they did not dare to accept. Lin Fei, how dare he destroy our Dantians? Wang Yuan wailed out. Gao Yishan could not come back to his senses. He did not expect that Lin Fei would be so cruel. He did not even need to make a move to destroy their Dantian, making them useless people from now on. Call the Yin Huang battle team immediately. Tell them that Lin Fei stole a pill recipe from the Medicine King Valley. After they saw through it, he actually destroyed their Dantian. We must give the Yin Huang battle team an explanation for this. Gao Yishan's entire face was twisted, full of hatred and resentment. Yes, we must inform the Yin Huang battle team about this. This is the only way to vent our anger. Wang Yuan also knew that this was the only chance for them to take revenge on Lin Fei. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to vent their anger. Inside the Yin Huang battle team's base, Chief Taijan was leisurely drinking tea. At the same time, he was looking through the latest news from the EC. But suddenly, Lin Ro came in. Chief Iron Battle sensed something was wrong. What happened? Lin Ro said, Bureau Chief, you really have good foresight. Something happened at the Medicine King Valley. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were robbed in the villa. Not only that, but their dantians were also destroyed. Now, the Medicine King Valley is pressuring us to catch the culprit. Iron Scout was shocked. Who would be so bold as to attack someone from Medicine King Valley? Aren't Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan grandmasters? How could he be robbed like this? Crippling the Dantian? Don't you think it's a joke? Grandmaster powerhouses are not so easy to deal with, but his Dantian was destroyed. This is more difficult than killing a grandmaster. Taijan felt like he was listening to a joke. Lin Ro smiled bitterly and said, Director, I didn't believe it first, but the person who did it was Lin Fei from Longting Villa. What do you think we should do about this? Titan slammed the table and stood up. What? It's Lin Fei from Longting Villa. Why is that kid fighting with Medicine King Valley again? Taijan had been paying close attention to the recent events, especially Lin Fei. This kid had openly bought the jade stone that the Lord of Jade had his eyes on at the auction, and even had an ambiguous relationship with Bing Qingya. Taijan couldn't help but admire this Lin Fei. He was indeed a guy who loved to stir up trouble. No matter which one of the three big families in the South, they were all a headache for Director Taijan. Until now, there was no effective way to control them. Even some of the Yin Huang battle teams in the South had completely chosen to give up. Lin Ro nodded. Yes, it's indeed Lin Fei. The two from Medicine King Valley said that Lin Fei coveted their Medicine King Valley's pill formula and directly stole it. We, the Yin Huang battle team, must give them an explanation for this matter. Iron Scout suddenly had a headache. If it was an ordinary warrior, it would be fine. With a command, they would definitely be able to capture the person. But this person, Lin Fei, even until now, Taijan still hadn't figured out his background. This was the most difficult thing to handle. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan are really useless. They can't beat him, but they have to let the Yin Huang battle team take action. Taijan also frowned. I can't be the one to capture him. This kid is very strange. It was the first time Lin Ro saw her boss having a headache. We really can't not deal with this matter. After all, any grandmaster is our China's treasure. But now that we've lost 2 grandmasters, once the Medicine King Valley complains to the headquarters, we won't have a good time. Director Taijan's eyes also darkened. I have to go to Longting Villa, but before that, I still have to meet Wang Yuan and Gao Shan. After all, if this matter gets out of hand, it won't be good for anyone. This Lin Fei is really too much. He just has to snatch everything. Isn't the pill formula the lifeblood of the Medicine King Valley? Subconsciously, Taijan didn't believe that Lin Fei would do that. But now that Lin Fei had crippled the other party, this was the key. Iron Scout immediately brought his men to the villa. When he saw the scene in the villa, he was secretly shocked, because the scene was a mess, and he could even see that it was purely a violent act. The 2 grandmasters, Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan, were very weak, and they had aged a lot. Director Tai, you came at the right time. If you don't give us an explanation for this matter, the Medicine King Valley will go to the headquarters. What right does that Lin Fei have to snatch our Medicine King Valley's special pill formula? As soon as Wang Yuan saw the Director Taijan, he immediately complained. That Lin Fei is too unreasonable. Originally, We cooperated with him out of goodwill, but as soon as he saw our pill formula, he coveted it. When we weren't paying attention, not only did he injure us, but he also crippled our Dantian. We hope that Director Tai can arrest Lin Fei and hand him over to the Medicine King Valley to deal with. Gao Yishan said, "The Medicine King Valley is willing to donate 100 healing pills and 100 Qi-gathering pills to the Yan Huang battle team." On the way here, Director Taijian still couldn't believe that this was true. But when he saw these two grandmasters, Taijian couldn't help but feel a trace of sorrow and desolation. Grandmaster experts weren't necessarily very powerful. Just how powerful was that brat Lin Fei? This was too terrifying. He even faintly broke out in a layer of cold sweat. After all, back then, Taijian still wanted to take down Lin Fei. Fortunately, he didn't make a move. Otherwise, he might be like these two guys now, without any strength and becoming an ordinary person. And such an ordinary person could not enjoy the life of a real ordinary person, because those enemies wouldn't mind stabbing them. Both of you, rest assured, since this happened in the East Seas territory, the Yan Huang battle team will definitely give you an explanation. Linro, come over and register for them. Chapter 3977. St. Mary Hospital. This was a very famous private hospital in Donghai. On the highest floor of the hospital, in an intensive care ward, a few doctors walked out of the room, wiping their sweat as they walked. The pressure of facing the people inside was too much. Even their director came. They stood at the side obediently, not daring to say a word. They were all trying to guess who the young man inside was. "Young master, it's all our fault." Two strong men were already kneeling on the ground. Shen Wudi's face was simply bandaged, but even so, his handsome face was nowhere to be seen. What replaced it was a face that looked like a pig's head. His face was even bumpy with footprints. This wasn't something that could be healed in a short period of time. Shen Wudi's expression was unreadable. No one could tell what he was thinking, but there was coldness in his eyes. Everyone knew that this young master Shen Wudi was completely enraged. "I didn't expect that I would suffer such a loss in Donghai." Shen Wudi's voice was cold. "Get someone to investigate this Lin Fei and spread the news that whoever cuts off Lin Fei's head will get a breakthrough pill." The two strong men were shocked. That was a breakthrough pill, a magical pill that could help one break through bottlenecks. It was priceless. Now that it was being offered as a reward, one could tell how furious their young master was. "Lin Fei, I, invincible god, have never suffered such a great loss in my entire life. Now that you've made me suffer such a great loss, you should be prepared to live through all kinds of assassinations. I don't believe that you'll be able to live forever. No matter how strong your body refinement is, there are so many experts in China. For the sake of a limit-breaking pill, no matter how much you struggle, it'll be useless." Invincible God walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Shen Wudi took out his phone and dialed a number. The call went through. "Get a helicopter to pick me up at St. Mary Hospital. I'm going back." Shen Wudi suffered such a huge loss here, he didn't dare to stay here anymore. He wanted to go back and study this Lin Fei. If Lin Fei could fend off this wave of assassinations, then he would continue to give this guy big presents. He, invincible god, was not someone who could be trampled on so easily. He had to vent his anger, and he had to vent it ruthlessly. Lin Fei returned to the Longting Manor because he was preparing to set up the formation of the Longting Manor. If the array formation was not set up properly, this kind of trouble would follow. This time, he had beaten up 2 grandmasters from the Valley of the Medicine Masters and even destroyed his elixir field. It was conceivable that there would be grandmasters constantly spying on Longting Villa, so the significance of the formation's existence was highlighted. No matter who wanted to enter the Longting Manor, they would have to break the formation first. Lin Fei came to a quiet room. He took out the 18 pieces of jade. The quality of these jade stones was quite good, and they even had a trace of spiritual energy. They were good materials for setting up arrays. The entire night, Lin Fei was making these jades because he had to carve runes on them. Although it was not a difficult task for Lin Fei, he still needed to be careful, afraid that he would damage a piece, which would be troublesome. Matching ancient jade like this was not easy to find, so Lin Fei had to be careful when making them. The 18 pieces of jade were divided into a total of 108 pieces, all of the same size. It took the entire night until 7 or 8 in the morning before Lin Fei finished carving the last piece. It's a pity that this material is too poor. It can only contain 1/3 of the power of the array pattern, but it's more than enough to deal with a grandmaster. The quality of these jades was very good in the eyes of outsiders, but in Lin Fei's eyes, they were very ordinary. When carving the array pattern, he did not dare to use too much force, so the engraved array pattern was only average. Boss, Chief Tai of the Yin Huang battle team is here. He seems to have something to talk to you about. As soon as Lin Fei came out, he heard Yu Zishan standing outside the door. Tai Zhan is here. Lin Fei smiled. He is quite well informed. I guess this matter has something to do with the Valley of the Medicine Masters. I want to see what he has to say. In the living room, Tai Zhan had come alone without any subordinates because Longting Villa was a force that he couldn't afford to offend for the time being, especially that brat, who was so slippery that he couldn't figure out his background until now. He was like a mysterious existence. Even the headquarters would need some time to investigate. Therefore, during this period of time, Tai Zhan didn't want to be Lin Fei's enemy. This would affect the stability of Donghai. After all, the outbreak of a Grandmaster expert was very terrifying. Tai Zhan didn't want to be Lin Fei's enemy. Generally, Tai Zhan would not offend a Grandmaster. Even if it was a secret arrest, they would only act after they were fully prepared. Chief Tai, what brings you to my Longting Villa today? You should know that I'm very busy. Lin Fei walked in and sat down opposite Tai Zhan. Tai Zhan said unhappily, "This is all because of you. Now Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan of the Medicine Masters have come to our Yin Huang battle team to report that you stole their guts and destroyed their Dantian. Therefore, you should give our Yin Huang battle team an explanation for this matter. After all, our Yin Huang battle team's duty is to maintain the peace of the city and deal with various conflicts between sections." Tai Zhan actually did not want to come, but this was not a small matter. 2 Grandmasters had their Dantian destroyed, so Tai Zhan had no choice but to come. Lin Fei really did not know how the Yin Huang battle team usually dealt with such matters. Why? You even want to care about these things? Then do I think that you are here to arrest me? Lin Fei felt that he had underestimated the 2 elders of the Medicine Masters Valley. They were shameless enough to slander him for stealing the guts. Not to mention anything else, he did not know how many guts there were in his mind. Any one of them could shock countless people, so why would they steal it? Under normal circumstances, if someone dared to say this to Tai Zhan, he would definitely be angry. But now Tai Zhan did not dare to, his face darkening as he said, "Young Master Lin, you have misunderstood. I'm only here to investigate. After all, our Yin Huang battle team's duty is to first investigate and then deal with it. Moreover, I think that there must have been some conflict between you and the Medicine Masters Valley. This kind of thing can still be resolved, but what you should not have done was destroy their Dantian. This is a martial artist's lifeline. If it was an ordinary fight, Tai Zhan would not be very worried. He could just mediate. But now that the 2 people's Dantian had been destroyed, this made it very difficult for Tai Zhan to explain. He could not possibly capture Lin Fei and bring him back. Tai Zhan might have had the guts before, but now he really did not have the confidence. He really could not see through this guy. Isn't it just destroying their Dantian? Then you can just let the Medicine King Valley cause trouble for me. Why do you need to be the middleman? Lin Fei smiled faintly. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid of the Medicine King Valley. It was the first time Tai Zhan had seen such an arrogant person. He destroyed someone's Dantian, and it was the Dantian of a Grandmaster at that, and he still dared to speak like this. But unfortunately, Tai Zhan could only smile bitterly. This matter is also a headache for our Yin Huang battle team. Once the headquarters find out, I, as the director, will not have a good time. So I hope that young Master Lin can cooperate with our work. Lin Fei smiled. I see that the overall strength of your Yin Huang battle team is not very strong. Then let's make a deal. I have some elixirs with me that can help you break through to the level of covert power. If you help me solve this matter and don't bother me, I can give you 10 pills. I guarantee that there will be no side effects. What do you think? Mobile version fastest updated website. Chapter 3978. This was the first time Taijan had heard of such a miraculous pill. When he heard that it could allow a martial artist to break through from light Jing to dark Jing, he immediately perked up. After all, the overall strength of the EC Yin Huang battle team could only be described as average. Compared to the other Yin Huang battle teams, there was a large gap. After Medicine King Valley's Wang Yuan and Elder Gao Yishan stated their conditions, Taijan did not pay much attention to them. After all, that thing was not so easy to obtain. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine, but if it was Lin Fei, the price was not small. However, this time, Taijan was moved. After all, breaking through from light Jing to dark Jing was not a small threshold. However, such a small threshold could keep many people away. Young Master Lin, are you serious? You are not lying to me. Taijan stood up from his seat, unable to hide the excitement on his face. If it could increase the strength of the Yin Huang battle team, it would definitely be a good thing. Lin Fei said, "Do you think I would lie to you? This is such a meaningless matter. As long as you solve this for me, what is a mere pill? I can even let you test it on the spot." Taijan was indeed moved. There were pills for breaking through, but they were very rare and priceless, which martial artists didn't cultivate step by step. Lin Fei continued, "Such a good thing is not easy to find. Moreover, if I have such a pill, do you think I would care about the pill recipes of the Medicine King Valley? In my eyes, those pill recipes of the Medicine King Valley are no different from waste paper." Taijan's mind quickly turned. Comparing the benefits of the two sides, the scales gradually tilted towards Lin Fei's side. This was because in comparison, Taijan still cared about the pill in Lin Fei's hands. If there really was such a pill, it was scary just thinking about it. Since it could allow light Jing to break through to dark Jing, then wouldn't it mean that there were other pills that could allow dark Jing to break through to Zhongshi? Taijan did not dare to think further. This Lin Fei was too mysterious. It was likely that the pill recipes of Medicine King's Valley were as worthless as Lin Fei had said. As long as there is no problem with the pill, I will help young Master Lin solve this matter. Taito also didn't like Medicine King Valley very much. Now that he heard this, it was possible that Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan had found out about this matter themselves. Taijan was very clear about the nature of Medicine King Valley. Lin Fei casually threw out a bottle. There's an upgrade pill inside. He had made this when he was bored, and the name was also given on the spot. To Lin Fei, this kind of medicinal pill was dispensable. It was purely used to pass time, but to martial artists, the effect was very miraculous. I've given you the item. You know how to deal with the rest. Lin Fei was not afraid that Taijan would take the item and not do anything. Taijan had not expected that Lin Fei would give him a pill first, but the name of the pill seemed to be, "Since I've taken the item, I will definitely do it well." All right, I'll remind you again. Our Yin Huang Battle Squad just received news that the Dark Heaven has put out a bounty, and the target is young Master Lin. The price of the bounty is a realm break pill. It is also used to increase one's realm, but it is used to increase one's dark Jing level. This kind of pill can be counted on one's fingers, so young Master Lin should be careful. Taijan had taken Lin Fei's pill, so he naturally did not mind doing him a favor. Taijan immediately wanted to go back and test the effect of the upgrade pill. Dark Heaven. Lin Fei smiled. "I know about this matter. We can go now." After Taijan left the Longting Mountain Villa, Yu Zishan said, "Boss, giving such a good pill to Taijan, won't it attract the attention of others? After all, pills that can increase one's realm can be counted on one's fingers. The realm break pill, just now, is also a very famous pill." Lin Fei said indifferently, "This elixir is really useless to me, and I just found out that our Longting Mountain Villa still lacks some foundation, so I decided to hold an auction in 2 months. At that time, we will auction spirit water and leveling up elixirs. Do you think anyone will come to support us?" Yu Zishan sucked in a breath of cold air. "Boss, if this is true, then the martial artists of the EC will probably go crazy. Even the experts of the surrounding big cities will come after hearing the news. No one will be able to stop it. But will these pills cause too much of a commotion? After all, our Longting Mountain Villa is so big. Lin Fei laughed. That's why I decided to set up a formation and recruit a group of experts. Don't you think that it's not enough to guard Longting Mountain Villa with just you? And this time, there's someone who took the initiative to come to me. Why wouldn't I accept a free expert? Yu Zishan couldn't help but sweat for those master-level experts. He believed in his boss's words very much. Someone is going to be unlucky. After Taizhan left the Longting Mountain Villa, he immediately returned to the Yan Huang battle team. Lin Ro, come here. After returning, Taizhan went back to his office and took out the pill. From a color, it was indeed a first-rate pill. In addition, he also took some pills from the Medicine King Valley for comparison. There was a certain difference between the two. Lin Ro walked in. What orders do you have for me, Director? Go and bring in a light Jing guy. Ordinary potential is enough. Lin Ro was confused, but she still turned and left. After a while, she brought in a light Jing martial artist. This light Jing martial artist was a middle-aged man. He was a reserve in the Yin Huang battle team. Are you afraid of death? The middle-aged man shook his head. Director, I'm not afraid of death. If there's anything, just leave it to me. It's my honor to be able to contribute to the battle team. Taizhan said with satisfaction. Not bad. What I want is your spirit. This is a special pill. If you take it now, your life and death will be up to fate. Are you afraid? The middle-aged man said firmly, I'm not afraid. It's just a pill. What's there to be afraid of? He took it and ate it. Lin Ro was confused. After all, this pill looked very strange. Why did the director take it out and let him eat it? After the middle-aged man ate the pill, Taizhan stared at him. If there was a slight problem, he would stop him. After the middle-aged man ate the pill, his whole person instantly showed a satisfied expression. Director, what pill is this? I feel so comfortable. Comfortable, that's right. Taizhan smiled. Then slowly experience it and see if there are any changes. Taizhan heaved a sigh of relief. Not long later, at most 20 minutes, the middle-aged man's aura suddenly exploded, and his aura suddenly became stronger. Director, I think I broke through. I broke through from light Jing to dark Jing. How is this possible? The middle-aged man exclaimed. He was so happy that he cried. After all, with his talent, he could forget about breaking through to dark Jing in this lifetime. But now he actually broke through. There was a trace of dark Jing flowing in his body. Although it was very weak, it was real dark Jing. Taizhan reached out and grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist. The moment he checked, his brows furrowed as his face was filled with shock. To think that it's real. How is this possible? This type of pill is rarely circulated and has always been controlled by the major powers. Even our Yin Huang battle team has a pitiful amount of it. At this moment, Taizhan finally understood why Lin Fei would hand over the pills to him and why he was so calm. Someone underestimated Lin Fei. He's more terrifying and mysterious than we thought. Chapter 3979. In the afternoon, Lin Fei began to set up the formation. In order not to attract attention, he only began to survey the entire Longting Villa and marked the general location of the formation. He could set up at night. If not for Taizhan's words, Lin Fei would not be in a hurry to set up the formation. Lin Fei had seen the strength of the masters in Dark Heaven. The reward was the level-breaking elixir. From the name, one could tell that it was an elixir used to break through to the next level. He also knew that this elixir should be very rare. Otherwise, Taizhan would not be so moved by the elixir that he took out. It was conceivable that this elixir would definitely attract many masters. Lin Fei really wanted to thank the person who secretly put up the reward for sending him such a group of fighters. This was free labor. Each of them was powerful. Where else could he find such a good thing? Lin Fei did not have to guess to know that this must be one of the tricks of Invincible God. He was the most suspicious. As for the two elders of Medicine King Valley, they were useless now that they had become useless. It was impossible for them to take out the level-breaking elixir. Therefore, the mastermind behind the scenes was Invincible God. It was so clear. At night, Lin Fei began to set up the formation. This time, Lin Fei set up the formation called the Evil Sky Formation. Although it only had the power of the innate stage, It was enough for the EC. Pieces of jade talisman were sent into the depths of the ground by Lin Fei's power. This depth was not as simple as a few meters, but dozens of meters. Every position was very particular and required a strong mental strength to calculate it. Only Lin Fei could do it easily. 108 pieces of jade represented 108 places. The Heaven's Net Earth Fiend formation was the simplest formation that Lin Fei could think of. As for other formations, they required a lot of resources to set up. In the current situation, he naturally did not have the qualifications, so he could only reluctantly use the 108 pieces of jade to set up the Evil Sky formation. It was not easy to set up the inescapable Evil Earth formation. Lin Fei wandered around the Longting Manor like a ghost. Fortunately, there were not many people in the Longting Manor, and with Yu Zishan standing guard outside, he was not afraid of being seen. He worked until 4 o'clock in the morning. Only then did Lin Fei sink the last jade talisman into the ground. Rise! Lin Fei snorted and instantly connected the 108 pieces of jade. A huge Skynet Earth Fiend array was formed in an instant. It was a loud bang. It was as if there was an earthquake, and countless people were startled awake. Their expressions greatly changed, and they thought that there was a massive earthquake. No one would suspect that the Longting Manor was setting up a formation. When this formation was completed, an invisible light directly enveloped the entire sky above the Longting Villa and then disappeared. Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. My skills are not old yet. The Evil Sky formation with 108 pieces of jade has finally been set up. Now, I want to see how many people want to attack the Longting Manor. It would be best if there are 8 or 10 Supreme Masters. By then, the Longting Manor will not be short of Supreme Masters. In Lin Fei's opinion, it was better to catch a few Supreme Masters than to train them. It would save time, and he would not have to worry about any trouble. There was nothing better than this. Boss, did you set up the formation just now? Yu Zishan naturally heard it clearly. He was shocked and came over. The formation is set up successfully. This formation is called the Evil Sky formation. It has a total of 3 layers. The first layer is the Great Circle Array, and anyone who is not strong enough will be trapped inside. The second layer is the Earth Kill Array, which can unleash the power of a Supreme Master. The last layer is the Heaven Kill Array, which can unleash the power of an inborn expert. Under normal circumstances, just the outer layer of the Great Circle Array is enough to block most people outside, and martial artists can only stay on the second layer. Lin Fei took out a jade talisman and threw it to Yu Zishan. This is the control order for the first and second layers of the Evil Sky formation. In the future, if anyone breaks in, just control the formation to suppress them. As for ordinary people, just drive them out. Lin Fei took Yu Zishan through the formation. Yu Zishan's heart was pounding when he walked in the formation. The terrifying power made his hair stand on end, and he did not even dare to walk around. Boss, with this formation, I believe that no one in the entire EC will be able to break into the Longting Manor. Yu Zishan had seen some array formations before, but they were nothing compared to the array formations set up by his boss. No matter how strong a Supreme Master was, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from this formation. During the day, you can close the formation and open it again at night. I believe that they will not have the guts to make a move during the day. They will only have the chance to do so at night. If there are no accidents, it will only take 2 or 3 days. At that time, we will teach them a lesson, and I believe that no one will dare to have any designs on the Longting Manor again. Yu Zishan was really looking forward to the arrival of those enemies. Boss has prepared a feast for you. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan have been waiting for Tai Zhan's reply. After all, he was still hoping that the Yin Huang battle team could capture Lin Fei. If they could bring Lin Fei back to the Medicine King Valley, they might be able to make a big contribution. However, in the end, they received a piece of bad news. Director Tai, what do you mean by this? Do you think that we will accuse Lin Fei? He was the one who destroyed our elixir fields. Wang Yuan roared as he stood up. Tai Zhan looked at Wang Yuan indifferently. I have already investigated. Lin Fei did not admit to this matter. Moreover, the fight between you two is your family's matter. The Yin Huang battle team is not qualified to deal with such matters. If Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were still supreme masters, Taijian might have taken them seriously. However, now that they had become ordinary people, there was no need to give them any face. Moreover, such people would be useless even if they returned to the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King Valley would not take them seriously. On the other hand, Lin Fei was different. After taking those upgrade elixirs, the Yin Huang battle team had 10 more Dark Force warriors, and their overall strength had increased greatly. Taijian had no choice but to curry favor with Lin Fei. That's right, Taijian indeed wanted to curry favor with Lin Fei. After all, a master like him could casually take out 10 upgrade elixirs and benefit the Yin Huang battle team immensely. The Yin Huang battle team and the Medicine King Valley had worked together many times, but the benefits were few and far between. The Medicine King Valley even looked down on the East Sea Yin Huang battle team. In comparison, Lin Fei was much more adorable. If the two of you insist on finding trouble with Lin Fei, then I can only bring you back to the Yin Huang battle team. I suspect that the two of you once worked together to murder a supreme master. I need to investigate this thoroughly. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan's expressions changed drastically, and their faces turned pale. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 3980. In the evening in Hangzhou, in an inconspicuous house, it should be said that it was a yard. An ordinary uncle was drinking, and it was the most ordinary erguo too. He drank one cup after another. At this time, the door of the yard was opened, and a thin figure came in. He sat down in front of the uncle and put an envelope in front of him. What you want is here, but I don't know if you dare to do it. The thin figure picked up the erguo too, poured a cup, and drank it. The middle-aged man didn't look at the envelope. Are you sure you're not fooling me this time? The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. I don't have the guts to do such a thing, but this time you really have to seize the opportunity, because someone has offered a reward for the realm-breaking pill. You also know the effect of the realm-breaking pill. If you succeed, then you will be a transcendent expert. Who should I kill this time? The middle-aged man picked up the erguo too and drank it. Lin Fei of Longting Villa. As long as you take his head, you can get a realm-breaking pill. Now many people have heard the news, and everyone wants to be the first to cut off that person's head. I'll do it, the middle-aged man said. The thin man smiled and said, once you, a hidden weapon master, use it, even a transcendent can't block the power of your sad arrow. And similar scenes kept appearing in various places in Huaxia. A realm-breaking pill set off a storm in Jianghu, Donghai Airport. A middle-aged man with a very ordinary appearance walked out. He got into a taxi. He reported an address, which was located in an inconspicuous residential area near the Longting Villa. After the middle-aged man arrived at the residential area, he went to one of the floors and entered a room. The middle-aged man opened his bag and checked it. After confirming that there was no problem, he took out the things inside. Not long after, a sniper rifle was assembled. It's still up to me to kill. He closed the window and put the sniper rifle on the rack. The opposite side of the sniper rifle was Longting Villa. This was the closest place to Longting Villa. This middle-aged man was called Sniper God. No one knew his specific name, and no one knew where he was from, but no one dared to look down on this sniper. Because as his name suggested, as long as he took action, he would never miss a shot. He was famous in the circle. This time, he was here to kill Lin Fei. A realm-breaking pill. I really don't know which big shot Lin Fei offended to be willing to use a realm-breaking pill. Although I am not a martial artist, this realm-breaking pill has already reached a price of 1 billion on the black market. After completing this transaction, I can finally retire. In the sniper's field of vision, the sharpshooter soon saw the figure of a young man in the villa. He remembered this person more clearly than anyone else. He was the target this time, Lin Fei. This Lin Fei seemed to be taking a stroll as he walked unhurriedly. The sharpshooter secretly applauded. My luck is not bad. I actually found the target so quickly. It seems that this Lin Fei's head is mine. From here to the villa, it was less than 5 kilometers. The The sharpshooter's sniper rifle was specially made, and the cost alone was worth millions. It was not an exaggeration to call it a real golden gun. With this sniper rifle, the sharpshooter had killed countless martial artists. No one had ever survived his muzzle, even if it was obvious power or hidden power. Realm-breaking pill, here I come. The time was right. A shot was fired. This shot did not make any sound, because these bullets were also specially made and could effectively reduce the sound. The bullet was also enhanced with the ability of exploding. As long as it hit any flesh and blood, it would produce a huge power, which could directly blow a person into pieces. The sharpshooter had a special fondness for this bullet. He always fired one shot to kill, because after one shot, the opponent would only be left with a pool of blood. The moment the enemy exploded, the sharpshooter liked to describe it as fireworks released with life. After the fireworks, a person would wither. After firing a shot with confidence, the sharpshooter didn't want to take another look. He had absolute confidence in his shot. However, the scene he expected didn't happen. This shocked the sharpshooter. Damn it, it's impossible. My marksmanship has never failed before. How could this kid be fine? At this moment, he saw the young man wave his hand gently, as if he was driving away mosquitoes. Then the sharpshooter saw an incredible scene. The armor-piercing bullet that flew out actually flew back. Oh no! In the blink of an eye, the armor-piercing bullet flew indirectly and hit the sharpshooter with a bang. A brilliant firework exploded directly, covering the whole room in bright red. Lin Fei didn't look over from beginning to end. The effect of the reward has begun. Even a sharpshooter has come. It's a pity for this sharpshooter. Doesn't he know that any hostility within the vicinity of Longting Villa is like the bright moon in the night? It's hard not to know. Even a sharpshooter has come. I wonder how many Grandmaster Realm experts will come this time. I'm really looking forward to it. On the Yanhuang team's side, since returning, Taijian hadn't had it easy either. Because of the news that came one after another, he had a headache. Invincible God is really good at stirring up trouble. Doesn't he know that this will make Donghai restless? Putting down the photo in his hand, Taijian wished he could grab Invincible God. Because after the news of the reward spread, experts from the Donghai airport kept coming to Donghai. These experts were not weak. So far, there were more than 20 covert power martial artists, and there were countless overt power spies. Although no Grandmaster had appeared, Taijian knew that they would definitely come. A realm-breaking elixir was definitely enough to make a Grandmaster realm expert come. Director, there's news from the airport again. It said that a Grandmaster from southern Yunnan has come. His target should be Longting Mountain. After the Grandmaster came down, he didn't go anywhere else, but directly went to Longting Villa. Do you think we should do something? Lin Ro came in to report. He's here too. Taijian frowned, but soon felt relieved. I remember that his son is stuck at the covert power level because his talent isn't good enough. I'm afraid he's determined to get the realm-breaking elixir this time. Taijian shook his head. No need. I think that Lin Fei should have a way to deal with it. Otherwise, it would be too disappointing. After Taijian finished speaking, another news came. Director, I just received news that the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan, has also come. Linro looked at her phone and suddenly said, Chapter 3981. Why is Kai Shan here? Taijian's expression changed when he heard the name. This was the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia. He was no joke. Is he also here for the limit-breaking pill? If this #1 tame headmaster was somewhere else, Taijian might not be worried. However, things were different in the EC. This was the area that Taijian was in charge of. Get someone to keep an eye on Kai Shan immediately. I want to know his every move. Compared to the other Grandmasters, Taijian was more concerned about Kai Shan. After all, he was a more difficult existence to deal with. After Lin Ro left, Taijian rubbed his temples. One eventful time. In a suite of a 5-star hotel in the EC, 3 people were sitting together, chatting and drinking tea. The tea was Longjing tea, which cost hundreds of thousands per caddy. The faint fragrance of tea wafted in the air. I heard that Li San from Dianan has arrived. A middle-aged man with a mustache said with a smile. He's already out of the airport. If there are no accidents, he should be on his way to the Longting Villa, another white-haired middle-aged man said with a smile. Originally, we wanted to see who would be the first to make a move, but we didn't expect it to be Lee San. However, thinking about it, his son's talent is not good. If he doesn't break through to the Grandmaster realm, then the Lee family's influence in Dianan will be greatly affected. It's different for a family to have two Grandmasters. The three of them were sitting and drinking tea. However, if an outsider saw it, they would definitely be shocked, because all three of them were Grandmasters, and their influence was not small. Even a Yin Huang battle team had to be very polite to them. It was as if they were discussing a very simple matter. It's good that Lee San goes to check it out. At least he can understand Lin Fei's strength. If he can't even beat Lee San, then he's too useless. The mustached, middle-aged man said with a smile, "All we have to do is slowly drink tea and wait for the results to come out. It's not too late for us to act. Of course, it's best if Lee San takes Lin Fei's head. At that time, we can act and save a lot of trouble. I believe that Lee San is a tactful person and will definitely hand over the thing in his hands." The three of them laughed heartily, as if everything was going according to their plan. After all, if the three of them joined forces, it was not something that a single Grandmaster could resist. On the way to Longting Villa, Lee San sat in an inconspicuous black Mercedes-Benz. This Mercedes-Benz was only worth 5 or 600,000 yuan. It was indeed very low-key. Is the information accurate? A young man sitting in the passenger seat said in a low voice that Lin Fei has been in Longting Villa all this time and has never come down. We even saw him wandering around in the villa this morning. It seems that he doesn't know that he has a bounty on his head. Our brothers are also secretly watching him and won't leave Longting Villa. Lee San was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man in his early 40s. However, such a person had great influence in southern Yunnan. He was in charge of many companies. Everyone would greet him as Boss Lee when they saw him. In the martial arts circle, he was a Grandmaster powerhouse. From covert power to transcendent power, Lee San had been a Grandmaster for 15 years. It could be said that his potential was very good. Unfortunately, his son had been stuck at the covert power level for 3 years. Lee San was also anxious. As soon as this bounty task was released, Lee San knew that this was an opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, he couldn't guarantee when the realm-breaking pill would appear again. Therefore, he took the initiative to come here and snatched it before everyone else. Now it seems that this move is quite correct. Are there no other Grandmasters coming? Lee San asked. Not yet, but there are traces of some covert power martial artists appearing nearby. But because it is broad daylight, they dare not visit. Lee San didn't care about covert power Grandmasters as long as they weren't Grandmasters. After all, a Grandmaster was very difficult to deal with. The black Mercedes-Benz arrived outside Longting Villa. Lee San got out of the car. Looking at the Longting Villa in front of him, he was a member of this circle, so he naturally knew that Longting Villa was a blessed place. I didn't expect Yu Zishan to be defeated by a young man in the end after being in the limelight for so long. He even gave up Longting Villa. I want to meet this young man. Lee San's eyes were like torches. Go and call the door. Tell them that Li Shan from southern Yunnan is here to visit. In a forest in Longting Villa, when Lin Fei was drinking tea, he felt that there was a Grandmaster powerhouse coming. This surprised him a little. He actually came in broad daylight. How confident was he in his strength? Xiao Yu, go and invite the Grandmaster outside in. Since he is the first to come, I have to meet him. Moreover, I guess many people outside are paying attention to this matter. Lin Fei's voice reached Yu Zishan's ears. Yu Zishan immediately went over. At the door, Yu Zishan recognized Lee San. Yu Zishan knew the strength of this Grandmaster. He was ranked in the top 100 on the Grandmaster list. Master Yao, you are really sharp. You knew that I was here. Lee San smiled and looked at Yu Zishan. Yu Zishan was expressionless as he walked forward. If you want to meet my boss, follow me. Lee San didn't care much about Yu Zishan's attitude. However, he didn't understand why Yu Zishan couldn't defeat that young man. This was surprising and curious. No matter how strong the young man was, Lee San would definitely defeat him. It wouldn't be easy for him to make a move personally. Not long after, Li San finally saw the young man. He sat under a big tree and drank his tea leisurely. His indifferent look made it hard to imagine that he could still be so indifferent under such circumstances. "You are the first Grandmaster to come looking for me. Show me your strength, and let me see if you are qualified to be my subordinate." Lin Fei raised his head and poured himself a cup of tea as he said with a smile. Li San's eyes narrowed slightly. "So you also know that you have a bounty on your head. But aren't you being a little too arrogant? I'm not Yu Zishan who will become your subordinate. Since you know that you have a bounty on your head, then you should know why I'm here." Lin Fei took a sip of tea. "Of course I know. Isn't it for my head? I will be sitting here. If you are confident, come take it. You must know your limits. If you can't do it, then you can't. Therefore, I will give you a chance." Li San had originally wanted to use his influence to make his opponent admit defeat, but he didn't expect that this guy would be even more shocking than he had imagined. Especially the tone of his voice. Wasn't it a little too arrogant? He really didn't take Li San seriously. "Double dragon move." Li San snorted. Suddenly, 2 guns appeared in his hands. Bang, bang, bang. Several guns were fired at the same time. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 3982. A Grandmaster expert was actually an expert in using guns. Moreover, he was using 2 guns. It was definitely a shocking thing. No one could see where Li San's guns were placed. From picking up the guns to firing, it was as smooth as flowing water. It was like a work of art. Li San fired a total of 18 shots. The time needed was only a few breaths. This was because the guns had been modified. Only a Grandmaster expert like Li San could perfectly unleash the power of the guns. If it were someone else, they would only be able to fire 2 or 3 shots at most. After Li San fired the guns, he stepped back quickly and instantly pulled away. At the same time, he fired the guns again and fired another 18 shots. 18 shots plus 18 shots was equal to 36 shots. It was done in one go. This made Yu Zishan, who was standing not far away, feel his scalp go numb and cold sweat flow. Yu Zishan did not have any confidence that he could withstand the 36 shots. He did not even have the confidence to counter them. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had fallen into a life and death situation. Li San was very confident in his marksmanship. This was because the 2 guns in his hands, coupled with the physical fitness of a Grandmaster expert, could unleash a great advantage with the guns. Therefore, Li San was also known as the gun god. As long as he used his guns, even a Grandmaster of the same level would not dare to offend him. This was also one of the reasons why Li San was so famous in southern Yunnan. There was indeed nothing for a Grandmaster to be proud of in front of Li San. As long as Li San used his guns, the area within 300 meters of him would become a forbidden zone. Lin Fei held the teacup and took a sip unhurriedly. He didn't even look at it. Facing the flying bullets, he only flicked his hand gently. His fingers bent as if he was playing a piece of music and flicked the bullets. Ding, ding, dang, dang, ding, dang, dang. An ordinary hand could instantly deflect all 36 bullets at an unimaginable angle. Li San, who was still proud, broke out in a cold sweat. What shocked Li San the most was that after the 36 bullets were deflected, they actually turned into a bullet rain and instantly enveloped Li San. Li San's feet tapped the ground once more, and his entire body rapidly retreated. His 2 pistols continuously fired, and with each shot, a bullet was deflected. The 36 incoming bullets were constantly deflected. Li San's marksmanship was still very good. The last bullet broke through the limit and arrived in front of Li San in one fell swoop. It was only a hair's breadth away from his eyebrows. Only then did it stop. After a while, Li San's entire body leaned against a big tree. His back was covered in cold sweat. This bullet seemed to be supported by a terrifying power. It actually didn't fall and just hung in the air, locked onto the space between Li San's eyebrows. It seemed like as long as Li San willed it, this bullet could penetrate his head. I lost. Li San did not take his opponent seriously, but now he knew that he was wrong. This young Lin Fei was a true expert. At the same time, he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Very few people could so easily block his dual moon chasing spears. Li San had never thought that someone in the East Sea would actually be able to do it, and such a person would definitely be stronger than him. You're a dignified guru, yet you're able to use dual pistols to chase the moon. That's quite impressive. However, your strength is too weak. You still can't unleash the power of your spear technique. If you were to encounter an ordinary guru, it wouldn't be a problem. But in front of me, this bullet can't even get within a meter of me. Lin Fei put down his teacup, reached out his hand, and a gun flew over. Let me show you what the true divine spear technique is. Lin Fei swung his arm and fired a shot. When the shot was fired, Li San's face instantly turned pale. This was because he did not notice any trace of the bullet's trajectory. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. However, Li San knew that the shot had definitely been fired. But what about the bullets? Where did the bullet go? But in the next moment, Li San's face contorted as if he had seen something terrifying. Unbeknownst to him, a bullet had appeared behind Li San's head and stopped there steadily. The smell of death enveloped his entire body. Li San didn't dare to move. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly because he knew that if he moved, he might die. Guns aren't for people like you to play with. Only someone like me can be considered a beginner in marksmanship. Can a bullet whose trajectory is grasped by others still be considered a bullet? That's purely a joke. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The two bullets fell to the ground with a thud. But to Li San, it was a huge shock. Marksmanship could be manipulated like this. Li San had no doubt that if this kind of marksmanship was used to kill a guru, no one would be able to block it. At the very least, Li San wouldn't be able to. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. I'm sorry for what happened this time, young Master Lin. I'm willing to compensate you. Please let me leave this place, young Master Lin. Li San was completely regretting his actions. Although he knew that Lin Fei was also a guru, it was only now that Li San realized that Lin Fei was definitely not as simple as an ordinary guru. This person was too terrifying. That untraceable shot had already reached the level of a god among spears, and Li San was far behind him. Dealing with such a person was definitely a suicidal thing. The only thing Li San wanted now was for the other party to let him go, no matter how big the price he had to pay. If you do something wrong, you have to accept punishment. You understand this principle. Lin Fei laughed. A dual spear expert like you is still quite useful, so you'd better stay here and be an employee of a Longting Mountain Villa. Lin Fei's palm turned into a life and death imprint, directly entering Li San's mind and instantly controlling Li San. Li San's entire body trembled, and the look in his eyes changed. As my employee, there are still benefits. Your son's talent is average, and it's extremely difficult for him to become a guru. However, I can help you. I can give you leveling pills, and as long as you take 5 of them in a row, you'll be able to break through the talent limit. Your son will almost be able to become a guru, and it will be impossible for him to take another step. A bottle of pills landed in front of Li San. Li San said gratefully, "Thank you, young Master Lin." However, compared to losing his life, all of this was nothing. Moreover, the pills were already in his hands, and the Li family could have another guru, so it didn't seem like there was any loss. Moreover, he had seen Lin Fei's spear technique, which was what he had been pursuing his entire life. There were only benefits to following such an expert. All right, you could go back to Yunnan first and arrange things. As for how to act outside, you should know yourself. I don't want the people outside to be scared. Yu Zishan walked over. Li San, the boss's words are in order. You just have to do your job, or else it won't be that easy to take the boss's things. With a guru as an employee, Yu Zishan's position as a housekeeper had risen, and he walked as he knocked on the door. Master Yu, I know what to do. Bang, bang, bang. Li San hit his chest 3 times, and his face became dispirited, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He quickly walked out of the Longting Mountain Villa. Yu Zishan laughed. Chapter 3983. In the vicinity of Longting Villa, many people were secretly watching this scene at this time. Li San was a famous grandmaster in southern Yunnan, and he was also a spear god of his generation. Everyone wanted to know what the final result would be. When they heard the gunshot, everyone knew that Grandmaster Li San had made move. The name of the dual gun master was not just for show. Some people even secretly calculated and realized that Li San had fired 36 shots in a row, or even more. To be able to make Li San fire more than 36 shots, he had really exerted all his skills in the gun. Because everyone knew that the more shots Li San fired, the more importance he attached to the other party. If he fired more than 36 shots, it could be imagined how much Li San recognized the other party. However, under such circumstances, they actually saw Li San's disheveled figure appear outside the Longting villa. His face was pale and bloodshot, and he was staggering as he walked. Without saying a word, he got into the Mercedes-Benz. However, everyone heard what Li San said when he got in the car. "Lin Fei, although you defeated me, my reputation as the dual gun master is not undeserved. Let's wait and see." These words were not loud or heavy, but they were full of hatred and unwillingness. Until the Mercedes-Benz disappeared into the distance, everyone reported the news at once. This was a big news. Although Li San lost to Lin Fei, everyone was not very surprised. However, the fact that Li San, the king of dual guns, could come out of Longting Villa was the most important thing. The amount of information was too much, and it was definitely the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Fei was injured. The news spread like wildfire. In the 5-star presidential suite, 3 middle-aged men were drinking tea unhurriedly. The door opened, and a young man came to report. "There's news from Longting Villa. Li San was defeated by Lin Fei and was injured." However, Li San's words before he left proved that Lin Fei had suffered a loss in his hands, but I don't know how serious the injury is. The 3 middle-aged men were not surprised by this news. It was expected. The king of dual guns has some skills. He could actually injure Lin Fei, but I don't know how serious the injury is. The middle-aged man with a mustache laughed. "That's easy. I'll make a phone call and know. I believe Li San will still give him face." Another middle-aged man laughed. Everyone knew Li San's strength. He was also ranked in the top 100 on the Supreme Power list. In terms of real strength, even those ranked 50 or 60 had to be afraid of Li San's attack. The only thing they needed to confirm at the moment was how serious Lin Fei's injury was. After all, an injured tiger was always easier to bully. The middle-aged man found Li San's number and called him directly. Sitting in the Mercedes-Benz, Li San's face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. After seeing the number on the phone, he said with a Jiu's Li San's Li San, "Chun Tianya, are you happy that I came out injured?" Li San said coldly after the phone was connected. "Chun Tianya, I came out injured. Are you happy?" Li San said coldly after the call was connected. Chun Tianya was one of the 3 middle-aged men. He was a supreme power expert, and his ranking was about the same as Li San's. "How serious is his injury?" Chun Tianya asked with a smile. "What if I don't tell you?" Li San said, "That's simple. Now that you're injured, do you think you can still leave Donghai if we 3 supreme power experts personally stop you?" Chun Tianya, you're still as shameless as ever. You win. Lin Fei's strength is indeed great. He can block 36 of my shots, but he also took 6 of my bullets. He can only use half of his strength at most. You can imagine the rest. Li San hung up the phone. Chun Tianya was not annoyed by Li San's behavior. He put down the phone and took a sip of tea. Li San still knows how to look at the bigger picture. Lin Fei is injured and has been shot 6 times. At most, he can only display half of his strength. "It looks like we can personally make a trip there before anyone else does," said Chun Tianya. Li San is Li San. His marksmanship is really good. He can hit that kid 6 times out of 36 shots. But that kid is also powerful. He should have a powerful body technique. But after getting shot 6 times, his strength is really greatly affected. It will be easy for us to take down Lin Fei together. The mustached, middle-aged man laughed. "However, for safety's sake, let's wait and see. After all, that guy Lin Fei is not easy to deal with." Chun Tianya nodded. "I've already arranged for someone to keep an eye on him. He can't play any tricks. He definitely can't hide from my eyes." Not long after, a piece of news came. Li San took the fastest flight out of Donghai. The 3 of them were not very surprised by this news. The news of Li San entering Longting Villa and coming out injured could not be hidden from everyone. Those hidden opponents did not mind leaving him outside when he was alone. So at this time, Lee San choosing to return to Dianan was the most appropriate choice. Lee San is right. Lin Fei should be injured. 6 shots may not be possible, but maybe 3 or 4 shots are possible. Let's make our move tonight. I wish us success tonight. The 3 of them raised their teacups. Taijian of the Yin Huang team was standing in a room at this time. The room was filled with the smell of blood. I didn't expect the famous sharpshooter to die in our Donghai. Lin Fei did a good deed. Taijian faced the window, and in the distance was the Longting Villa. Director, what is the background of this Lin Fei? Even the sharpshooter failed in front of him, and I still can't imagine how the sharpshooter was killed. You have to know that the sharpshooter's gun uses exclusive bullets, which have powerful destructive power. Looking at the situation at the scene, it seems that the sharpshooter killed himself. Taijian could more or less see that the sharpshooter's death must have something to do with Lin Fei. It was just that he couldn't figure out how Lin Fei killed the sharpshooter. The people who were secretly watching could prove that Lin Fei had never left the villa from beginning to end. But the sharpshooter died in the room. All of this seemed too mysterious. No matter how the sharpshooter died, it's a good thing for our Yin Huang team. After all, this guy killed many of our martial arts experts. Now that he's dead, everyone can breathe a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, we still have to thank Lin Fei, Taijian said with a smile. At this time, a person came in from outside to report. I just received news that Lee San from Dianan left Donghai injured. According to the news we received, that Lin Fei seems to have been shot several times, and his injuries are quite serious. Taijian was keenly aware of one thing. Lin Fei is up to something. Chapter 3984. The news of Lin Fei's injury was not a big secret. In particular, what Li San said at the end undoubtedly made everyone realize that the most mysterious Lin Fei of Longting Villa was injured, and his injury was definitely not light. Everyone's mind started to work. After all, this was a chance. Whoever cut off Lin Fei's head first would get a limit-breaking elixir. The effect of a limit-breaking elixir was something no martial artist could ignore. In the southern Guangdong province, on a private island along the sea, Invincible God was recuperating here. He suffered a big loss at Longting Villa, and the bruises on his face did not fade. It was impossible for him to recover in a short time, so he came to an island along the sea. This was a leisure island that the Shun family bought through other means. They spent a lot of money to build it. Invincible God was recuperating on this leisure island, and his current appearance was still shameful. Lee San from Dianan is quite capable, as expected of the Spear God, to be able to injure Lin Fei. I think the masters in Donghai must be itching to make a move. Invincible God held a glass of red wine in his hand. It was a 1982 law fight, and he slowly sipped it. I'll be hearing good news soon. I'm really looking forward to it. Invincible God looked at the sea as if victory was in his grasp. It was a dark and windy night, and one could not even see their fingers in front of them. It was the best time to make a move. Outside Longting Villa, many people were watching. Everyone knew that tonight was the best opportunity. They did not see Lin Fei come out from the beginning, so Lin Fei must still be in Longting Villa. As for why he did not come out, it must be because he had absolute confidence in Longting Villa. The first group to sneak in was a group of inward power martial artists. A soldier who did not want to be a general was not a good soldier. So an inward power martial artist who did not want to be a master was not a good martial artist. After knowing that Lin Fei was injured, they finally decided to make a move after holding it in until nightfall. One after another, they climbed over the wall and entered Longting Villa. There were 8 inward strength martial artists in the first wave. After that, there were more than 30 inward strength martial artists in the second and third wave. The martial artists with covert force nowadays don't even know what they're made of. They still have the nerve to think that they can beat us to it. Just musician alone is enough to make them suffer a great loss. In an inconspicuous place in the Long Tongue Villa, 3 figures walked over at a leisurely pace. It's not a bad idea to use them to exhaust Yuzishan's strength. Now, these inward strength warriors all think that they are powerful. This time, they can be taught a good lesson. It would be best if you Zishan and them both suffer a great loss. That would be the best. The three of them quickly arrived near the outer wall. One of the middle-aged men walked out. I've long heard that the soaring dragon manor's formation is very powerful. This time, I like to see what's so special about it. This middle-aged man was called Wang Zzmo. Although his strength was only at the Grandmaster realm, he had mastered a powerful formation breaking technique because he was also a formation master. Although his level was not high, it was more than enough to break a formation. Very few people knew about this secret. Therefore, the three of them joined forces and appeared here. Wang Zimo slammed his palm on the outer wall and blasted a hole. The three of them entered one after another. Grandmaster Wang Zimo originally wanted to find the foothold of the formation, but after scanning around, he was surprised to find that there was no formation here. Yu Zishan, are you planning to use an empty fort strategy? He didn't even activate the formation. Is he so confident that he can stop all of us? Wang Zimo's face revealed a strange expression, and then he laughed. The soaring dragon manor didn't activate the formation? Chen Tianya revealed a look of joy. Usually, he would have to put in a lot of effort to activate the formation. However, if the formation was not activated, the soaring dragon manor would be like an open door, allowing them to enter freely. It should not be activated, Wang Zimo said with a smile. Let's hurry up and go in. If the Grandmasters outside know about this, they will probably fight to enter. We're really lucky this time. Although they didn't know why the formation was not activated, the three Grandmasters weren't too worried. With their strength, they could easily deal with Yu Zishan. As for the injured Lin Fei, he wasn't a match for them at all. Moreover, they came prepared this time. We still underestimated Yu Zishan. I didn't expect him to change the formation. This should be a soul confusion formation. Very soon, a white fog appeared in front of them. Wang Zimo laughed. You think you can stop us with just this soul confusion formation? You really think too highly of yourself. The three Grandmasters also recognized that it was a soul confusion formation, but they weren't too worried about them. They opened up a distance and carefully locked onto the front. Not long after, they passed through the soul confusion formation and saw many inward strength martial artists. These inward strength martial artists were in a forest. Now they were lying in a mess. Obviously, they had suffered a lot. Not far away, they saw an old acquaintance. This acquaintance was none other than Yu Zishan. Yu Zishan, are you planning to hold the pass alone against 10,000 people? Chen Tianya walked over with a smile. Chen Tianya, I know that you are a Grandmaster expert from another province. I didn't expect you to come with Wang Zimo and Luo Qiuqiu. Yu Zishan looked at the three Grandmasters. Chen Tianya laughed. Since you know that the three of us are here, you should know that you can't stop the three of us by yourself. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to suffer, take the initiative to bring us to Lin Fei. As long as we get what we want, we naturally won't cause any trouble for you. Chen Tianya was also a person who knew how to talk. He directly attacked the other party's heart. A cultivation master's ability was rather terrifying. It would be best if he could suppress the other party. According to their thinking, Yu Zishan should be afraid of them and choose not to attack. As long as Yu Zishan did not attack, they could take Lin Fei's head. They could also attack the blessed Grotto Heaven. After all, they were quite envious of the benefits of the blessed Grotto Heaven. Yu Zishan shook his head and was not moved. Times are different now. Just the three of you Grandmasters won't do. Even if another 7 or 8 Grandmasters come, I won't leave because you guys are not qualified to make me leave. Wang Zimo laughed. What an arrogant tone. Do you think that this array formation can stop us? Even if you changed another array formation, as an array master, I can still see through it. There's no way you can fool us. Why are you talking to this old thing? Let's just attack together. Maybe this old guy is just buying time so that Lin Fei can escape from another place. The three of them looked at each other and decided to attack immediately. In the next second, a black ball-like object appeared in their hands, and they threw it at Yu Zishan. Chapter 3985. The three Grandmasters had indeed come prepared. Yu Zishan wasn't someone easy to deal with. Hence, they had purchased special weapons at a high price. It was a concealed weapon that covered an area. It was extremely vicious, and anyone who was hit by it would definitely die. When such a weapon was used by a grandmaster, it could instantly unleash terrifying power. The area it covered was also very large, like an inescapable net. The moment the three grandmasters attacked, the three black balls exploded and turned into a sky full of black shadows that covered Yuzishan. These black balls were called soul destruction balls. Once they were used, they could shoot out tens of thousands of needles that could even destroy a person's soul. Each of the fine needles was laced with poison. Coupled with the strength of a grandmaster, the needles could even pierce through reinforced steel plates. The soul destruction balls were very expensive. Even Chun Tinya and the other two had to pay a huge price to get their hands on them. It was all worth it to kill Yuzishan. As for the warriors who were knocked to the ground, they were unlucky. In an instant, they were pierced by the needles, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into pools of blood. It turned out that the needles were laced with corrosive poison that targeted flesh and blood. It was a truly vicious, concealed weapon that couldn't be blocked. Yuzishan, you shouldn't have made an enemy out of us. Even though you were a cultivator, how could your body of flesh and blood withstand the power of the soul destruction orb? Chun Tinya sneered, a smug look in his eyes. You should be happy that you can die under this soul destruction ball. After all, there aren't many people who can make the three of us use the soul destruction balls. The power of the three soul-destroying balls was extremely great. Except for a few covert strength martial artists who could dodge it, the rest became pools of blood. However, Yuzishan still didn't move. With the area covered, it was impossible for him to escape. Yuzishan didn't move. He just stood there quietly. Suddenly, he reached out and a huge shield appeared in front of him. The shield was brown, just like the color of the earth. The moment this huge shield appeared, it blocked all the attacks. When the needles hit the shield, they were blocked. They couldn't even penetrate the shield. The shield was densely covered in needles. It was a ghastly sight, and it was suffused with a cold light. The three grandmasters are indeed ruthless. You even prepared a soul-destroying sphere for me. I have underestimated you. However, I have already said that even if more grandmasters come, the result will be the same. Yuzishan's array formation, the heavenly net Earth Terminus array, was instantly activated. A black streak of light shot out from the void. Allow me. Chun Tinya was disdainful. He punched out, and the shadow of his fist landed on the flowing light. However, in the next second, the flowing light's power did not diminish. It fiercely struck Chun Tinya's body, cutting open a bloody wound, and his entire body smashed onto the ground. So strong. The other two grandmasters were shocked. Damn it! What kind of formation is this? It's actually so powerful. Wang Zimo was shocked. He had seen a lot of array formations, but a stream of light could actually have such power. This was completely beyond his imagination. Although the power of the Longting Villas formation was not bad, it was definitely not at this level. As Wang Zimo's voice fell, a second stream of light shot out. If you guys want to be presumptuous here, then you'll have to first block my attack. Swish, swish, swish. Streams of light shot out, containing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In an instant, the 3 grandmasters were in a desperate situation. It was also Yuzishan's first time activating an array formation. Looking at the 3 grandmasters who were suppressed by the power of the array formation, he also felt how terrifying the heavenly net Earth Terminus array was. No wonder the boss is so confident. Chun Tianya and the other 2 grandmasters are in such a sorry state. If the array were to go all out, it would indeed be easy to kill them. The 3 grandmasters were originally full of confidence, but at this moment, they felt a great sense of danger. They had activated their martial arts to the limit, but they still could not block the streams of light. The streams of light were fierce and domineering a moment ago, but they were as soft as water a moment later, making it hard for them to resist. In an instant, they were in a sorry state, and their bodies were continuously injured. Let's go. We can't fight them head-on. Chun Tianya reacted quickly, turning around and fleeing outside. It was the same for Wang Zimo and Luo Qiuqiu. They really could not withstand the attacks of the streams of light, so much so that their hands were trembling. However, when they were about to rush out of the forest, suddenly an invisible barrier rose up. They crashed into it, but they actually could not break the barrier. Oh no, we're trapped. The three of them instantly attacked the same spot together. With their powerful strength, they might be able to break an opening, but the result was still disappointing. This invisible barrier was unbelievably strong, and no matter how they chased after it, they could not break through. Since you're here, then stay in the Longting Manor. After all, our boss is still very reasonable. Yu Zishan walked over step by step, and behind him, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth turned into 5 giants. The giants locked onto the 3 grandmasters one by one. The mysterious stream of light was already too much for them to handle. When the 5 giants were formed, they were immediately frightened. Any one of them had a terrifying aura that could crush them. There was no need for them to make a move, and they would definitely lose. Yu Zishan, you win. Let us go, and we'll never interfere in this matter again. We're willing to compensate you. Just name the price, and we'll compensate you. The 3 of them did not even have the thought of fighting. This Longting Manor had really become too terrifying. It was obviously an inconspicuous array, but in the blink of an eye, it actually created these 5 terrifying existences. They could not accept this scene for a moment. Yu Zishan shook his head and said, I'm sorry, the boss said that he's only interested in you 5 grandmasters, so you guys should stay and be employees of the Longting Manor. Anyway, it's better to be alive than dead. Dong, dong, dong. The giants attacked in an instant, and the 5 forces joined together, directly crushing the 3 grandmasters. After the 3 grandmasters entered the Longting Manor, 4 more grandmasters came one after another. Their strength was not weak, and they all looked very confident. However, after they entered, no one saw them come out again. Until dawn, the entire Longting Manor was quiet. The people who were watching outside felt their scalps go numb. One by one, they gasped and immediately sent out the news. Longting Manor is suspected to have a top master. 4 grandmasters have already been trapped inside, and none of the inward power warriors have come out. As soon as the news came out, the Donghai Martial Arts Circle was in an uproar. Chapter 3986. On a private island off the coast of Guangdong, Invincible God had not slept. He was waiting for news. As long as Lin Fei was not dead, he would not be able to rest easy. In order to kill Lin Fei, Invincible God had painfully paid the price of a level-breaking elixir. He believed that all the Grandmaster martial artists would react upon hearing the news. When the time came, 8 or 9 Grandmaster martial artists would gang up on him. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he would still be defeated. All Invincible God had to do was wait for news. He even prepared a bottle of red wine worth $200,000 for this. What? None of the 4 grandmasters came out after entering Longting Villa? You must be joking with me. Invincible God kicked him away, and he rolled a few times before stopping. Continue to investigate. This is impossible. If Lin Fei is really that strong, then wouldn't he be a monster? I, Invincible God, have the support of my family and endless resources. How could Lin Fei be stronger than me? Why? Invincible God roared. The injury on his face was affected, and he felt a wave of pain. Losing to Lin Fei one-on-one, Invincible God felt that he was at a disadvantage because of the lack of information. However, if 8 or 9 grandmasters were not a match for Lin Fei, wouldn't that be a slap to his face? At the same time, it would prove that he was not the favored one, but the real favored one. Invincible God would not allow that to happen. The news about Longting Villa spread like wildfire in the martial arts circle. No matter who it was, they would break out in a cold sweat when they heard the news. You're not kidding, right? Since when did Longting Villa become so powerful? I heard that 4 grandmasters went in this time, or even more. You said that all the grandmasters stayed inside. Doesn't that mean that Longting Villa is no different from a dragon's pool and a tiger's den? This joke is a bit too much. Previously, when Yu Zishan stayed in Longting Villa his own strength was the key, along with the formation. However, it was not that no Grandmaster had ever entered Longting Villa, so it was not as incredible as it was described. But now, for Grandmasters, including 20 to 30 covert power warriors, had entered the Longting Villa, and none of them had come out alive. This situation was unusual and unbelievable. The news that a Grandmaster had gone in was clear to everyone. Now that they had not shown themselves, it was shocking. As for the 4 Grandmasters escaping from other places, that was even more impossible, because this time, the people who were secretly following them had arranged people outside the entire Longting Manor. As long as they came out, they would be able to see everything clearly. It was a pity that no Grandmaster came out. What a good Lin Fei. His methods are amazing. He actually defeated 4 Master Stage Masters in one fell swoop. No, it should be 7 Master Stage Masters. The Yin Huang battle team's Taizhan held the news in his hands. He was more certain than anyone else of the veracity of this news. Rumor had it that there were 4 Grandmasters, but he knew that there were a total of 7 Grandmasters who had entered the Longting Villa this time. There were 4 Grandmasters at the main entrance, and 3 more Grandmasters had entered in secret. Taizhan knew that Lin Fei wanted to stir up trouble, but he didn't expect it to be this big. He had defeated 7 Grandmasters in one go, and now it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. The only one who came out alive should be Grandmaster Li San. Taizhan was now sure that Grandmaster Li San had definitely tricked everyone once. He probably negotiated with Lin Fei before he could come out of the Longting Villa. What a brilliant move. Director, what should we do now? Lin Ro asked. After all, these are 7 Grandmasters, and each of them has a great influence. If something really happens to them in the Longting Villa, our EC will really not have peace. Taizhan couldn't help but have a headache. This matter was indeed what he had been worried about. It was cool, but the follow-up was a big problem. If those people really died, it would be over. The death of 1 or 2 Grandmasters was already a headache, but if all of them died, that would be a real headache. If things got out of hand, EC's economy would be in trouble. Don't doubt the influence of those people. At that time, even the Yin Huang battle team headquarters would not be able to say anything. Wait a little longer. Taizhan said, I believe that Lin Fei is a person who knows what to do. If he really doesn't come out, I will go there myself. After everyone was shocked by the horror of the Longting Villa, those martial artists who originally had ideas about Lin Fei did not dare to have too many ideas for a while. Even the 4 Grandmasters had fallen into the trap. If it were them, wouldn't it be the same? They could not afford to offend him. Until noon, when everyone continued to stare at the Longting Villa, for Grandmasters came out. No, it should be 7 Grandmasters came out of the Longting Villa. As soon as these Grandmasters came out, it was unknown how many people were frightened. Everyone guessed that there would be 5 or 6 Grandmasters, but they did not expect there to be 7. Every Grandmaster was a great master on the Grandmaster list and was famous in a region, but at this time, they all fell in the Longting Villa. The expressions of the 7 Grandmasters did not change much. They were as expressionless as usual. After they came out, there was immediately a car to pick them up. The forces that were following them also retreated one after another. For a moment, it was much quieter outside the Longting Villa. No one knew whether the 7 Grandmasters had killed Lin Fei or not, but the reputation of the Longting Villa had been completely spread this time. That night, before everyone could confirm whether Lin Fei was still there or not, Master Yuzishan of the Longting Villa released a piece of news. An auction would be held in 2 months. At that time, special treasures would be auctioned, which would be of great help to the improvement of martial artist strength. One was the spiritual water. The second was a magical elixir. As for what the elixir was, no one knew. The magical effects of the spiritual water had tempted countless martial artists. If it was before, everyone would definitely want to go in and fight for it. But this time, 7 Grandmasters had fallen inside, which made them realize one thing. If they wanted the spiritual water, they might really have to go to the auction. However, everyone was also smart people. They were all waiting to see what the 7 Grandmasters' attitude would be. However, after the 7 Grandmasters returned, they remained completely silent as if nothing had happened. This was thought-provoking. At the same time, everyone also saw Lin Fei. He had appeared in the villa, as per usual. At this point, everyone understood that the 7 grandmasters must have suffered a huge setback. They had probably paid a huge price to survive. But what was the price they had to pay? No one could figure it out. Of course, this incident also made countless people realize that although Lin Fei looked young, he was actually more terrifying than everyone thought. He was an existence that could not be offended. It seemed that it was too much to want to hunt him down. What other power could cause the 7 grandmasters to fail? At least in this Longting villa, no one dared to make a move. Boss, after this matter gets out, I guess those who want to make a move will completely lose their minds. Yu Zishan brewed a pot of tea for Lin Fei. Lin Fei picked up the teacup and said with a smile, "After all, grandmaster powerhouses have a lot of influence. 7 grandmasters have suffered a setback in my Longting villa. Compared to the auction in 2 months, everyone will think about it carefully. It might not be a good thing to keep this bounty up," Yu Zishan said. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Even the 7 grandmasters were not a match for him. I think the Dark Heaven is also a sensible person. Maybe they will make a new choice." Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 3987. The news on the Dark Heaven's bounty board quickly changed. The bounty on Lin Fei's head had disappeared without a trace after one night. It was taken off the shelves. No one knew why the Dark Heaven did this, but when they thought about the 7 grandmasters trapped in Longting Villa, everyone realized that this Lin Fei must have a powerful background, which was why the Dark Heaven took off the bounty. They did not want to offend him too much. Who knew if Lin Fei's backer would make a move on the Dark Heaven? As soon as the news of the Dark Heaven taking off the shelf spread, everyone looked at Lin Fei of Longting Villa in a different light. It was not easy to get the Dark Heaven to take off the bounty. It proved that the Dark Heaven was wary of Lin Fei. Invincible God, who was on the island in Guangdong Province, had smashed countless things that night. He had personally arranged for people and even offered the level-breaking elixir as a bounty on Lin Fei. He wanted Lin Fei dead for sure. Now that something like this had happened, how could Invincible God take it lying down? After smashing everything in the house, Invincible God was still in a state of rage. "Young master, I think there's another way to take care of Lin Fei. According to the news we found, Southeast Asia's #1 tame headmaster, Kai Shan, is already staying in Donghai Hotel. The enemy he's going to deal with this time might be Lin Fei." Invincible God hated Lin Fei more than anyone else now. His gaze turned venomous. "Are you sure Kai Shan wants to deal with Lin Fei?" The possibility is very high because one of Sai Shan's disciples seemed to have been injured by Lin Fei and his strength was crippled. This is the news we just received from the people we sent. Kai Shan should be here to deal with Lin Fei. However, he is yet to make a move. Invincible God naturally knew the abilities of Southeast Asia's #1 tame headmaster, Kai Shan. He was different from ordinary warriors because he had a terrifying tame head technique, which was extremely terrifying. I heard that Kai Shan has mastered the first tame head technique, which is mysterious and unpredictable. If I'm not mistaken, Kai Shan wants to use Lin Fei as a stepping stone and sword of fame, so that Southeast Asia's influence could directly surpass that of Huaxia's martial arts practitioners. After all, 7 grandmasters are no match for Lin Fei. After Kai Shan beheads Lin Fei, his influence will become even more terrifying. At that time, he will completely become the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. This Kai Shan is really scheming. Invincible God was a smart man as well. He quickly understood what Kai Shan was trying to do. If that's the case, I'll give Lin Fei another present. Even if he tries to hide, he won't be able to. Meanwhile, in a 5-star hotel in Donghai, the room Kai Shan was in was filled with darkness. At the same time, it was suffused with a dim light. If anyone were to see, they would definitely be shocked because there were venomous snakes appearing on Kai Shan's body. Each of these venomous snakes was very small, but there were so many of them that it was terrifying. "Lin Fei, no wonder you dare to injure my disciple. You actually managed to make the 7 grandmasters not seek revenge. I didn't waste my time waiting. Now is the time to strike." When the time comes, who would dare to underestimate the strength of Kai Shan, the first tame headmaster in Southeast Asia? Kai Shan's aged face revealed a cruel smile. It was more interesting to kill such an opponent. Kai Shan had already known about Longting Villa from the day he arrived. However, he did not make a move. He wanted to see if Lin Fei was worthy of him making a move. Now, it seemed that Lin Fei was indeed very worthy of him making a move. Kai Shan's trip to Huaxia this time was just to kill Lin Fei. He came to Donghai to show his strength. Tomorrow, I'll wipe out the martial arts practitioners in Donghai and show them my strength. Kai Shan smiled sinisterly and swallowed the venomous snake. Lin Fei was listening to Yu Zishan's report when he was having breakfast in the morning. He wasn't too surprised that the Dark Heavens had withdrawn the bounty on him. Any smart person would know that they would do so. After all, to him, there was nothing but mystery. No one knew who was behind him, especially since he had disappeared for 5 years. It was a mystery to everyone. Look, it's such a simple matter, and it's resolved just like that. Lin Fei laughed. Boss, it's just that some people are afraid of feeling uncomfortable. It was also Yu Zishan's first time seeing such a situation. He could not help but admire the boss's ability. Boss, how should we deal with this invincible god? Do you want us grandmasters to join forces and go to the Shun family to put some pressure on them? Lin Fei shook his head. It's useless even if you grandmasters join forces. After all, to be able to become one of the 3 big families in the south, their strength is not as simple as you think. I will take care of this matter myself. What you need to do is to guard Longting Villa for me. You don't need to worry about the matters outside. After breakfast, Lin Fei was about to go out for a walk when he received a call. This was a very unfamiliar number, but he still chose to pick it up. Young Master Lin, I'm Tai Zhan from the Yanhuang battle team. This is my private number. You can take it. Tai Zhan's deep voice came from the other side. What's the matter? We just received a piece of news that has spread in the Donghai martial arts circle. The number 1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan, is here. He wants to fight you. Young Master Lin, you have to be mentally prepared. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Kai Shan, the number 1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, was really here. He had almost forgotten about it. Who gave him the courage to fight me? Or is he planning to step on my head to climb up? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Young Master Lin is indeed Young Master Lin. You really hit the nail on the head. This Kai Shan is indeed planning to use you to climb up. Not long ago, he began to wipe out those martial arts schools in the Donghai martial arts circle. Kai Shan wants to defeat these martial arts schools and reach the peak of his influence before fighting you, the strongest in Longting Villa and also the strongest in Donghai. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Who gave me the title of the strongest in Donghai? I'm sorry, Young Master Lin. We haven't received any news for the time being. However, the news has spread in the martial arts circle. They think that you're the strongest in Donghai, and Kai Shan is the strongest in Southeast Asia. Strong against strong. Lin Fei was very smart and immediately understood the meaning behind it. Someone was flattering him. The effect of flattery was, of course, to force him to fight. O invincible God! O invincible God! Are you still unwilling to give up? You are really narrow-minded. Then don't blame me for giving you a gift. Do you really think that an immortal like me is so easy to trick? Chapter 3988. On the beach of the island. Invincible God was in a good mood again. With just one sentence, the entire Donghai was in an uproar. The news spread like poison in the martial arts circle. Every martial artist knew that the top fighter of Donghai was Lin Fei of Longting Villa. The top fighter of Donghai. A few simple words, but they carried a different meaning. There was no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Lin Fei, Lin Fei. So what if Dark Heaven doesn't kill you after putting a bounty on your head? Kai Shan, the top fighter of Southeast Asia, will definitely teach you a lesson. Also, with my news, no matter what you choose, you will have to fight Kai Shan. With Kai Shan's tame head technique, even a martial artist will not be able to handle him. I don't believe that you can even beat Kai Shan. Invincible God looked at the sea with his hands behind his back, a smug expression on his face. He thought that the gift was pretty good, and he believed that Lin Fei would definitely like it. All he had to do now was wait for the good news. After all, the longer a rumor lasted, the better it would be. By then, it would definitely elevate someone to the top, but it could also knock someone down from the top, causing them to fall to their deaths. Just as Invincible God was about to head back for a drink, with a plop, Invincible God fell head first onto the beach. Half of his head was in the water. Just then, the seawater came crashing over. Invincible God actually felt like he was suffocating. He could not even move his body. Invincible God could not move his body at all. He choked on a few mouthfuls of seawater. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my body? Invincible God came back to his senses and pushed himself up with both hands. His face, which was still bruised, swelled up again. I must have been too happy. Yes, that must be it. Invincible God found an excuse for himself, but he had only taken a few steps when he fell to the ground again with a plop. This time he was not so lucky. There was a rock on the ground, and his face smashed into it. The excruciating pain made Invincible God howl in pain. What was even more unimaginable for Invincible God was that he could not even dodge it. He could only watch helplessly as he crashed into the rock. That intense pain instantly stimulated his entire body. Blood flowed down his entire face, and it became hideous and twisted. "Young master, are you all right?" Immediately, a subordinate came up to help Invincible God up. Invincible God's face was covered in blood. He pushed the man away with his hand in a domineering manner. "What's going on? I was walking fine just now. How did I fall?" Invincible God grinned and looked him up and down. "I was fine, but I fell on a rock while walking. If this was a sharp rock, wouldn't I be dead? What a ridiculous thing to do." Invincible God took a deep breath. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. He walked forward again, but this time, he was very careful. There were no stones on the road, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, under such circumstances, Invincible God fell again. At the same time he fell, Shio! A harpoon flew over from afar. This harpoon was fast and urgent. It drew an arc and pierced into Invincible God's body. Invincible God was pinned to the ground instantly. That be asterisk star dared to attack me with a harpoon. Invincible God's mind went blank. His entire face was twisted. Not only did he fall, but he was also pierced by the harpoon. What was going on? Invincible God didn't even have time to react. It was as if he had become a target. This feeling was too terrifying. Invincible God had never encountered something like this before. After the harpoon flew over, one of his subordinates ran over in a hurry. He was trembling and his face was pale. "Young master, I'm sorry. I was practicing fishing just now. I don't know what happened, but the harpoon flew out. I really didn't know that it would pierce into you." Invincible God's expression changed as he roared, "Scram! Scram as far as you can." He thought that this was the end of it. However, this was just the beginning. Invincible God was sent to the island villa with much difficulty. However, the door fell and he was smashed to the ground, bleeding profusely. Then, the chandelier in the house fell as well. He looked at his phone. It had exploded as well. It could be said that Invincible God had been on the brink of death time and time again throughout the day. The commotion was getting bigger and bigger, causing Invincible God to be on the verge of breaking down. Invincible God had never encountered something like this before. "Father, help!" In the woods of Longting Manor, Lin Fei sipped his tea slowly. The corner of his lips curled up as he cut off the connection. "Invincible God, this is just the beginning. My bad luck talisman isn't that easy to deal with. If I don't let you experience what it's like to walk on the brink of death, I wouldn't be an immortal." Invincible God's bad luck was clearly seen by Lin Fei through a special method. Invincible God gave Lin Fei a gift, and Lin Fei did the same. When Invincible God came looking for him, Lin Fei secretly planted a talisman on Invincible God. This talisman was drawn in the air and was untraceable. Only Lin Fei could do something like this. Someone like Invincible God didn't even notice and was quietly planted with the talisman. Initially, Lin Fei didn't plan to use it, but Invincible God was asking for it. Lin Fei decided to grant Invincible God his wish. Once the bad luck talisman was used, bad luck would worsen, and it would get worse by the day. In the end, one would be killed by bad luck. Of course, this was under extremely bad circumstances. Invincible God might be able to survive, but he definitely wouldn't end up well. At the very least, he would be bedridden for a year or two. To Lin Fei, killing Invincible God would be too easy on him. Torturing him was the way to go and let him live in endless fear. The bad luck talisman would teach Invincible God to be a good person. Boss, that Kaishan has already started taking action in the East China Sea. I just received news that he has consecutively challenged 2 dojos. His actions are very vicious. Now, everyone's expression has changed. Yu Zishan walked over. Kaishan is quite a schemer. He's planning to raise his essence, qi, and spirit to the peak before fighting me. That's a good move. But in China's territory, it seems like a Southeast Asian tame headmaster has the chance to show off. Lin Fei laughed. Yu Zishan said, "Boss, I can actually do it. Although he's good at tame head techniques, if I attack secretly, I can definitely make him suffer and scram out of the East China Sea." There's no need for that. Lin Fei laughed. Invincible God wants me to be the strongest in the East China Sea, right? Then I'll be the strongest justifiably. It'll save me a lot of trouble. I'll just let Kaishan do it. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't think much of Kaishan. Even if it was tame head technique, in his eyes, it was just a crooked way of doing things. It wasn't considered a power at all. It would be a pity not to accept Invincible God's gift. It would save him a lot of trouble in the future if he attacked this time. After all, the strongest in the East China Sea still had a certain level of deterrence. Chapter 3989. In a well-known martial arts club in Donghai, there was dead silence at this time. Your martial arts club is just SOSO. I'm so disappointed. Kaishan shook his head, turned around, and walked out. When he reached the main entrance, he turned around and smashed the signboard with his palm. The broken pieces of the signboard rained down from the sky, and he swaggered out. From the beginning to the end, no one dared to stop the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kaishan. Everyone underestimated Kaishan's strength. In everyone's impression, Kaishan's most powerful means should be tame head, but Kaishan was different. Not only did he master powerful tame head, but he also mastered extremely powerful Muay Thai. Coupled with his guru physique, when he performed Muay Thai, it was fierce and vicious, and almost no one dared to face it head-on. This was the #3 martial arts club that had been wiped out by him. Kaishan, the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, has really gone too far. We must find someone, otherwise all the martial arts clubs in Donghai will not be able to withstand Kaishan's attack. The club master, who was being helped up, had a gloomy expression. This matter must be reported to our martial alliance in Donghai immediately. Yes, we must tell the martial alliance and ask them to come up with a solution. Otherwise, the martial arts circle in Donghai will probably be swept away this time. At the mention of the martial alliance, everyone showed a glimmer of hope and expectation. After Kaishan came out of the martial arts club, he got into a Mercedes-Benz. Let's move on to the next martial arts club. The martial arts clubs in Donghai are not very powerful. This time, I will definitely wipe them all out. Also, arrange for someone to keep an eye on Lin Fei from Longting Villa and see what he does. Kaishan had already regarded Lin Fei from Longting Villa as a potential opponent. As for the news about the #1 expert in Donghai that had spread in the martial arts circle, Kaishan smiled faintly. It was obvious that someone had deliberately raised Lin Fei's profile, which was of course what Kaishan wanted to see the most. After all, 6 or 7 guru experts have been defeated by Longting Villa. Lin Fei must have a certain level of personal strength and was barely worthy of the title of the #1 expert in Donghai. Therefore, Kaishan preferred to defeat Lin Fei. At that time, as the #1 expert in Southeast Asia, Chai San's influence would definitely increase greatly. Kaishan really had to thank those people who had acted in the dark. It just happened to prove that the Chinese loved infighting, and the advantage of infighting was that outsiders could take advantage of it. Bureau Chief, this Southeast Asia's #1 black tame headmaster, Kaishan, is really terrifying. His Muay Thai is deadly. If he didn't fight in Donghai, he might lose his life. If it were anywhere else, these martial artists would have been killed. Behind a Mercedes-Benz was an ordinary Regal. Iron War, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had a dark expression. Hearing Lin Ro's words, he frowned. This Kaishan is indeed powerful. I have underestimated him. Looks like his goal this time is very clear. Director, I think it's better for us to talk to Kaishan in person. If we let him continue to cause trouble, I'm afraid our entire Eastern martial arts circle will look bad. Lin Ro suggested. If it was an ordinary person, Iron War would have already arrested him or chased him out. However, Kaishan, the #1 black tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, had a great influence in Southeast Asia, and his identity was clean. If there was no reason, even Iron War would be embarrassed to do anything to such a person. Challenging a martial arts club was a very normal thing. For the time being, let's keep an eye on him. Oh yeah, is there any reaction from Lin Fei? Iron War asked. He mentioned the news to Lin Fei because he wanted to see what Lin Fei was going to do. Lin Ro shook her head. There's no news for the time being. Our people only saw him in the villa, and he seemed to be very relaxed. Iron War was also impressed by Lin Fei. If an ordinary person heard such news, they would definitely be restless. After all, this was a big matter in the martial arts circle. The title of the #1 expert in Donghai was not as simple as it sounded. Director, this Lin Fei's background is mysterious. Do you think he really has the strength of the #1 expert in Donghai? The news is getting more and more intense. I'm afraid that once that person returns, he will inevitably fight with Lin Fei, Lin Ro said in a low voice. With that person's temper, I'm afraid that once he finds out about this, he will definitely find trouble with Lin Fei. Hearing this, Iron War could not help but have a headache. One must know that there were several experts in Donghai, and the strongest among them was that boorish man who was known as the #1 expert in Donghai. Now that Lin Fei had emerged and the news was getting more and more intense, it was obvious that he wanted to replace that boorish man. Iron War was very clear about that boorish man's temper. It was definitely a bad temper, similar to a stone in a latrine pit. Such a boorish man, if not for the fact that he had not been in Donghai recently, might have already gone to find Lin Fei to learn from each other. This matter is indeed troublesome. Our Donghai has been peaceful for so long, but it seems that with the arrival of Lin Fei, all kinds of disturbances have arisen. Iron War did not know whether to laugh or cry. The appearance of such a mysterious guy in Donghai had indeed brought great trouble to Iron War, especially in the auction in 2 months. He had never thought that Lin Fei would take out the spiritual water and even the elixir to auction. When hearing the news, Iron War's first thought was whether that Lin Fei was planning to take out the upgrade elixir to auction. If he really did auction it, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Iron War felt that he was about to lose control of this matter. Right now, one thing followed another. The only thing he could be thankful for was that the relationship between the Yin Huang battle team and Lin Fei was still all right for the time being. At least the Yin Huang battle team had 10 more Dark Jing experts, and that was enough. Now we can only take it one step at a time. What the hell is this? In the next few days, Southeast Asia's #1 sorcerer, Guishan, kept looking for dojos to challenge. The strength of the challenge dojos became stronger and stronger. 5 days ago, it defeated the 7th-ranked dojo. 3 days ago, it defeated the 3rd-ranked dojo. Today, even a #1 dojo was successfully defeated by Kaishan. Everyone knew that the next target of Kaishan, the #1 black tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, might be Lin Fei. At the Longting Mountain Villa, several warriors came to visit. They were from the Donghai Martial Alliance. The strength of the Martial Alliance was only inferior to that of the Yin Huang battle team. It was a private organization with great influence. This time, they came to visit Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa, hoping that Lin Fei would deal with Kaishan. They could not let him continue to sweep them. In the end, Yu Zishan sent them away with a sentence. Our boss will not see anyone. This made the Martial Alliance very angry. At this time, Lin Fei appeared in a design company because his amethyst design was completed. Chapter 3990. The purple jade was not that important to Lin Fei. However, he was quite interested in Su Mei. After all, such a physique was really rare. When Yu Zishan came over to report that the purple jade necklace was designed, Lin Fei was prepared to come over personally and meet Su Mei. He had some thoughts that he wanted to tell Su Mei. Su Mei's workplace was located in an inconspicuous bungalow in Jiangdong district. If it was not for the location, Lin Fei would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. This was because it was a very antique building. At a glance, Lin Fei could tell that it should be a building from the era of the Republic of China. There were not many such buildings in Jiangdong district. Young Master Lin, why are you here personally? Su Mei had been waiting for the other party. When she saw that it was Lin Fei who came in, she could not help but be shocked. Ever since the incident at the manor, Su Mei had saved a lot of trouble because those people did not dare to talk to her anymore. Su Mei knew that it was Lin Fei's effect. This time, she only informed Master Yu. She did not expect Lin Fei to come personally. This caused Su Mei to be at a loss. After seeing Lin Fei's mysteriousness, Su Mei naturally had a trace of fear towards Lin Fei. After all, the two of them were not on the same level. Therefore, Su Mei would rather inform Master Yu than Lin Fei. When Lin Fei stood there, Su Mei felt that she had met a demon king. Her voice was a little shaky. Lin Fei joked, "Little Su, am I that scary? Since when did I become a man-eating tiger?" Su Mei burst into laughter and could not help but say, "Young Master Lin, you're much scarier than a tiger." After saying that, Su Mei realized that she seemed to have said something wrong. She did not dare to look at Lin Fei again and lowered her head. Lin Fei felt that this situation was very normal. "Didn't you say that the purple jade has been designed? Can you take me to have a look? I can also appreciate your work." Lin Fei changed the topic. At the mention of this, Su Mei became spirited and her eyes lit up. "Young Master Lin, don't worry. The purple jade necklace I designed this time will definitely satisfy you." He walked into the building. Lin Fei sensed the antique atmosphere, and there were even many places that still retained the flavor of history. In addition to Su Mei, there were many other female workers in the house. All of them were well-educated and had an artistic aura. It was obvious that they were female designers. Su Mei led Lin Fei into a room. The room was not big, and there were various tools and blueprints on the table. Su Mei carefully opened a safe and took out a purple jade necklace. The purple jade necklace that had been polished was very bright at first glance. The whole necklace was in the shape of a heart. It was decorated with countless crystals and diamonds, which were shining. With a simple match, the purple jade necklace instantly became high-end and full of aristocratic aura. Su Mei calmly introduced, "Young Master Lin, this purple jadeite uses your purple jadeite as the center, coupled with the corresponding carat crystals and diamonds. Finally, I named this purple jadeite necklace Heart Magic." Lin Fei listened to Su Mei's introduction and was very satisfied with the purple jade necklace. "I like the necklace you designed." Su Mei was actually uneasy. After all, it was the first time that she designed such a good purple jade necklace. To be honest, she was really afraid that Lin Fei would not be satisfied. When the purple jade was brought back, even the whole studio was shocked. It could be imagined how significant a piece of purple jade was. After hearing Lin Fei's praise, Su Mei heaved a sigh of relief. "Young Master Lin, thank you for giving me such an opportunity to design. Otherwise, I can't imagine having the opportunity to design such a purple jade." Su Mei was grateful again and again. Lin Fei laughed. "Do you know why I gave a purple jade to you? If you guess correctly, there will be a prize." Lin Fei said mischievously, which was rare. Su Mei was nervous for a moment. From the time she left, she knew that Lin Fei gave the purple jade to her, certainly not because of her design ability. But now hearing this again, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that young Master Lin has taken a fancy to me? Should I refuse? Or not refuse? This is a very confusing thing. Apart from appearance, Su Mei really couldn't think of anything. For a moment, She didn't know how to answer. Little Sue, are you there? There's a great thing. You will be happy to hear it. A voice came from the corridor outside. Then a tall young man rushed in. This tall figure was a strong man with a ponytail. His whole body exuded a fashionable aura. To put in layman's terms, he was very fashionable. Not only did he tie his ponytail, but he also wore ear studs and had light makeup on his face. Both inside and outside, he exuded a very feminine aura. Who are you? Why are you standing here? The tall man was stunned. When he came in, he saw Sume talking to a strange man and the purple jade, so he couldn't help but ask. When Sume heard this, she felt terrible. She knew that young Master Lin was someone that even Master Yu had to serve. He couldn't be easily offended. Brotherly, what are you talking about? This is my customer. Li Qi was the tall and fashionable man. When he heard this, he couldn't help but look at the strange man from head to toe. This kind of situation often happened here, so Li Qi didn't take it seriously. He just glanced at it lightly and didn't pay attention to it anymore. Little Sue, why did you take out the purple jade necklace and let an outsider see it? If the news gets out, you and I can't afford to make any mistakes. Li Qi turned around and said to Lin Fei, I have something to discuss with little Sue. If it's not urgent, please take a seat outside for a while. Li Qi was the second shareholder of the company. At the same time, he was also a designer. Speaking in his own territory, he was very confident. Moreover, the person in front of him was dressed in ordinary clothes, and there was nothing special about him. Li Qi also categorized him as an ordinary person. He probably found Su Mei through some means, and this kind of thing wasn't rare for Li Qi. Lin Fei found it funny. This guy with a sissy accent? Is he so blind that he can't even see this? Little Sue, since you have something to discuss, let's talk next time. Leave the purple jade necklace to me. When Li Qi heard this, he suddenly jumped up. No, this purple jade necklace can't be taken away just because you said so. Who do you think you are? Chapter 3991. This time, Li Qi had come for this jade necklace. At the same time, he planned to discuss it with Su Mei. He believed that Su Mei would agree after hearing the news. Even the owner of the purple jade would have to think twice after knowing it. Seeing Su Mei's action, Li Qi couldn't calm down and shouted. Lin Fei smiled. Is this purple jade necklace yours? You're quite arrogant to not let me take it away. Su Mei hurriedly explained. Child Lin, you misunderstood. Brotherly doesn't know. Please don't be angry. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't be angry with such a person. After all, in his eyes, such a person was just a nobody. As long as he didn't get in his way, it would be the same as not seeing him. Hearing Su Mei's words, Li Qi was unhappy. He knew that the purple jade was brought back, and he envied Su Mei for getting such a big deal. Such a big purple jade was very rare. Their studio hadn't gotten such a purple jade for a long time. During this period, he gave a lot of suggestions. If it was usual, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this time was different. Little Sue, I'm telling you, someone wants to buy this purple jade necklace. I want you to contact the owner and have a good talk with him. He likes this purple jade necklace very much and is willing to pay a high price for it. Li Qi hastily said. Su Mei's face darkened. This jade necklace belonged to Lin Fei, not her. How could Li Qi say such a thing? Brotherly, how can you say that? This purple jade necklace belongs to someone else, not me. When Su Mei brought it back, she didn't say that the purple jade would come to Longting Manor. After all, Longting Manor was a special existence in Donghai. Su Mei didn't want to scare people. When she went to Longting Manor, she was also shocked. Li Qi turned to Lin Fei and said coldly, I think you should be rich, but this purple jade necklace is not something you can get just because you want it. You should know that such a purple jade necklace must be worn by the most distinguished person. Do you know who wants this purple jade necklace this time? You definitely didn't expect it. That's someone you can't afford to offend. Lin Fei smiled happily. Someone actually touched his purple jade necklace. Fortunately, he came. Otherwise, with this person's character, he might really take the necklace by force. Lin Fei still had this little bit of eyesight. He was still very accurate in judging people. Who is it? I really want to know. Tell me. Lin Fei gave Su Mei a look. Su Mei originally wanted to say, but she simply shut up Sume could only pray for Li Qi in her heart. Please don't anger young Master Lin. Otherwise, it would be big trouble. Master Yu alone was enough to make them work hard. Li Qi also wanted Sume to know that this time, the person who wanted this purple jade necklace was not an ordinary person, but a real dignitary of Donghai. He showed off and said, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you. The person who wants this purple jade necklace is Donghai's Lai family. I think you definitely haven't heard of the Lai family. The Lai family is a low-key family in Donghai, but in the whole Donghai, no one dares to offend them. When they see them, they have to be polite. This time, the person who came to our studio is the Lai family's third young master, Lai Xian. He wants this purple jade necklace as a gift for his woman, and he even offered a high price of 150 million yuan. Li Qi was very excited. Sume, think about it. It's a purple jade necklace worth 150 million yuan. As long as this purple jade necklace is worn by Lai Xian's woman, and he helps to promote it a little, you can successfully become a top designer. This influence. Li Qi was ecstatic when he finished speaking. When he saw Lai Xian bring a woman in, Li Qi knew that his opportunity had come. This was an opportunity that everyone wanted to get. And all he needed to do was to contact Sume and let her contact the owner of the purple jade necklace. He believed that the owner of the purple jade necklace would definitely choose to agree after knowing about Lai Xian's existence. After all, not everyone could offend the Lai family. Even the Bai family and the Li family did not dare to offend them. Brotherly, the purple jade necklace belongs to someone else. How can you do this? Sume was also panicking. This purple jade necklace belonged to Lin Fei, and Lin Fei was standing right in front of her. This kind of thing made Sume feel very awkward. Li Qi was also panicking. Li Qi was getting anxious as well. We didn't say that we would agree on his behalf. We just wanted you to help contact that master. I believe that he will definitely agree. You should know that Lai Xian is sitting outside right now. Hurry up and give that master a call. If you're too embarrassed to say it, then I'll do it for him. I believe that the other party is a reasonable person. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Little Sue, it seems that your studio's confidentiality measures are not very good. How can an outsider know about the purple jade necklace? If I didn't come today, who knows when this purple jade necklace would have been exchanged? Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Little Sue, it seems that the security measures of your studio are not very good. Young Master Lin must be angry. What should we do now? Sume was also panicking. Lin Fan was standing right in front of her, and she had to hear such words. No one would have a good temper, especially young Master Lin, who was a person with a powerful background. Even Master Yu Zishan had to listen to him. Li Qi thought that Lin Fan was afraid, but it seemed that he was not afraid at all. Hence, he glared at Lin Fei fiercely. Kid, you're so arrogant. Don't tell me that this purple jade necklace is yours. You should have heard what you shouldn't have. You can leave now. We don't welcome you. Li Qi planned to chase him away this time. He wanted to have a good conversation with Sume now. He believed that Sume would definitely listen to him. If he hadn't seen that Sume was beautiful and invited her to the studio, he wouldn't even know where she would be now. Sume bowed to Lin Fei and said, Young Master Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that the news would spread. I'll return this purple jade necklace to you now. Sume said as she handed the purple jade necklace to Lin Fei. Li Qi was confused when he heard that. He subconsciously reached out to take the jade necklace back. Sume, what's wrong with you? Did you get cheated? Li Qi subconsciously didn't think that this person was the owner of the purple jade necklace, because he was too ordinary. Li Qi, can you stop fooling around? This purple jade necklace belongs to young Master Lin. He's the owner of this purple jade necklace. I advise you to apologize to young Master Lin, Sume said coldly. Li Qi's hand stopped in midair. He's the owner of the purple jade necklace? I'm the devil of the universe. He reached out to snatch the purple jade necklace. How dare you touch my things? Lin Fei snorted coldly and casually slapped Li Qi's face. Li Qi spun countless times and was thrown to the corridor outside the door. Chapter 3992. Lin Fei sent Li Qi flying with a single slap. Li Qi was stunned. He had actually been hit in his own territory. He crawled up and roared, You dare to hit me? You're dead. Although Li Qi wasn't a disciple of any family, he was still a prideful person. Moreover, he had come on behalf of Lai Xian, and now he had actually been hit. You're dead. You're dead. I'll make you kneel down and sing Conquer right now. Li Qi continued to roar. Security, come here. Security, get your asses over here right now. A few security guards ran over from the end of the corridor. They were all tall and burly, and they all had some foundation as they walked. Clearly, they all had a certain level of strength. When they saw Li Qi's sorry state, they immediately ran over. Young Master Qi, who has the guts to hit you? I'll arrest him right now. One of the burly men waved the rubber bat in his hand fiercely. It's this be Astra's start. Arrest him right now. He dares to steal from our studio. He has to be arrested. Li Qi twisted the truth the moment he opened his mouth, calling Lin Fei a thief. When Su Mei heard this, she became anxious. Li Qi, you're talking nonsense. He's not a thief. He's my client. Who told you to say that? Su Mei was extremely angry at this moment. She had never imagined that Li Qi, who she had a good impression of, would actually be such a person. It was clearly him who was in the wrong first, but in the end, he turned the truth upside down. Li Qi laughed coldly. If I say it's a thief, then it's a thief. Arrest him right now. If he dares to resist, break both his arms and legs. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. At this moment, Li Qi's face was filled with anger. As for whether the purple jade belonged to this person, Li Qi didn't think too much about it. In any case, he had to take care of this guy today. In all his life, no one had ever dared to hit him like this. Furthermore, it was a slap to his face. That was something Li Qi couldn't swallow. If he didn't ruthlessly take care of this fellow, he felt like he wouldn't be able to sleep well for the next month. Just thinking about it made him furious. Look at your sissy face. Sure enough, you do things differently. The moment you open your mouth, you speak ill of me. If I were an ordinary person, wouldn't I be completely dominated by you? Lin Fei moved his hand and put away the purple jade necklace. He had learned a lot. If young Master Qi says you're a thief, then you're a thief. A fierce security guard coldly snorted and rushed over. You dare to hit our young Master Qi. You really have a lot of guts. The rubber stick left a shadow behind as it smashed towards Lin Fei's head. This strike was fast and ruthless. It was obvious that this guy had done this kind of thing many times. Lin Fei raised his leg and kicked the security guard away. Of course, he also hit Li Qi's body. With a plop, the two of them directly flipped more than 10 meters away. The former security guard was directly lying on the ground, unable to move, while the latter's ribs were broken on the spot. He could only lie on the ground like a dog. After the remaining 3 security guards looked at each other, they roared, "You still dare to make a move? Kneel down." The 3 security guards directly attacked. Bang! 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 Lin Fei once again raised his leg and kicked the 3 of them away. They directly hit the sturdy security guard and Li Qi. The 2 of them directly saw stars and could only gasp for breath. Young Master Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Su Mei came up to explain. Lin Fei shook his head and said with a smile, It's not your fault. I believe that someone just wants to curry favor with someone. Even if he didn't meet me, he would still appear. I believe that it's not the first time that he has done this kind of thing. Su Mei now also had a very bad impression of Li Qi. She subconsciously nodded. It seems like it. In the past, there have been several incidents in our studio. At that time, I naively thought that our studio did not do anything, but some people were just lucky enough to encounter it. Now it seems that it is not the case. Maybe Li Qi did it on his own. Li Qi struggled to get up. Every time he breathed, he felt a burst of pain in his ribs. Young Master Lin, you dare to hit me. Then you wait for me. If I don't deal with you today, I am not Li Qi. Li Qi threw down a sentence and ran towards the corridor in a sorry state. Li Qi was also a smart person. He also knew that he could not take advantage of the other party, so he planned to find someone else. Since you have already said so, if I don't give you a chance, wouldn't it be too disrespectful? I will wait here and see who you can find. Lin Fei was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of trash. If it was not for Su Mei, he would not have come here at all. After waiting for Li Qi to run away, Lin Fei looked at Su Mei and said, Have you decided to work here? If nothing unexpected happens, With that guy's character, if he can't get any benefits from me, he might take revenge on you. Sume was also thoroughly disappointed with this place. Thank you for your concern, young Master Lin. I'm already disappointed with this place. I will resign. I don't want to work here anymore. Donghai is so big. I believe that it is possible to find a place to design. In fact, without Lin Fei's words, Sume would have already decided to change to another place. She could also see that Li Qi's character was not as good as she had imagined. Originally, her good impression was completely destroyed because of this matter. Lin Fei said, I don't know if you're interested in changing to another job. I think you'll like it. What job? Sume asked curiously. She had a feeling that young Master Lin wasn't here for Amethyst, but for her. Are you interested in being my disciple? Disciple? Sume was completely shocked. She was unable to recover from her shock for a while. What disciple? Lin Fei's trip here was actually to accept Su Mei as his disciple. With a physique like Su Mei's, he had a lot of cultivation techniques in his mind that could be cultivated. When the time comes, with his resources, he would be able to display his physique perfectly. In the future, he would be able to reach an extremely high realm. Lin Fei rarely accepted disciples, but Su Mei could be considered an exception. This was because the other party's physique was very rare. It was the 10,000-year body, and this kind of physique was most suitable for cultivating special cultivation techniques. Lin Fei believed in fate. Since Su Mei was able to come to Longting Villa and met him, then this was a cause and effect relationship. Lin Fei did not mind accepting a disciple in Huaxia. Young Master Lai, it's this guy. I talked to him in every possible way, but he actually snatched the amethyst necklace and insisted that it was his own. This is clearly making things difficult for young Master Lai. At this time, another group of people came from the end of the corridor. The leader was a fashionable young man with a flirtatious woman by his side. Beside him, Li Qi, who was like a lackey, was adding oil to the fire. Is it you who snatched my amethyst necklace? The fashionable young man raised his head and looked over. Do you know what will happen to you if you snatch something from my Lai family? Chapter 3993. As the third son of the Lai family, Lai Xian was indeed very domineering. His entire being was like a ferocious tiger. Once he was angry, he would instantly cause a huge impact. Compared to his previous fashionable appearance, this was a drastic change. Once Lai Xian had decided on something, no one could change his mind. In the martial arts circle of the East Sea, he was once again called a little tiger. Although Lai Xian had a bad temper and a fiery temper, he was also good at observing people. After seeing the other party, Lai Xian quickly sized him up. He did not recognize this person, and he even seemed very ordinary. Furthermore, he did not have the aura of a martial artist on him, which meant that he was just an ordinary person. At most, he was just a bit rich. This was a common sight. In Lai Xian's eyes, no matter how rich one was, he would not be able to do anything in front of a martial artist. Since it was just an ordinary person with money, Lai Xian did not hold back. He released his aura and was like a ferocious little tiger waiting for an opportunity, ready to tear the other party's neck apart with his sharp claws. Unfortunately, this time, he was facing Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled faintly. I know that the Lai family is the strongest family in the East Sea. They keep a low profile in the East Sea and no one dares to disrespect them. However, no matter how powerful the Lai family is, do I need to give you face? Everyone's expressions changed. This guy is dead for sure. How dare he speak to the third young master like this? Does he not know how powerful the Lai family is? Li Qi wanted to clap and cheer. Where did this arrogant kid come from? Li Qi knew that the more this Lin Fei guy offended Lai Xian, the worse his fate would be. He had seen many people offending Lai Xian, and the consequences were severe. Even their families were affected. Young Master Lai, there is still someone who dares to disrespect the Lai family. I think that people like this need to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they will really think that Lai family is nothing. The flirtatious woman beside him added insult to injury, her eyes filled with disdain. Lai Xian had only come here because he was interested in the purple jade necklace. He did not expect to meet such an arrogant guy. From his words, it seemed like the Lai family was not worth a penny. So, you know about the Lai family? Since you know about the Lai family, you must know how powerful we are. I really don't know who gave you the guts to speak like this. Kneel right now." Boom! Lai Xian took a step forward, and the pressure from his body surged forth like a tidal wave. It was as if he was going to crush Lin Fei. This was a kind of application of power. Lai Xian's usage of it had reached the point of perfection. The moment this aura was unleashed, everyone other than himself felt an immense pressure. It was as if they had to obediently bow down and kneel before this pressure. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei instantly swept away the momentum. Su Mei, who was standing behind Lin Fei, also felt a sense of suffocation. However, she soon recovered and her eyes widened. Is this a martial artist? Don't think that Su Mei was a woman who knew nothing. In fact, she still knew some information. After all, if she could enter the Soaring Dragon Manor, she would more or less be able to find out some things that were not known to others. Moreover, as a designer, she also knew some information about cultivators. All in all, martial artists were very powerful. Just now, Su Mei felt as if she was being stared at by a tiger. All the pores on her body stood up. This feeling was really too scary. Su Mei knew that martial artists were very powerful, but she had never imagined that one's aura could reach such a level. As a man, as a martial artist, you actually use your aura to oppress others, especially girls. Don't you think that's very ungentlemanly? Lin Fei said. Lai Xian laughed out loud. In front of me, it's only gentlemanly for me to give it to you. If I don't give it to anyone, it's the same for women. However, you're quite powerful to actually be able to withstand my tiger's might. No wonder you dare to look down on our Lai family. Lin Fei said seriously. Actually, if you had apologized to Miss Su Mei just now, I might have looked at you in a different light. After all, using martial arts to bully ordinary people is not something that a strong person would do. Since you think that strength is a sign of gentlemanly behavior, then you better kneel before me. At the same time, I'll let you see what the true tiger's might is. Don't think that just because you have some superficial knowledge, you're the king of heaven. In my eyes, you're nothing. You think you're qualified to say such things to me? In the entire East Sea, even you Zishan of the Soaring Dragon Manor and the Grandmaster of the Carefree Manor have no right to say such things to me. What right do you have to say such things to me? Just because you know how to brag? Lai Xian laughed out loud. Lin Fei took a step forward. After this step, an invisible force instantly rushed out. In front of everyone's eyes, a huge, brightly colored tiger appeared. It looked ferocious, and with a single pounce, it pounced towards them. The tiger is here. This is too scary. As a martial artist, Lai Xian's hair stood on in the moment the tiger's might appeared. His entire person was filled with shock. It was as if a tiger had really appeared in front of him. It had a bloodthirsty aura that made one's hair stand on end. Tiger's might. You know tigers might as well. How is this possible? How old are you? As the tiger's might roared, Lai Xian knelt on the ground with a thud. I won't kneel. Lai Xian struggled, but the pressure was like a mountain pressing down on him, rendering him unable to move. Even the ground started to crack. The flirtatious woman beside him collapsed to the ground, and a stench of urine permeated the air. As for the remaining few, they were all in the same state. They no longer had the high spirits they had earlier. All of them knelt on the ground, their faces pale and cold sweat dripping down. Their bodies were still trembling. Is this what a martial artist is capable of? Su Mei asked timidly, standing behind them, even though she had not seen what the tigers might look like. However, the image of a huge, brightly colored tiger appeared in Su Mei's mind. It was infinitely huge, and with just a light pounce, it seemed to have locked onto everyone. It was a strange feeling. Compared to the tiger's might from before, the difference in strength was immediately apparent. Yes, this is one of the ways that a martial artist uses his might. Are you interested now? Lin Fei said with a smile. Actually, for someone like Lai Xian, he could just poke the ground with a single finger, rendering him immobile. However, Lin Fei did not do that. He wanted to show Su Mei what a martial artist was capable of. Fortunately, Su Mei was just as he had imagined. She was interested in this. Lin Fei smiled as well. Young Master Lin, I'm willing to be your disciple. Su Mei said seriously. She felt that a whole new world had opened up to her. Chapter 3994. Everyone who had been kneeling on the ground, especially Lai Xian, felt like vomiting blood when they heard this. You caused such a huge commotion just to make Su Mei your disciple. Do you have to be such a bully? I'm a member of the Lai family after all. Let go of me. Do you really intend to offend the Lai family? Lai Xian struggled and roared, but was unable to stand. The murderous intent in his eyes was intense, and he wanted nothing more than to cut the person before him into pieces. In the East Sea, Lai Xian was also a grandmaster. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying person. He did not even have the strength to struggle and could only kneel there. This was a huge blow to his pride. I've already said, what's so great about the Lai family? I can't stand people like you the most, bullying an ordinary person with your strength. I know you're not convinced, so I'll give you a chance now. Isn't your Lai family very powerful? Then let the experts of the Lai family pass. I'll take care of as many as you come. That should be to your liking, right? With a thought from Lin Fei, Lai Xian felt like he had regained some of his freedom and was no longer as oppressive as before. He said fiercely, "All right, just you wait. If I don't find someone to take care of you, I'm not Lai Xian." Without another word, Lai Xian took out his phone and made a call. "Third uncle, I'm being bullied. Call the experts over immediately." He then left his specific location. As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Xian was once again crushed by the pressure. With a thud, he knelt on the ground once more. Instantly, the ground cracked, creating many cracks. Lin Fei swaggered down and sat down. "My dear disciple, do you have tea? Brew a pot of tea for me." Su Mei had naturally heard of Lai Xian as well. Of course, she had only heard of him in legends. Now that she was kneeling in front of him like a stray dog, she was not used to it first. However, as time passed, she felt that it was only natural. What was so great about a man bullying a commoner like her? Yes, I'll brew a pot for Master right away." Su Mei went out to brew tea. Not long after, a pot of fragrant tea was brewed. "I didn't expect your tea brewing skills to be so good." Lin Fei looked at Su Mei's tea brewing skills and couldn't help but praise. Su Mei chuckled and said, "I learned it when I was free. I'm still far from those standard tea artists." Lin Fei smiled and said, "That's not bad. You have full control of the heat. It seems that I want to drink tea in the future. That's really a blessing." As for Lai Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, he had never felt such helplessness and pain before. He was a dignified grandmaster, yet he had to kneel on the ground just like that. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that there were no outsiders around, so he did not have to worry about news of what had happened spreading. Otherwise, he would have become a laughing stock in his circle. However, Lai Xian had already treated this fellow as an enemy in his heart. As long as someone from his family came, Lai Xian swore that he would break this fellow's limbs and torture him every day so that he would know the consequences of offending him. At this moment, Lai Xian had never hated anyone as much as he did, and this person was the only one. Outside the building, about half an hour later, 4 cars drove over. All of them were black Mercedes-Benz. The one in the lead was a black Maybach. A group of people got out of the Mercedes-Benz and opened the door for the Maybach. When the door opened, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache got out of the car. He was wearing a traditional Chinese suit, but his aura was very strong. He was the 3rd elder of the Lai family, Lai Wuqing. In the Lai family, he was considered one of the strongest. Just like his name, he was cold and ruthless. In the Lai family, he was in charge of the family rules. It could be said that in the entire Lai family, no one was afraid of the patriarch, but Lai Wuqing. All the disciples of the Lai family had suffered at the hands of Lai Wuqing many times. After suffering, they did not dare to speak loudly and admitted their mistakes honestly. Lai Wuqing raised his head and looked at the building. He frowned slightly and said, "Xiao Xian, why are you here? There shouldn't be any experts in a place like this." Lai Wuqing had been drinking tea at home. When he received his nephew's call, he rushed over immediately. After all, the Lai family was in the East Sea. Although they kept a low profile, it did not mean that they would be bullied. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to cause trouble for the Lai family. Now that someone had made a move on his nephew, It could be considered a provocation to the Lai family. Lai Wuqing was very satisfied with Xiao Xian. Be it his talent or his way of doing things, other than his bad temper, he was pretty good. In Lai Wuqing's opinion, as a martial artist, it would be abnormal if he did not have a temper. Which martial artist did not have a temper? Therefore, Lai Wuqing had come personally. He wanted to see which family dared to not give the Lai family face. All of you stand guard outside. Without my permission, no one is allowed to come in. Lai Wuqing coldly threw out these words and led the group of people in. After entering, Lai Wuqing did not need to take the initiative to find a way. Immediately, someone led him to the corridor upstairs. The moment Lai Wuqing walked into the corridor, he saw a group of people kneeling on the ground. There was also a faint smell of urine in the air. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Third uncle, you're finally here. This is the bastard. Hurry up and capture him. I'm going to skin him alive and tear out his tendons. I'm going to make him die a horrible death. Lai Xian roared ferociously as he glared at Lin Fei. In the Lai family, Lai Xian was a grandmaster. However, in front of his own third uncle, there was still a gap in strength. After all, the other party was a true veteran grandmaster, ranked in the top 50 of the grandmaster ranking. Lai Xian, who ranked in the 80s or 90s, could not compare to him. As soon as Lai Xian finished speaking, the pressure on his head increased significantly. His entire body lay on the ground like a dead dog. He was truly prostrating on the ground. This time, he could not even move. His entire face was stuck to the ground. Lin Fei walked over and stepped on Lai Xian's face. Say, if I step on your face, will the Lai family make trouble for me? Be Aster-starred, let go of me. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Lai Xian roared. The veins on his face bulged, making him look exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. However, no matter what he did, he was still heavily stepped on by Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his head and looked at Lai Wuqing. As a grandmaster of the Lai family, do you think I'm right? Lai Wuqing had originally thought that someone would dare to make a move against his nephew, especially in front of him. Wouldn't that be a slap to their faces? It would completely destroy the Lai family's reputation. Lai Wuqing's expression darkened, becoming frighteningly dark. Before he could speak, a warrior beside him said in a low voice, Third elder, this person seems to be that Lin Fei from the Longting Manor. It must be him. I remember correctly. Longting Manor, Lin Fei. A figure appeared in Lai Wuqing's mind in an instant. It continuously overlapped with the person in front of him, finally turning into a person. His expression changed drastically. Your Longting Manor's Lin Fei. Chapter 3995. Yes, I am Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled and continued to step on Lai Xian's face. If you want to make a move, do it now. I'm going home for tea. For some reason, Lai Xian, who was being stepped on, felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard this name somewhere before. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. How can I know you? I must be overthinking. Lin Fei's words immediately caused Lai Wuqing's expression to become unsettled. Young Master Lin, isn't it inappropriate for you to step on our Lai family's pride like this? Do you really think that the Lai family is afraid of you? Lai Wuqing had never expected to meet Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa here. Lai Wuqing was very sure that this person was the mysterious Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa. In the past few days, the hottest topic in the entire martial arts circle of the EC was Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa and the 7 Grandmasters. At the mention of the soaring Dragon Mountain Manor and Lin Fei, everyone could not help but feel terrified. After all, this mysterious person had not only made Yu Zishan submit to him, but he had also made the 7 sect masters not dare to say anything after they left. This kind of person was simply too terrifying. As a low-profile Lai family, they usually kept a low profile. However, they still paid attention to any movements in the entire EC and would be notified as soon as they appeared. The name Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa naturally could not escape Lai Wuqing's notice. If it was any other person, Lai Wuqing could deal with them easily. However, since it was Lin Fei, the situation was completely different. Third uncle, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take down this brat. Isn't he just a guy who knows some martial arts? What's there to be afraid of? Can he be more powerful than the Lai family? Lai Xian had already started shouting. He could not stand the humiliation of being stepped on. He wanted to see Lin Fei's misfortune more than anyone else, then attack and humiliate him. He wanted to torture him until he wished he was dead. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Shut up. Lai Wuqing suddenly snorted. This time, he was really disappointed in Lai Xian. Of all the people he could have offended, he just had to offend the most mysterious Lin Fei. This put Lai Wuqing in a difficult position. Lai Wuqing could not see a trace of a martial artist's aura from the other party, but he could feel the terrifying pressure from that time. If he had not guessed wrongly, his nephew must have been reduced to such a state by Lin Fei's coercion. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Fei could not even resist the coercion of a grandmaster. This was enough to easily prove one thing, and that was that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. Once Lai Wuqing fought with such a person, it would be very difficult for him to defeat the other party unless he went all out. Moreover, for someone of Lai Wuqing's status, he would usually not make a move unless he could figure out the other party's strength. However, this Lin Fei of the Longting Villa was indeed too mysterious. 7 grandmasters had been trapped inside. Although it was partly due to the formation, Lai Wuqing did not believe that the power of the Longting Villa's formation could not reach this level. Back then, the Lai family had probed the Longting Villa many times, so they naturally knew the power of the formation. It was definitely not this terrifying. 7 grandmasters. Did you think that all 7 grandmasters are fake? Third uncle actually shouted at me. How is this possible? Could it be that this Lin Fei is really someone with a powerful background? Lai Xian, who had been clamoring, felt his mind go blank. This was the first time his third uncle had shouted at him. All of a sudden, a figure flashed across his mind. Could it be that Lin Fei was that Lin Fei? Lai Xian's expression turned ugly. After all, he more or less knew who Lin Fei was. If it really was that Lin Fei, then they were really in trouble this time. Even with the Lai family's power, they would definitely be able to gain the upper hand. If things did not go well, the best outcome would be that they would have to suffer in silence. How could it be this guy? Lai Xian regretted coming to this place. Otherwise, he would not have met with such bad luck. Lin Fei looked at Lai Wuqing calmly. Your Lai family offended me and even tried to snatch something from me. You say that I did not step on him? Then where would I put my face? You should be thankful that I did not go too hard on him. Otherwise, your words would have been for naught. Your Lai family would have suffered a great loss. Speaking of which, you should thank me for showing mercy, don't you think? Lai Wuqing's hand trembled slightly before he retracted it in an instant. He had finally witnessed the tyranny of the Longting Villa's Lin Fei. The Lai family did not hesitate to step on him, but he had to admit that the words of the Longting Villa's Lin Fei made a lot of sense. Although his face had been stepped on, Lai Xian did not suffer many injuries. It was clear that the other party had shown mercy. Lai Wuqing also knew that the other party could not have lied. Perhaps Lai Xian had really done something to offend the other party's leader. Since young Master Lin has put it this way, then our Lai family must have done something wrong. We will take it that our Lai family has suffered a loss. As long as you let Lai Xian go, I will pretend that this never happened. What do you think, young Master Lin? Lai Wuqing did not want to make a move either. He had no chance of winning, especially in front of a guy who did not understand the situation. Letting Lai Xian go is not a problem. However, as a martial arts master, he actually used his aura to bully a girl. That would be embarrassing. Leave 10 million as compensation for mental damage, and we will let this matter go for now. What do you think? Lai Wuqing looked at the girl standing behind Lin Fei and knew what was going on. He replied, no problem. Since he did something wrong, he should pay the price. We will pay 10 million as compensation. Lai Wuqing immediately took out a checkbook and wrote 10 million on it. My good disciple, just accept this check. After all, a strong person bullying a weak girl like you is not something to be proud of. The 10 million check is just right for you to calm down, Lin Fei said casually. Sume was shocked. 10 million just like that. This had once again turned her world upside down. This caused Sume to be at a loss for what to do. It was too sudden. The moment Lai Wuqing heard the word disciple, he glared at Lai Xian. What AB asterisk starred? How did he offend Lin Fei's disciple again? He was just looking for trouble. Lin Fei was mysterious to begin with. Now that he had a disciple, it was no wonder that he had a bone to pick with the Lai family. Lai Xian felt wronged. This girl was not his disciple just a moment ago. It was not his fault either. Lai Xian hated Li Qi now. It was all his fault and the flirtatious girl beside him. Li Qi, who was kneeling on the ground, broke out in cold sweat. When that gaze swept past him, he knew that he was done for. Chapter 3996. In the Maybach, there was still a clear footprint on Lai Xian's face. This was not something that would disappear in a short period of time. Even though he had just beaten Li Qi up like a dead dog and had to be bettered for at least a year and a half, he still could not suppress the anger in his heart. Third uncle, do I really have no choice but to swallow this? This was a great humiliation for Lai Xian. As long as Lin Fei was still alive, he would never forget the humiliation he had brought him today. Lai Wuqing was expressionless as he looked at him coldly. Little Xian, how many times have I told you not to look for trouble? Why does our Lai family have to keep a low profile in the EC? It's because the world is big and there are many experts. Our Lai family is not the strongest. Even in the whole of Huaxia, our Lai family can only be considered a first-rate family. We can't even compare to the top families. Lai Xian's mouth fell open at his uncle's words. How would I know the guy was Lin Fei from Longting Villa? Moreover, I don't think he would come to a place like this. Lai Xian really wanted to curse. How could he have encountered something like this? He must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. I can't accept this, Lai Wuqing said. Lai Wuqing said, even if you don't want to, you can only endure it for me. It's not like you don't know how powerful that brat is. Think about it. All 8 grandmasters were trapped in the soaring dragon villa. I really can't imagine what those 8 grandmasters experienced. But I absolutely believe that they have experienced a terrible nightmare. Look at the 8 grandmasters. None of them dares to stand out and say anything until now. I also know that many people try to find out the secret of Longting Villa, but in the end, all of them kept their mouths shut. Not one of them said anything. The problem here is serious. But we are the Lai family. Lai Xian complained. If this gets out, what face will our Lai family have left? Lai Wuqing really hated his nephew for not living up to his expectations. You said it so clearly. Don't you know? Face is face, but now our Lai clan can't make a move. We can only wait and see. I heard that Longting Villa and the Shun clan, one of the 3 major clans in the south, have a conflict. Our Lai clan only needs to observe the situation. Moreover, your father's not in the Lai clan, so we'll wait for him to come back. The moment Lai Xian heard the word father, he deflated like a balloon. In the family, he was most afraid of his own father. He had suffered a lot since he was young. I'll listen to third uncle. Master, is being a martial artist all that impressive? Sume asked curiously on the path outside the building. Even now, Sume still felt like she was dreaming. She had actually acknowledged a master, and a very powerful one at that. However, this master seemed to be too young. They looked like a couple walking on the street, which made Sume feel weird. Lin Fei smiled and said, that depends on a martial artist. You only need to know that your master is very powerful. However, you're not my real disciple yet. In a few days, I will hold a disciple reception in the villa. At that time, you'll be my real disciple. Ah, you want to hold a disciple reception? Sume was shocked. Isn't this the same as in the television dramas? Lin Fei smiled and looked at Sume. You're my first disciple. How can you be unknown? Furthermore, from now on, you're also the eldest senior sister, so a disciple reception is still very necessary. You should go back and meditate for the next few days and settle some matters while you are at it. When the time comes, you can stay in a Longting Villa. Sume had thought that acknowledging a master was just a simple ceremony. She did not expect that there would be a disciple reception. Just thinking about it was a little unbelievable. However, when she thought about how Lai Xian did not even dare to breathe loudly in the end, Sume felt that it was reasonable. Yes, I will listen to Master, Sume said obediently. Lin Fei was also quite concerned about Sume, his eldest disciple. Therefore, he was prepared to hold a small disciple reception after the 8 grandmasters had arrived. After all, this was the first time he was accepting a disciple on Earth. Furthermore, it was a female disciple. A ceremony was still necessary. Lin Fei was not an old-fashioned person. There were still some rules that needed to be followed. He personally drove Su Mei back to the neighborhood. After leaving the neighborhood, he did not directly return to the Longting Villa. The villa had the Evil Sky Formation and the Wandering Mountain, so there was no need to worry too much. He drove to Xiao Lan's residence. After all, he had not been here for a few days. Lin Fei missed Xiao Lan a little. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Fei heard a burst of laughter coming from the living room. After closing the door and entering, Lin Fei saw Xiao Lan and another female friend talking and laughing. He had to admit that the best friend of a best friend was indeed very beautiful. "Hubby, why are you here?" Xiao Lan saw Lin Fei coming over and immediately got up and went into Lin Fei's arms. "To see you, of course," Lin Fei said with a smile. "Is this your best friend? Old classmate, do you really not recognize me?" This beautiful woman with a pair of black glasses stood up and said with a smile, "Old classmate." Lin Fei really did not have much of an impression of this old classmate. Xiao Lan giggled and said, "I told you, you've changed too much. A real girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. It would be strange if my hubby could recognize you." When he was in class, Lin Fei was the most unremarkable, so naturally, he was quite unfamiliar with his classmates. There were not many that he could remember, and after such a long time, he had almost forgotten all about them. Wait, let me think about it. If an immortal expert like Lin Fei really wanted to recognize someone, he would not forget. Therefore, it only took less than a minute for a blurry figure in his mind to overlap with the person in front of him. "You're the most inconspicuous girl in the class, Su Xiaowan." Lin Fei did not recognize this Su Xiaowan. After all, Su Xiaowan's appearance was the most ordinary kind, but this great beauty in front of him could instantly reach 80 points. "You really guessed it." Su Xiaowan reached out and said, "You're really amazing. There are really not many people in our class who can recognize me at a glance. You're also amazing. You've secretly won Xiao Lan's heart." Xiao Lan originally wanted to introduce her, but she did not expect her husband to recognize her at once. "Hubby, you're really amazing. Not everyone can recognize our Su Xiaowan. Many people at our last class reunion were dumbfounded. They thought she had walked into the wrong room. A lot of people laughed to death." Xiao Lan chuckled. "They are ordinary people, but they don't know who I am." Chapter 3997. In the office of the Yin Huang Battle Team's base, Taijan was looking through some information while drinking tea. The information was about Lin Fei. It was a pity that up until now, they had not found out what secrets there were in the Longting Villa. The progress was too slow. Although he suspected that it was because of the formation, Taijan did not dare to arrange for people to sneak into the Longting Mountain Villa. After all, the relationship between the two of them could be considered to be in a honeymoon state. If they recklessly barged in and destroyed their relationship, then it would not be worth it. He understood this principle. He put down a teacup and found the door open. "Xiaoro, why are you here again? Is Kaishan up to something again?" Kaishan was constantly challenging warriors in the EC. Taijan could not stop him, so he could only arrange for people to keep an eye on him. This was the first thing Lin Ro thought of when she entered. Right now, the only thing she could hope for was for Lin Fei to make a move, or that person from the Lai family to make a move. Lin Ro shook her head. "No, it's that Lin Fei that you asked me to pay special attention to." "Lin Fei? What's wrong with him?" Taijan could not help but feel a headache at the mention of Lin Fei's name. In Taijan's eyes, Lin Fei was a troublemaker and a very unstable factor. But he could not solve this factor with violence. Especially after this incident, Taijan did not dare to do it again. Moreover, Taijan did not want the auction in 2 months to be affected in any way. After all, Taijan had seen the effects of the upgrade pill. If he could get it, it would be a great boost to the overall strength of the Yin Huang battle team. So in Taijan's eyes, as long as Lin Fei did not cause too much of a ruckus, it would not be a problem. Just now, we received a piece of news that Lin Fei bumped into the low-profile Lai family again. He even trampled on the Lai family's pride, Lai Xian, to the ground. After that, Lai Wuqing came and paid 10 million as an apology. Other than that, we also received news that Lin Fei actually took in a disciple, and it was a female designer from the studio, Su Mei. Lin Ro reported unhurriedly. When Taijian heard the name Lin Fei, he subconsciously felt that things were not good. Can't this guy just calm down for a few days? Iron Battle finally heard the news he was most unwilling to hear. Lin Fei had actually gone against the Lai family. At first, Taijian had been worried that Lin Fei would run into the Lai clan. He had not expected them to run into each other so soon. Furthermore, Lin Fei had trampled the Lai clan's third young master, Lai Xian, into the ground. This was not giving the Lai clan any face at all. With the temper of that person from the Lai clan, once he returned and found out about this, it was likely that he would start a huge battle. Taijian heard another thing. You said that Lin Fei intends to take a disciple, and a female one at that. Yes, this female disciple is called Su Mei. She's a jewelry designer. Her identity is clean. Take a look. Lin Ro handed over a document that listed Su Mei's personal information. She's just an ordinary girl? How did she enter Lin Fei's eyes? Could there be something different about Su Mei? Taijian frowned as he read it. We are also full of questions. In any case, from the information we've gathered, this Su Mei is very ordinary. There's indeed nothing special about her. However, she was chosen by Lin Fei, and he wants to take her as his disciple. This is like reaching the heavens in a single step. Taijian looked through the information countless times, but he could not figure out anything. His mind was filled with question marks. All right, Chief, I also received another piece of news. I guarantee that Chief will be happy, Lin Ro said mysteriously. You're still keeping me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me what good news it is. If it's not good news, I'll punish you and send you on a long journey. Lin Ro stuck out her tongue. Chief, you definitely won't expect this. Just now, our Yin Huang battle team from the other provinces exchanged information. I saw a shocking piece of news. It said that Invincible God of the Shun clan, one of the three major clans in the south, seemed to have met with some misfortune and almost died. Right now, the entire Shun clan is in a mess. Many experts have been invited over to treat him, but in the end, there was no effect. Chief, do you think this matter has something to do with that Lin Fei? Lin Ro was now more and more impressed with Lin Fei. Based on a woman's intuition, she subconsciously felt that this matter was caused by Lin Fei. What? Something happened to Invincible God? What happened? Taijian stood up in shock. I heard that he's plagued by bad luck. Wherever he appears, all sorts of things will happen. It's something that no one can even imagine. He can choke to death eating an apple, and he can even get appendicitis. Even a perfectly good house can collapse. Don't you think that's weird? Maybe it's because Invincible God has done so many bad things that even God can't stand it anymore. Lin Ro laughed. When I first saw it, I couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. Taijian suspected that he had heard wrongly. If something like that really happened, then the Shun clan would indeed start to fall into chaos. At least Invincible God had the support of many clans. Just as Lin Ro had said, Taijian also suspected Lin Fei at the first instance. After all, Lin Fei was too mysterious. Immediately arranged for people to continue investigating and find out exactly what happened. Also, send Su Mei's information to the headquarters and see if they can find anything. Now, the entire Donghai seemed to be in turmoil, and the source of all this seemed to be Lin Fei. This made Taijian very worried. He was just having a cup of tea, and then something like that happened. Lin Fei, who was in Xiaolan's room, did not know the troubles of the Yin Huang battle squad's chief Taijian. There is nothing more worrying than being unable to grab it and unable to touch it. Old classmate, you haven't seen me for a few years. You have to go to the class reunion this time, right? Su Xiaowan said with a smile. If you don't go, everyone will forget about you. Lin Fei listened and laughed. The beautiful lady has said it herself. If I don't go to the reunion, won't I embarrass all of you? I will definitely go to this reunion. There was nothing going on in the past few days, and there was nothing going on in the villa. Lin Fei did not care much. As for Kai Shan, he was definitely still slowly accumulating knowledge and would not look for him. It was better to go out and see old friends and classmates. After all, Su Xiaowan had given Lin Fei a great surprise today. After knowing that it was a reunion, Lin Fei did not refuse. After all, Xiaowan had mentioned it last time. That's a deal. Don't worry, I will definitely go, Lin Fei said with a smile. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 3998. There was a deafening rumble. A luxuriously decorated bungalow collapsed, sending dust flying everywhere. Quick, save the young master. Quick, save the young master. In a huge manner in Nanyue, a bungalow collapsed. For some unknown reason, it collapsed with a loud bang. Even the ground had caved in. After the bungalow collapsed, more than 10 figures rushed over. They dug out a body from the rubble at the first instant. This person seemed to be in a very sorry state, and he even looked a little weak. However, his eyes were filled with a sense of familiarity and even helplessness. This person was none other than Invincible God. Ever since he was recuperating on the island that day, Invincible God was on the verge of a mental breakdown due to the various disasters that kept coming. As such, he was still in the midst of the disasters even now. From the beginning, Invincible God's panic to now, he was used to it. As long as he was alive, everything was fine. Up till now, Invincible God had no idea what was going on. In any case, he was now an unlucky soul. Wherever one was, there would be a disaster. This was not something that had happened in a day or two. Fortunately, the situation seemed to have eased up recently. It did not happen all the time, which allowed Invincible God to heave a sigh of relief. Invincible God was carried to a spacious area, far away from the various buildings, and even the trees. Even the people in the vicinity did not dare to come closer. This was because no one could guarantee that nothing would happen. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked over. His face was filled with authority. Just by standing there casually, he exuded a strong aura of a superior. He was Invincible God's father, Shun Tianquan. Standing beside Shun Tianquan was a middle-aged man in Taoist robes. He had a sage-like demeanor and a unique aura. Brother Long, this is my son, Invincible God. Take a look and see what happened to him, Shun Tianquan said to the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man was wearing a robe and had a smile on his face. Brother Shun, since I'm here, I'll definitely do my best. As a father, Shun Tianquan was also extremely worried. After all, his son's matter had left him feeling extremely helpless. Right now, he could only stay in this spacious bungalow for fear that something big would happen. Invincible God was no stranger to this situation. Ever since he had gotten into trouble, many people had been invited. However, when he saw the middle-aged man in the Taoist robe, Invincible God did not say anything. He recognized the middle-aged man in the Taoist robe as a master from a Taoist temple in Hangzhou. A true master. Not just anyone could invite him. Only the 3 great clans of the South had the ability to invite him over. Invincible God was also looking forward to it. Nephew, stand there and don't move. Let me take a good look at who did this to you. Long Tianqing stepped forward and walked along Invincible God. As he walked, he pinched Invincible God. His expression turned solemn as he walked in circles and pinched Invincible God countless times. Only then did Long Tianqing stop. He said meaningfully, Brother Shun, if I'm not wrong, your son should have fallen into someone's trap. However, this person's strength is amazing. He actually has such a method. Shun Tianquan naturally felt that his son had fallen into someone's trap as well. However, such methods were really unimaginable and hard to accept. Since when was there such an expert within the borders of China with such methods? If not for the fact that his son's physical body was strong, he would have been reduced to ashes after this series of events. I've never seen such methods before. Who did this? I'll definitely kill this person and let him know the consequences of offending the Shun family. Shun Tianquan roared, his killing intent cold. Long Tianqing said, this person has a deep foundation. I don't know who he is exactly, but there's a mysterious black energy on Nephew Shun's body. This should be the cause of all these disasters. As long as we get rid of this mysterious black energy, everything will be resolved. Brother Long, I'll have to trouble you to save my son from this pain. Shen Wudi heaved a sigh of relief. Grandmaster, please help me. At the same time, many figures appeared in his mind. Finally, he locked on to one person. Apart from him, Shen Wudi couldn't remember anyone else who could have done this to him. Stand there and don't move. I'll help you get rid of these disasters. Long Tianxing extended his hand and took out talismans one after another. The talismans were made of gold and shone with a bright light. As Long Tianxing activated them, they turned into ancient characters and landed on Invincible God's body one by one. Shen Wudi didn't move. He allowed the talismans to land on his body, causing a dazzling starlight to explode. The starlight quickly entered Shen Wudi's body. The warm feeling made him feel very comfortable. After an unknown amount of time, all the talismans were used up. Long Tianxing's face revealed a hint of fatigue. This was the first time he had used so many talismans. This time, the Shun family leader of the three major families had come looking for him personally. Long Tianxing naturally had to play nice. Therefore, he used all his power just to get rid of the things on Shen Wudi's body. Brother Shun, the problem with your nephew's body should be solved. This kind of disaster will never happen again. At most, there will be some small difficulties occasionally. However, these are not a problem. As long as you pay attention, they will disappear in 3 to 5 days. Long Tianxing's eyes were like torches. He checked again and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Wudi, how do you feel? Shen Tianquan asked. Shen Wudi nodded. I feel very comfortable now. The pressure has disappeared. Thank you, Master Long, for helping me. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have to suffer like this. Long Tianxing smiled. It's good that your nephew is fine. All right, did you offend anyone recently? Normal people really can't do something like this. I'd like to meet someone like that. Shen Tianquan was filled with murderous intent. He had arranged for people to investigate. His son's strength was at the top of the Grandmaster leaderboard. For something like this to happen, the person who did this must be very strong. Shen Wudi thought for a moment before saying, if I'm not wrong, this person should be Lin Fei from the East Sea Longting Manor. That kid is very mysterious. Perhaps I was plotted against at that time. However, I definitely didn't expect him to have such a method. Lin Fei from the East Sea Longting Manor? The Longting Manor that caused such a commotion? Long Tianxing's expression changed slightly, and he said, if it's this person, then he's a bit mysterious. 7 gurus are trapped inside, and none of them has come out to say anything. He's not an ordinary person. Shen Tianquan said coldly. How dare this Lin Fei use such a method on my son? Our Shen family will have to make another trip to the East Sea to meet this guy. My son isn't that easy to bully. Chapter 3999. Hubby, what's wrong? On a road leading to the outskirts of Donghai, Lin Fei, who was driving, suddenly frowned and quickly disappeared. Xiaolan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw it and couldn't help but ask. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something interesting, Lin Fei said casually. Today, Lin Fei was accompanying Xiaolan to the class reunion. At the same time, he could also see his old classmate whom he hadn't seen for many years. What's so interesting? Tell me, Xiaolan asked curiously. Lin Fei laughed and said, it'll be boring if I say it out loud. You should just take your selfie honestly. Xiaolan pouted and did not continue to ask. Instead, she happily took a selfie. Lin Fei was driving a Lamborghini Daniel today. It had stable performance and was very enjoyable to drive on such roads. At the same time, he didn't want to be too high profile. The Shun family of the 3 major families is quite resourceful. They actually found a master to dispel the power of my talisman. Interesting, very interesting. The power of the talisman that Lin Fei had left on Shen Wudi's body would dissipate over time. Looking at the time, it was not too long before it would dissipate. Therefore, Lin Fei did not find it all that strange that someone had dispelled it. After all, if the Shun family of the 3 major clans did not have the ability to do so, it would not be right. I hope this kid can remember the pain this time. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as bad luck. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. He left the talisman behind to teach Shun Wuti a lesson. But if he didn't listen, Lin Fei wouldn't be merciful. So what if it was the three major families? After driving for about half an hour, finally, they arrived at the seaside of a county under Donghai. There was a holiday villa here called Glory Villa. It wasn't a low star. It was said to have cost a few $100 million to build. It was an all-in-one villa for recuperation, leisure, and meetings. The villa was built by the sea and even had a private beach. It was unique. So many people came to the villa. Lin Fei parked the car in the parking lot. There were already many cars parked there. Xiaolan, over here. Not long after Lin Fei and Xiaolan got off the car, a voice rang out. Not far away, a figure waved at them. So was Su Xiaowan. Su Xiaowan had arrived a day earlier than them. Smiling, he ran over and pulled Xiaolan to the side to whisper to her. You're right. Lin Fei's old classmate is really rich now. He can even drive a Lamborghini. Su Xiaowan's eyes were shining. At first, Su Xiaowan did not believe Xiaolan's words. However, after seeing the Lamborghini, Su Xiaowan knew that it was true. She could not help but feel envious. This was a luxury car worth $4 to $5 million. To be able to afford such a car, who didn't have some wealth? Xiaolan whispered, How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? My husband is really rich now. Xiaolan and Su Xiaowan have been good friends for many years and could be regarded as best friends. However, one was in Donghai while the other was in Hangzhou, so they rarely met. This time, Su Xiaowan was going to have a class reunion, so she rushed over from Hangzhou. Lin Yunfei was not very interested in the whispers between Su Xiaowan and Xiaolan, so he did not listen to them. After all, with his strength, it was easy for him to listen to their whispers. However, it sounded like there was no privacy, so he usually took the initiative to listen to the voices around him. After chatting with Xiaolan for a while, Su Xiaowan walked over. Lin Fei, they are all in the hall. Let's go over. I believe they will be surprised to see you. Su Xiaowan had arrived the day before, so she was already very familiar with the place. She walked into the hall with Lin Fei and Xiaolan. There were already a lot of people gathered in the hall. They were in groups of 2s and 3s. There were more than 30 people attending the class reunion. Look, the two beauties of our class are here. Xiaolan has become prettier. By the way, who is the person walking with Xiaolan? I have never heard that Xiaolan has a boyfriend. When Su Xiaowan and Xiaolan walked in, the men who were chatting stopped and subconsciously looked at the two of them. However, everyone's eyes soon fell on the young man walking with Xiaolan. This young man looked very strange, but after looking at him for a long time, they felt a trace of familiarity. However, they could not remember who this person was. When Lin Fei saw these old classmates, their figures quickly overlapped with the figures in his memory. After not seeing them for 5 years, everyone had changed a lot. In fact, Lin Fei couldn't even recognize a few of them. The changes were simply too great. Of course, compared to Su Xiaowan, they were still somewhat inferior. You are Lin Fei. At this time, a fat man took the initiative to run over. As he ran, the fat on his body jiggled. Damn fatty. Chenhai, you didn't lose weight. It seems that you have become fatter. Lin Fei recognized the fat man at a glance. It was his desk mate, Chenhai. It had only been 5 years, but Chenhai's body was more majestic than before. He was like a meatball. Chenhai slapped Lin Fei on the shoulder. You've disappeared for 5 years. I thought you were sold to Africa to mine. Lin Fei laughed. You've been gone for 5 years. Chenhai was also very happy to see Lin Fei. Although he had heard that an old classmate would come, he did not expect it to be Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed. With my body, it's useless to sell me to Africa to mine. But your life seems to be getting better and better. Look at you, you have become a ball. You should lose weight immediately. Chenhai smiled bitterly. Lose weight? It's difficult to lose weight with my body. I think it's better to eat more. After Chenhai shouted the name Lin Fei, everyone finally recognized him. It turned out that this person was their old classmate, Lin Fei. There had been no news of this old classmate for 5 years. Many people thought that something had happened to Lin Fei. After a short moment of surprise, several classmates took the initiative to come up and say hello. That was because these students were all Lin Fei's friends from back then. Lin Fei was in a good mood to see these old classmates, especially his desk mate, Chenhai. After all, when they were desk mates, this guy had helped him a lot. Chenhai was also a rich second generation, but he was not arrogant and domineering like other rich second generations. In college, he was the kind of person who kept a very low profile. There were even several times when Lin Fei's food expenses were not enough, and it was Chenhai who secretly transferred money to his meal card. Lin Fei had never forgotten about this. Now that he could see him again, Lin Fei felt very good. Chapter 4000. The whole old classmate meeting did not happen. It was as melodramatic as Lin Fei had imagined. Overall, Lin Fei felt nostalgic, especially when a few of his old friends came together. This reunion was going Dutch, so there weren't any rich people paying. Everyone was smiling brightly. Everyone would stay in this splendid mountain villa for 3 days and 2 nights. After chatting for a while in the lobby, when everyone had arrived, they went to register and put their luggage in their rooms. Lin Fei and Xiao Lan got the same room. This naturally made many old classmates envious. Xiao Lan was such a beauty. Many people envied Lin Fei's godly speed. There were 3 tables of people in the afternoon. As an old classmate who hadn't been back for 5 years, Lin Fei naturally became the target of everyone's attacks. The easiest thing for men to do was to drink. Everyone was envious that Lin Fei had managed to hook up with a beauty like Xiao Lan. Everyone was envious that Lin Fei had managed to hook up with a beauty like Xiao Lan. They could only vent their feelings by drinking. Lin Fei was also very happy today. It seemed like only 5 years had passed, but to Lin Fei, it was more than a few 100 million years. Now that they could still sit together and drink, it was a great enjoyment for Lin Fei. Therefore, no matter who came over to drink, Lin Fei would drink to his heart's content. With his current body, it could be said that he wouldn't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. With one drink, more than 10 classmates in the class collapsed. Originally, they wanted to embarrass Lin Fei a little, but in the end, they all chose to surrender. If they continued to drink like this, they wouldn't be able to do anything at night. Old Lin, when did you learn to drink like this? This is the level of the god of wine. You won't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. Chenhai also drank a lot in the afternoon. His whole face was red, and he gave Lin Fei a thumbs up. Lin Fei laughed and said, "Don't you know that there are days and days when you drink? It's rare to see everyone here today, so my tolerance for alcohol has improved. But you, boy, you've drunk quite a lot today. I've never seen you drink before. Are you in a bad mood today?" Who was Lin Fei? He was an immortal. While they were drinking, he noticed that Chenhai's mood was different. Others might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could. His desk mate, Chenhai, had something on his mind. This could not be hidden from Lin Fei. Chenhai smiled and said, "Same as you. I'm in a good mood today, so I can drink too. But compared to you, I can't hold my liquor." As he spoke, Chenhai patted his big belly. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't continue to ask. After lunch, it was time for the afternoon activities. Some of them were swimming, and some of them were fishing. Everyone was having a great time. In the evening, they had a seafood banquet, which included the fish that everyone had caught. Not only could they fish here, but they could also cook for them, which was very popular with everyone. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Chenhai secretly smiled and said to everyone, "Since it's rare for us to come to the splendid mountain villa, we should go and have a look. I heard that there are a lot of fun things here. Don't you want to go?" Since everyone had drunk a lot during the day, their tolerance for alcohol was much lower at night. Everyone behaved themselves. Otherwise, they would have drunk more today. With Lin Fei's presence, they didn't dare to drink anymore. They were afraid of drinking too much. Look at Chenhai. He didn't do anything for most of the day. Anyway, it was just them sleeping. They were listless the whole afternoon. It took them a lot of effort to recover at night. Hearing Chenhai's words, everyone's spirits were lifted. "I also heard that the splendid mountain villa is quite interesting," a male classmate said. Yes, I heard that you need a membership card to go there." "Chenhai, do you have a membership card?" The splendid mountain villa was so famous. Of course, it couldn't be what they saw on the surface. Chenhai didn't drink much that night, but he was still a little tipsy. He patted his chest and said, "Hee, tonight, I'll take you there to broaden your horizons." Girls, you can forget about it." As soon as Chen Hai said that, the girls looked at him with disdain. In fact, these girls had already planned to go to the splendid mountain villa for a spa. After all, the spa here is quite famous. The price was not expensive, so they could afford it. Soon, a group of men followed Chen Hai to broaden their horizons. After the girls, they all went to the spa. Chen Hai was quite familiar with the splendid mountain villa. He led them to a tall house at the end of the villa. The house was guarded by a security guard. After Chen Hai swiped his membership card, the security guard brought everyone in. There were not many restrictions on the number of people a membership card could bring in. Fortunately, there weren't many of them, only about 10 people. Wow, is this the most mysterious place in the splendid mountain villa? Wow, there is such a place. No wonder so many people like to come to the splendid mountain villa. When they came in, they saw a huge hall. In this hall, there were countless gambling tables, big and small. There were also many people inside. It was very lively. Everyone came to their senses. It turned out that there was a casino in the splendid mountain villa. This place is very safe. I heard that the owner of the splendid mountain villa has a very powerful background. You can gamble here and try your luck. Of course, if you're tired, you can go upstairs. They have all kinds of massage that men like the most. I guarantee you will enjoy it. The price is very reasonable. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I don't tell ordinary people about this place. All the men in the room laughed. Chen Hai, you're a good friend. Yeah, otherwise we wouldn't have the chance to come to this kind of place. With a smile on his face, Chen Hai took the initiative to bring everyone to the place to exchange chips. Everyone was here to broaden their horizons. Basically, they exchanged chips of 1 or 2,000. It was not a lot. It was a small amount until they lost everything. After they left, Chen Hai took out 50,000 chips and handed them to Lin Fei. We have been desk mates for a long time. It's rare for me to invite you here. Take these chips and have fun. Don't be shy with me. Otherwise, I will be angry. Although 50,000 chips was not a lot, in Lin Fei's eyes, it still gave him a warm feeling. Although they had not seen each other for only 5 years, Chen Hai was still the same desk mate and friend. There was no change at all. Actually, you don't have to give me this. I have never been too interested in gambling, Lin Fei said with a smile. Chen Hai patted Lin Fei on the shoulder. Even if you're not interested, you still have to play. A man should have a few hobbies. Or is it that you are under the control of Shaolong? That won't do. As a man, you can't be a henpecked husband. Do you understand? Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He really had no interest in gambling. Chapter 4001. Chen Hai stuffed 50,000 chips in a Lin Fei's hand. Chen Hai appreciated the gesture. I see you've drunk a lot. Be rational when you play later. Don't be so extravagant. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have in this place, it won't be enough for you to play, Lin Fei reminded him. Chen Hai laughed. Don't worry. I'm a person who knows how to control myself. I'm just a small person. I think my luck will be pretty good today. When the time comes, I'll invite you up to welcome you. Lin Fei didn't say anything. Chen Hai exchanged the chips and left. In the blink of an eye, no one knew where he went. The casino was very big. Lin Fei wasn't worried that something would happen to Chen Hai. After all, this was the glorious resort villa. Accidents were rare. Lin Fei played a few rounds casually. To him, any game in this casino was like a child's game. As long as Lin Fei wanted to win, it didn't matter how many masters there were. It had to be said that the casino and the glorious resort villa had a lot of masters. During this period, Lin Fei saw several masters. They were more than enough to deal with ordinary people. However, these masters didn't make any moves. It seemed that they were just there to watch over the place. They had a conscience. Otherwise, no matter how many people went, it would be a waste of money. Lin Fei walked around casually. When he saw something interesting, he would place a bet. He didn't use any tricks. It was purely luck. But it had to be said that Lin Fei's luck was pretty bad today. He lost whatever he bet on. However, Lin Fei just smiled and didn't take it too seriously. The casino was always the most profitable place. No one would ever lose money. Lin Fei walked here and there. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Still not back yet. According to what he said, he would be back in half an hour at most. But there was still no sign of him. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Lin Fei, it's great that you're here. Go and talk to Chen Hai. I don't know what's wrong with that guy. He's been betting like crazy. He's already lost 3 million. At this time, 3 students ran over and found Lin Fei. What? I lost 3 million. Lin Fei's face sank. It had only been half an hour, and he had lost 3 million. It was definitely not a small amount. That's right. We can't persuade him. It's better if you go and persuade him. Maybe he will listen to you. When Lin Fei heard this, he knew that the situation was not good. I'll go take a look. You guys lead the way. Chen Hai was also one of Lin Fei's few friends, so no matter what happened, he had to go and take a look and help out. Lin Fei knew that Chen Hai had something on his mind, but it was his privacy, so Lin Fei didn't ask too much. Under the guidance of his classmate, Lin Fei soon saw Chen Hai. Chen Hai was surrounded by a lot of people. Chen Hai, I told you, you're not good at anything. You're not good as a person, and your playing style is not good either. I really don't know why I fell for you back then. My current boyfriend is better. He's beaten you 16 times. I really want to thank you for giving my husband so much money. Chen Hai said. A woman's sarcastic voice appeared. I don't believe it today. Let's play again. Chen Hai fished out a card from his wallet. Play this. Chen Hai had no more chips in front of him. At this time, a hand reached in and grabbed Chen Hai's card. I told you not to play so big. Why didn't you listen to me? I still think you're going to be lucky today. Chen Hai raised his head and saw Lin Fei walking in. He reached out his hand to grab the card back. Lin Fei, don't worry about me. Chen Hai's eyes were red. On the way to the casino, Lin Fei had learned some things from his classmates. Chen Hai was playing with a man and a woman at a gambling table. One of his classmates said that the woman was Chen Hai's ex-girlfriend. They had been dating for 3 years. It seemed that they were about to get married. However, the woman broke up with Chen Hai for some unknown reason. Chen Hai's gluttony had reached such an extent. Of course, no one knew whether it was true or not. However, Chen Hai's situation was very likely related to this woman. This was what Lin Fei knew. When he saw the man and the woman, Lin Fei knew it was true. He gently placed a palm on Chen Hai's shoulder. Chen Fei suddenly sobered up. He was not drunk anymore. You've lost so much. Just forget it. There's no need to play anymore. This time, Chen Hai didn't have such a big reaction. He was just a little unwilling. He didn't know what happened to him. He lost 3 million without even knowing it. Although it wasn't a lot of money, it still made Chen Hai's heart ache. Chen Hai, didn't you want to play with us? Why don't you have the guts to continue? Sitting on the lap of the man opposite him was a beautiful woman with heavy makeup. She said mockingly, or do you want to leave because you don't have the money? That will make me look down on you even more. Chen Hai was angry. Who said I don't have the money? Lin Fei looked at the man and the woman opposite him. The man was handsome. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was not a handsome guy. The woman was not bad looking either. She had big wavy hair. Her score was above 80. There was a hint of flirtatiousness between her eyebrows. It was hard to resist her. Since you've won the money, it's over. Why do you want to continue? Lin Fei said lightly. Chen Hai, is this your friend? I don't think he's that good. The woman opposite him laughed. Don't talk about my friend like that. It's just 3 million. It's not like I can't afford to lose. You don't have to talk about my friend like that. Chen Hai stood up. The woman laughed. I said it. What do you do to me? Anyway, you're a coward. I regret being with you in the first place. My current husband is better than you. He's better than you in everything. The company is better than you, and he's better looking and handsome than you. Now, he's even better at gambling than you. How can you compare my boyfriend? The woman said and kissed her boyfriend on the cheek. The handsome man also laughed. Don't force yourself if you can't afford to play. After all, gambling doesn't depend on luck. It depends on your brain. Do you understand? Chen Hai's eyes were about to turn red. Chen Zilin, I really don't know why I fell for a woman like you. Chen Hai, you only know how to talk big. You're a coward. Chen Zilin rolled her eyes. If you're not satisfied, then keep playing. Lin Fei put a hand on Chen Hai's shoulder and laughed. What's the point of bullying my friend? Look at you, you're smart. Why don't we play a game? You're dressed for a few $100s. We're betting hundreds of thousands or even millions. Do you have money? Chun Ziling rolled her eyes. My boyfriend doesn't play with people who don't have money. Lin Fei smiled at Chen Hai. Do you want this woman to kneel in front of you? Chen Hai clenched his teeth. Yes. Then do you trust me? Chen Hai nodded. I trust you. Chapter 4002. In the casino's surveillance room. Many people were looking at the scene in front of the gambling table, and they all laughed. A middle-aged man wearing glasses laughed. Another idiot came out of nowhere. I guess young Master Luo is going to rip him off again. By the way, how many times have we done this month? The technician next to him laughed. I think it's the 5th time. If we count this one, it'll be the 6th. Speaking of which, Chun Ziling is the best. I know. Every time I see Chun Ziling, I feel hot. She's really wild. The technicians in the casino surveillance room all knew Luo Jun and Chun Ziling. They were not surprised at all by what was happening. From their point of view, the two men were just ordinary people. There was nothing special about them. If they dared to play with young Master Luo like this, they would definitely lose everything. As for whether they would dare to cause trouble here after this, it was not a question. This was the splendid resort villa. Not everyone dared to cause trouble here. Many second-generation nouveau riche had been taught a lesson. In the end, even their families had to come to the splendid resort to apologize and send a generous gift to resolve the matter. You think you can play with my boyfriend? Chun Ziling said disdainfully. Chen Hai, your friend is quite interesting. It sounds like he thinks he's the king of gambling. If he's the king of gambling, my boyfriend is the god of gambling. Chen Hai did not know why he agreed to Lin Fei's request. He only felt that Lin Fei's words were full of power. He felt that Lin Fei would definitely be able to do it. So, he let go of everything and believed in Lin Fei. I believe in my friend. Do you have the guts to play with me? It's as simple as that. My friend, you're quite arrogant. I met a lot of people, but I've never met someone like you. But I can give you a chance. The young, handsome Luo Jun laughed, but there was a trace of disdain in the depths of his eyes. But you have to pay me 5 million first. Without 5 million, I won't play with you. Isn't it just 5 million? I'll pay. Chen Hai said coldly. Chen Hai said coldly. Just use my card. I remember there's still 5 million left on this card. Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, there's no need to swipe 5 million from your card. You know, you gave me 50,000 yuan in chips. Now I still have 40,000 yuan in chips. I'll go out for a walk, and I'll be able to gather 5 million yuan in no time. However, I think 5 million yuan is too small. Why don't I add some more chips? Let's bet that after you two lose, you'll kneel in front of my friend and kowtow and beg for mercy until my friend forgives you. As for me losing, it's simple. I'll add a 0 to the 5 million yuan and give you 50 million yuan. I just don't know if you have the guts to play. When Lin Fei's words came out, it was unknown how many people were shocked. What a huge bet. Do you think you have a lot of money? Do you think you have a lot? Chun Ziling knew that Chun Hai was having a gathering here today. She believed that Chun Hai could take out 5 million yuan, but she didn't believe that Chun Hai's friends could easily take out 50 million yuan. After all, 50 million yuan was not 50 yuan or 500 yuan. Luo Jun also found it interesting. If he could take out 50 million yuan, then I don't mind playing a game with you. As for kneeling and apologizing, that's easy. Take out 50 million yuan, and you'll be qualified to play with me. As long as I lose, I'll naturally fulfill my promise. Luo Jun didn't believe that Chun Hai could take out 50 million yuan. As for losing to him, that was even more impossible. He was a gambling master after all. Usually, he could win a lot of money with just a few tricks. But the person in front of him, no matter how he looked at it, was not a gambling master. Everyone could talk big, so Luo Jun naturally had nothing to worry about. 50 million yuan. I could get it right now, Chen Hai said, gritting his teeth. Lin Fei smiled and stopped him. Fatty, you don't have to do that. I'll get it for you. Now that your desk mate is rich, 50 million yuan is a piece of cake. Lin Fei smiled and took out a checkbook from his pocket. He quickly wrote 50 million on it and placed it on the gambling table. This is a cash check for 50 million yuan. You can ask someone to check it at any time. I believe that there are professionals in such a big casino. The students behind Chun Hai and Lin Fei were also dumbfounded by what they had just heard. Could it be that his old classmate had really struck it rich? They couldn't believe that Chun Hai could take out 50 million yuan so easily. Chun Zilin and the handsome Luo Jun were also slightly surprised. They didn't expect Chun Hai's friend to be such a big fat sheep. He could take out 50 million yuan so easily. Just take out a random check. Who knows if it's real or fake? I'll help you check it. Chun Zilin reached out and took the check. Then, she called the number on it and inquired about it. Soon, a trace of surprise appeared on her pretty face. The check was put back on the gambling table. I didn't expect you to really take out 50 million yuan. Chun Zilin felt that she had underestimated this person. 50 million yuan. Chun Hai heard this and looked at Lin Fei in shock. Old Lin, when did you get rich? You're a local tycoon. 50 million yuan. Even I don't have as much as you. Chun Hai was sincerely happy for Lin Fei. After all, he was prepared to help Lin Fei. In the beginning, Chun Hai thought that Lin Fei's clothes were too simple, which made him think that Lin Fei must not have been doing well for the past 5 years, which was why he did not attend the class reunion. So, he decided to find a time when there was no one around to have a good chat with him, to help his old classmate and deskmate. However, he did not expect this guy to directly take out 50 million yuan, which made Chun Hai shocked and a little worried. Old Chun, let's just forget about it. This is 50 million yuan. If you lose it, Lin Fei said, I've always believed in luck. In the face of luck, no matter how smart you are, it's useless. Just wait and watch the show. Luo Jun had a faint smile on his face. My friend, you're really rich. You can write a 50 million yuan check, just like that. Then I'll play a good game with you. I don't know what you like to play, but I respect your opinion. Lin Fei smiled. Anyway, I rely on luck. It's all the same. You can play whatever you like. I like to rely on luck to beat my opponent's best gambling method. Luo Jun's eyes twitched. He had never seen such an arrogant guy. He actually wanted to rely on luck. There must be something wrong with his brain. Let's play a simple game of who's bigger and who's bigger. 3 games, 2 wins. What do you think? Don't you like to rely on luck? Let's compete then. Luo Jun was smart. When the surrounding people heard this, they were dumbfounded. Then they got excited. It seemed like it was really a game of luck. They had not seen such a big bet many times. Because this kind of free gambling bet was usually around hundreds of thousands or even millions. It was very rare to see a bet of 50 million. Chapter 4003. What's the background of this young man? He looks ordinary, but he wrote a 50 million cash check. I heard that a cash check requires a net worth of at least a few hundred million. Could it be that this guy has a net worth of a few hundred million? So what if he has a net worth of a few hundred million? Doesn't he know how powerful Luo Jun is? When he fights with Luo Jun, he'll know what regret is. Of all the games he could have played, why did he have to play big and small? There are already a lot of people around a gambling table. Some with good eyesight had already recognized who this handsome guy was. They also knew how powerful this handsome guy was, so no one was optimistic about the young man. He could have played with anyone, but he had to play with Luo Jun. He was a famous gambler here. God knows how many people had lost to him. It was said that Luo Jun's brain development was extremely good. Ever since he was a child, he was very good at calculating in the game of Go, so much so that he had a great talent in gambling. It could be said that he was self-taught. Usually, people rarely saw Luo Jun come here to play because no one would play with him. But this time, someone actually bet 50 million on Luo Jun kneeling on the ground with this woman. This kind of thing had never happened before. However, in everyone's opinion, this 50 million was destined to be wasted. Since it involved a bet of 50 million yuan, the dealer was also changed to a new person. She was also a sexy and beautiful dealer. Her shuffling skills were very good, dazzling the crowd. The beautiful dealer placed the cards in her hand on the gambling table and stretched out her hand. Both of you please draw your cards. Luo Jun laughed. For the first round, I'll let you draw first, lest you say that I'm bullying you. When he was shuffling the cards just now, the handsome Luo Jun had almost memorized all the cards. No matter what card his opponent drew, he was sure that he would win. Chun Hai, you have to let your friend seize the opportunity. My boyfriend usually doesn't let others win, lest he loses too badly. Chun Zilin sat on Luo Jun's lap and said with good intentions, but the expression on her face was full of sarcasm. Lin Fei laughed. Fatty, you go and draw a card first. Don't you think it's more interesting to defeat this handsome guy with your own hands? I'll do it. Chen Hai was surprised and shook his head. No, you do it. Lin Fei said, don't be like this. Can't you be more courageous? This is not like the Chen Hai I knew. Isn't he just going to draw a card? I'm a person who believes in luck the most. I think we'll be lucky today. We'll kill whatever comes our way. Even if the god of gamblers comes, it'll be the same. Lin Fei gently patted Chen Hai on the shoulder. Don't you want this woman to kneel in front of you? What could be more exciting than personally defeating your opponent? Hearing this, Chen Hai's eyes were filled with hatred. All kinds of scenes kept appearing in his mind. His face also showed a trace of ferocity. Fine, I'll do it. Chen Huan didn't even look at it. He just randomly picked one out and threw it on the table. After the cards were opened, sighs could be heard from the surroundings. Chen Hai. Chen Hai, your luck is really bad. You didn't want to draw, but you actually drew Zhang Si. Chen Zilin was laughing so hard that she was almost rocking back and forth. Because Chen Hai had flipped over a 4. This could be considered the smallest card. Chen Hai was also stunned. He was very annoyed. Old Lin, I don't think my luck is good. I'm going to lose this time. Lin Fei said carelessly. I told you, we're relying on luck. What if this guy draws a 3? The people around were also surprised. Best of 3. The first round was a 4. Under normal circumstances, if the opponent randomly drew a card, he would definitely win. Baby, you do it. Let Chen Hai know that luck is not a reliable thing. I don't want people to say that I'm bullying them, Luo Jun said with a smile. Chen Hai, open your eyes wide. My random poker card is bigger than yours. Chen Zilin happily stretched out her hand. Her cardamom-colored fingernails casually picked up a poker card and threw it on the table. The card flipped over and landed on the table. Chen Zilin was smiling. Suddenly, the crowd was silent. Then, there was a loud burst of laughter. This kind of thing actually happened? What the hell? I can't believe it's a 3. What a joke. That guy is such a jinx. I can't believe we're watching such a good show. No one would believe it. We can win by drawing a random card, but it's a 3. Is this really luck? Chen Hai was about to close his eyes and accept the fact that he would lose the first round. But when he heard the voice, he opened his eyes and laughed out loud. Chen Zilin, to think that you would have such a day. Looks like your luck isn't that great either. You actually flipped out a 3. Sorry, my 4 is just a bit bigger than yours, so I win. Ha ha. Chen Hai was exhilarated. Even if it was only a little bigger than his opponent, it was still bigger than his opponent. How is this possible? This is impossible. Chen Zilin could not accept this scene. The 3 was now very glaring. Luo Jun was stunned. He had casually swept the table just now. He barely remembered that the card should be a 7 of diamonds. How could it suddenly become a 3? Luo Jun's expression changed quickly. He smiled and comforted. Baby, it's okay. Best of 3. This is only the first round. Chen Hai felt much better after hearing the comforting words. You just won 1 round. What's so great about it? When my boyfriend makes his move, let's see how you lose. Chen Zilin could only fight for his face like this. Luo Jun stared at Lin Fei's man from the beginning to the end. He did not feel that his opponent had done anything, so he could only think that his opponent was lucky. It's good enough that you won 1 round. Now it's interesting. Luo Jun smiled. I won't go easy on you in the next round. The dealer began to shuffle the cards again. In addition, he also changed the deck. You went easy on me just now. Now it's my turn to go easy on you. Let me see how good you are at eating with your brain. Lin Fei laughed. Luo Jun laughed. As you wish. Luo Jun's slender fingers did not look like a man's. He quickly flipped over a card on the table. Sorry, this is a king of diamonds. My eyesight has always been good. Luo Jun flipped it gently. He did not look at the card, but he knew what it was. After this card was flipped over, the crowd burst into laughter again. Chen Hai was the first to laugh. You really know how to show off. It's obviously a 3 of diamonds, but you said it was an ace of diamonds. Your eyes are really bad. I think you should go get a pair of glasses. I happen to know someone who sells glasses. He can even give you a 50% discount. A 3 of diamonds? Luo Jun looked down. The card in his hand was really a 3 of diamonds. Impossible. Luo Jun stood up. Chapter 4004. P.S. There was a mistake last night. It was the ace of diamonds, not the king of diamonds. I made a mistake. Luo Jun stood up and stared at the three of diamonds on the table. He clearly remembered that it was the ace of diamonds. But now it was the three of diamonds. He couldn't accept this. It can't be the three of diamonds. You cheated. You must have cheated. I remember it very clearly. Luo Jun was very confident in his memory. There was no way he could remember it wrongly. This card had to be an ace of diamonds, but he couldn't figure out how the other party had done it because from the beginning to the end, he hadn't noticed the other party make any movements. But he had actually drawn a three of diamonds, and he had even shamelessly boasted that it was an ace of diamonds in front of everyone. This was simply too embarrassing. Lin Fei raised his hands. Look carefully. My hands were not off the table from the beginning to the end. Do you think I could have done anything? Or do you think everyone here is so gullible? It's your own memory that's not good. Why did you insist on saying it was the ace of diamonds? I think you must have done too much last night. You can't even concentrate. Sometimes your brain can't think straight. I advise you to eat more supplements. I remember that brain platinum is quite good. You can have a few bottles. If you don't have enough money, I can give you a car full of them. If you don't have enough money, I can give you a car full of them. Shanghai also laughed. Yes. The effect of brain platinum is quite good. It also has anti-aging properties. After drinking it, your head won't feel dizzy and your legs won't hurt anymore. I think it's very suitable for you. Luo Jun also knew how powerless his words were. After all, the other party was sitting so far away from the beginning. The poker cards were placed in the center. No one could have done anything to them. And the dealer was a resident here. Luo Jun didn't believe that the dealer could have done anything. So was his luck really too bad? Or was there something wrong with his memory? Luo Jun felt a little confused. A three of diamonds. If there were no accidents, he would lose 2 rounds in a row. Luo Jun found it hard to accept. He was a celebrity here. If he really knelt in front of these 2 people, then his reputation would be ruined. He would never come to this glorious resort villa again. You have nothing to say now? Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, Fatty, hurry up and draw a card. The opponent has a 3 of diamonds. I think with your luck, you should be able to beat him easily. Shanghai laughed heartily. That's for sure. I can easily beat him in a random draw. Without saying anything, Chun Haijin casually drew a poker card and threw out. However, after throwing it out, even he himself was dumbfounded. He actually drew a 2 of diamonds. The 2 of diamonds was the smallest tile. Ha 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 ha. God is helping me. I didn't expect your luck to be worse than mine. You actually drew a 2 of spades. Luo Jun, who originally thought he would lose, finally laughed out loud. Even the heavens were helping him. The surrounding people also burst into hisses. This fatty's luck is really bad. Yeah, the other guy drew a 3, and he got a 2. Looks like his luck is really not that good. The third round is going to be interesting. This Luo Jun has an undeserved reputation. I can't believe he remembered the wrong cards. I really don't know what he's doing. Fortunately, he still has one last chance. Shanghai looked at the 2 of spades that was thrown out. He was at a loss. He looked at Lin Fei awkwardly. You see, I told you my luck is really not that good. It was supposed to be a sure win, but I actually drew a 2 of spades. Lin Fei patted Shanghai on the shoulder. It's normal to have good luck and bad luck. But don't you think it's quite exciting? Exciting, of course it's exciting. Shanghai laughed. This is the most exciting game I've ever played in my life. Lin Fei said, then you should play the third round. Use your luck to teach Luo Jun a lesson. Let him know that luck can sweep everything. Can I? Shanghai hesitated. Why don't you go? I'm afraid that I'll draw another 2 of spades. If that happens, I'll lose for sure. Lin Fei laughed. I think I'll pass. People are already saying that I cheated. It's better if you do it later, lest you say that I cheated after you win. Luo Jun's face twitched. After all, he really thought that Shanghai cheated. But there were so many people here, and they were so far away. If someone really cheated and could do it to this extent, then that person was even worse than the god of gamblers. Luo Jun absolutely did not believe that there was such a person in the world. You've already won against Chun Zilin once. If you win again, then you can make them kneel in front of you. I guarantee that if they lose, they will definitely kneel in front of you. You can even do whatever you want. Don't you look forward to it? Lin Fei said in a confident tone. Don't you want to give them a hard blow? I've already given you a chance. Look at them. They rely on their brains to make a living, and they can only draw a 3 of diamonds. What's there to be afraid of? Their friends behind them also chimed in. Yeah, Fatty, you have to do it. It's all about luck anyway. Who's afraid of who? I think you'll be able to kill them all. I believe you can. You shouldn't go easy on this kind of woman. Shenhai's attitude also began to change. Others thought that Luo Jun was very strong, but Shenhai did not think so. Even the King of Diamonds could be turned into a 3 of diamonds. This seemed to be no different from relying on his own luck. He gritted his teeth and said, Old Lin, I'll listen to you. I'll go for the 3rd round. It's all about luck. Who's afraid of who? Luo Jun's face twitched again. That round was like walking on a single log bridge. It made Luo Jun's heart tremble. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Now that Shenhai dared to look down on him, Luo Jun couldn't stand it anymore. Shenhai, just give up. I won't let this happen again in the 3rd round, Luo Jun said fiercely. Upstairs in the monitoring room, the bespectacled technical advisor was the first to act. Check this guy right now. See if he cheated. Also, look at the fatty next to him. The technical advisor knew Luo Jun's ability. It was impossible for him to make any mistakes when it came to memorizing cards. However, the ace of diamonds had turned into a 3 of diamonds. This was not a small matter. He immediately suspected that someone had cheated. He knew that Luo Jun would never make such a small mistake. Besides, this kind of card game was child's play. There were no restrictions. Basically, as long as he remembered which card it was, there would be no problem. Supervisor, I haven't found anything yet. These 2 are newbies. They're too ordinary. They're not from the gambling world at all. Neither of them cheated. The guy who took out $50 million had his hands and feet off the gambling table. There's no suspicion of cheating. Everyone in the room was a veteran. They immediately took out the video and checked it. They slowed it down and replayed it frame by frame. They didn't find any problems. They also checked the identities of the 2. There was no problem. How is this possible? Is it really luck? Am I wrong? 2K Reading Net. Chapter 4005. Brother Jun, you will definitely win the 3rd round. Shenhai's luck is not as good as yours. Chun Zilin chuckled. Luo Jun nodded. That's true. Who do you think I am? I was just careless just now, and he took advantage of me. But in the end, I still won. I won't give him any more chances in the 3rd round. I will definitely win this round. What happened in the 2nd round made Luo Jun very unhappy, so he had to win back everything in the 3rd round. Only by doing so could he let everyone know how powerful Luo Jun was. He even had to correct one point. He used his brain and not his luck. He was not on the same level as these people. This was something he had to make clear. For a gambling master, once luck was involved, how could he be called a gambling master? The beautiful dealer also began to shuffle the cards for the 3rd time. Compared to the previous 2 times, this time, the dealer shuffled the cards more carefully. The whole process was smooth, and it was even faster than before. The crowd was dazzled. As her hand slid down, another crescent moon appeared. Since both of you have won a round, the winner of the 2nd round will draw first in the 3rd round. Do you have any objections? The beautiful dealer said to Luo Jun. Luo Jun smiled. Of course, I respect your opinion. The beautiful dealer then said to Shenhai, What about you? Shenhai was ready to risk it all. He smiled and said, If he draws first, then let him draw first. Anyway, I rely on luck. Maybe his brain won't be as good as my luck later. However, in the eyes of many people, the winning chance of the 3rd round had quietly shifted to Luo Jun. Everyone knew that Luo Jun's skill would never make any mistakes again. They would rather believe that the last round was a mistake. In the 3rd round, Luo Jun would definitely go all out. By then, the fat man would lose without a doubt. It was difficult to cheat under such circumstances because the distance between the cards of both sides was too far. Luo Jun naturally knew that this was the advantage given to him by the beautiful dealer. For a gambling master, drawing first was equivalent to grasping a 90% chance of winning. As for the remaining 10%, it was basically negligible, especially when the opponent was Shenhai, a guy who did not know how to gamble. Luo Jun would not quietly eat Chen Hai's 3 million worth of chips. Chen Hai, open your eyes wide and watch. This time, I will make sure you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. I will show you that luck is useless in front of true brains. Luo Jun once again stretched out his slender finger and gently swiped it. With a light flick of his fingernail, one of the poker cards fell down gently. A conspicuous ace of hearts on the table appeared in everyone's eyes, instantly causing a burst of cheers. Young Master Luo is indeed young Master Luo. What a great move to find the cards from 1,000 miles away. This time, Fatty Chun will definitely lose. This is the ace of hearts. Young Master Luo has basically locked the victory unless that kid can draw an ace of spades. But it's impossible for him to draw an ace of spades. Luo Jun flipped over the ace of hearts and felt a little regretful in his heart. In fact, he wanted to pull out the ace of spades. After all, the ace of spades was the biggest card. As long as the ace of spades was taken out, the outcome of the battle would be decided. Unfortunately, the shuffling was too fast. He couldn't keep up with it, but he managed to remember it. Ace of hearts, ace of clubs. Although the ace of hearts was not as big as the ace of spades for this third round, it had basically locked the outcome of the battle. Did you see that? This is strength. I will gladly accept your friend's 50 million yuan. Chen Zilin sneered at Chen Hai. My man is amazing. The ace of hearts. Didn't you say that you were lucky? Then why don't you draw the ace of spades and let everyone see what is called invincible luck? Chen Hai was indeed shocked. Originally, he wanted to defeat Luo Jun with luck. But when the ace of hearts came out, he was suddenly dumbfounded and became less confident. He secretly glanced at Lin Fei next to him and found that Lin Fei had always been calm. It seemed that the appearance of the ace of hearts had not changed at all. At this time, Lin Fei glanced at Chen Hai with a smile. He has already drawn a card. What are you waiting for? Go and give him a slap and teach him a lesson. Let him know what it means to be invincible luck. Chen Hai was not confident at first, but somehow, in the face of his old classmate Lin Fei's smile, he felt a sense of calmness, as if he was sure to win this time. Chen Haijin believed in this feeling. Forget it. I will draw first. Since things had come to this, Chen Hai didn't say anything more. He casually glanced at the poker cards on the table, grabbed one, and closed his eyes. It was really a very casual card. Luo Jun smiled. He knew he had won. He remembered this card. It was a 6 of spades. The poker card was thrown onto the gambling table. In the eyes of the crowd, no matter what the fat man drew, he would lose. What a pity. That's 50 million yuan. This is the biggest bet of the glorious resort villa for a long time. Chen Hai, just admit defeat. From the moment you drew the card, I knew you had lost. Luo Jun said disdainfully. The poker card rolled out and finally revealed itself. The smear of black on the card became extremely dazzling. Next to him, Chen Zilin's face paled. She screamed, Ace of spades. This is the ace of spades. How is this possible? This is impossible. It was unknown how many people were dumbfounded by this scream. All eyes were on the card. Oh my God, it's the ace of spades. This is really invincible luck. Who knows where this fat man came from? How can he draw the ace of spades? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Those who thought that Chen Hai would lose for sure were now dumbfounded. The flipped cards became glaring at this moment. They felt as if they had been slapped in the face, and they felt a burning sensation. Chen Hai was also stunned. Then he danced with joy. Ha ha! I drew the ace of spades. I won. I won. Old Lin, I won. Chen Hai laughed. B*TCH, kneel down. From beginning to end, Lin Fei only had a faint smile on his face. I told you that you would win because our luck is invincible. Luo Jun's face turned pale. You must have cheated. That card was obviously the 6 of spades. How did it become the ace of spades? In the blink of an eye, Luo Jun, who thought he had won, fell from the clouds. It was normal to lose once, but this time it was too abnormal. Even Luo Jun could not keep up with the ace of spades. He felt that all these years of learning had been in vain. Chapter 4006. Just when everyone thought that Luo Jun was going to win the game, reality played a huge joke on them. Luo Jun had lost. He had lost completely. No one could believe that luck could really beat Luo Jun, who was good at gambling. You cheated. You must have cheated. My boyfriend is so good, there's no way he would lose. Chun Zilin jumped up in panic. Just a moment ago, Chun Zilin was still fantasizing about buying a house, a few new bags, and even a supercar after winning 50 million. But now, in the blink of an eye, everything was gone. She even had to kneel in front of Chun Hai. Chun Zilin couldn't accept this. She jumped up on the spot. Chun Hai laughed. A loss is a loss. What's there to quibble about? You said that I cheated, then show me the evidence. If you don't have any evidence, then you'll have to kneel down in front of me. Chun Hai was more excited than ever. Lin Fei laughed. Didn't you hear what my friend said? Since you've lost, then you'll have to fulfill your request. My 50 million is not that easy to get. Luo Jun knew better than anyone that he had lost this time, but he couldn't figure out how he had lost. After all, it was an ace of spades. In his heart, he didn't believe that Chun Hai had the ability to draw an ace of spades so casually. He had drawn an ace of spades, and this was under the condition that he had a good memory. But what kind of person Chun Hai was, he knew better than anyone else. He was just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person draw an ace of spades? But it was another problem for Luo Jun to figure out how Chun Hai had cheated. No matter what, he had lost this time. He had lost completely. Originally, he wanted to win the game, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a joke again. He even vaguely felt that he had won the last game purely because Chun Hai had gone easy on him. Chun Hai had wanted him to fall from the clouds and smash him hard on the ground. This idea was really ridiculous. How else could it be explained? Could it be that luck was really invincible? Luo Jun wouldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. Chun Hai, you win. I lost this game. You can take the 5 million and even the 3 million I won just now. What do you think? Luo Jun said, suppressing his irritation. It was impossible to make Luo Jun kneel down, so he would rather not have these chips and 5 million in his hands. After all, it was only 8 million in total. It was really nothing to him. If he lost, then he lost. But if he knelt down, then it would be a completely different matter. He would soon become a big joke in the circle, and he wouldn't be able to raise his head for a long time. He was a master in the gambling world, but he actually suffered a big setback in such a small scene and was even forced to kneel down. How could he continue to stay in the circle? Chun Hai shook his head and said, The 3 million you lost was originally yours. I don't want your 3 million. Of course, I want the 5 million you lost. However, I still want you to kneel in front of me. Of course, you could be cheap, but I don't mind advertising for you. Of course, I want you to kneel. Just take the 8 million. Luo Jun looked at Chun Hai. Kneel down. I'll make you kneel down. Otherwise, I'll really cause a ruckus today. It was rare for Chun Hai to vent his anger, but after hearing Luo Jun's words, Chun Hai was not willing to accept it. He wanted Luo Jun and Chun Zilin to kneel in front of him. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Chun Hai, stop dreaming. Chun Zilin, will never kneel in front of you for the rest of my life. Chun Zilin said. She took Luo Jun's hand and prepared to leave. Let's go. Don't talk to these two lunatics. Who knows if they cheated or not? Chun Zilin knew how powerful Luo Jun was. She didn't believe that he would lose in such a small game. Chun Hai must have cheated. Otherwise, how could all this happen? Lin Fei saw it all. He said calmly, If you lose, you should know that you have lost. You can't say that we didn't pay up because we lost 50 million. I took out 50 million in good faith. Now that you have lost, you want to renege on your debt? You think 8 million is a lot? I think you should just kneel in front of me. Do you really want to go too far? Luo Jun sneered. If I don't kneel, what can you do to me? Don't say that I didn't give you face. Take the 8 million and get out of here. Luo Jun was also confident. He could lose 8 million yuan, but it was impossible for him to kneel down. He was not afraid that Chun Hai and this guy would make trouble. If they dared to make trouble, they would not be able to leave the glorious resort villa today. Lin Fei smiled and said, Are you sure you won't kneel? I won't kneel. What can you do to me? I don't even suspect that you cheated. I'm just being polite to you. Lin Fei laughed. All right then, I'll fulfill your wish. Now kneel. It was a sentence that was neither light nor heavy. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. However, It was different for Luo Jun and Chen Zilin. There was a loud bang in their heads. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Fear and uneasiness surged in their hearts. Then they exploded. Their legs went completely soft, and they knelt on the ground with a thud. This kneel was solid and solid. Everyone could hear it clearly. It was definitely an old pain. The two of them grinned. When the people next to them saw this, they all took out their phones to take pictures. Young Master Luo is indeed young Master Luo. He actually knelt down. This is unbelievable. He obviously didn't want to kneel. Could it be that he thought it through? The crowd did not know why Luo Jun knelt down. However, they would never forget such a scene for the rest of their lives. They quickly took out their phones and took a video. When it had nothing to do, they could take it out and brag about it. B** starred. How dare you ask me to kneel? Luo Jun roared. His mind was blank. He struggled to stand up. But when he tried to stand up, he felt a terrifying force pressing down on his body. He couldn't move. Just like that, he knelt on the ground. What did you do to us? Why can't I stand up? Luo Jun was panicking. He wanted to stand up, but he couldn't. He had never encountered such a situation before. Luo Jun finally realized that this friend of Chun Hai was not a simple person. Chen Zilin, who was next to him, also screamed, I don't want to kneel. I want to stand up. I don't want to kneel. But no matter how much Chen Zilin screamed, it was useless. A wave of pressure pressed down on them. Chen Hai was at a loss, but he immediately became excited. Chen Zilin, to think that this day would come for you. Didn't you say that you wouldn't kneel? Why are you kneeling now? You women. Lin Fei smiled and said, I see that you're quite unhappy with this Chen Zilin. Since you're unhappy, go and give them a few tight slaps. A man can't be a coward. Chapter 4007. Everyone was shocked again when they heard this. Not only did he make the man kneel down, but he also asked someone to go up and beat him up. Who was this young man? That was Luo Jun. It was said that he had a lot of connections with Splendid Resort Villa. He could do whatever he wanted here. How dare you? Luo Jun yelled. Chen Hai, if you dare touch me, I will not forgive you. Luo Jun couldn't get up now, but if he was slapped in the face again, it would be a complete joke. And you, I don't care who you are or where you come from, I will make you regret it. Luo Jun was now more and more certain that this guy must be cheating. It was just that his methods were too subtle. Security, come over here. Chen Zilin shouted. Security, come over here and arrest them. They must be cheating. Chen Zilin was also a smart person. What a pair of dog and dog. Lin Fei didn't care about what Luo Jun and Chen Zilin said. No one knew better than Lin Fei that Chun Hai had been suppressing his anger for a long time. If he didn't release it in time, sooner or later, he would have a mental breakdown. Lin Fei was helping Chun Hai to release some of his emotions. As for whether Chun Hai dared to do it, it was up to him. Only by releasing his emotions could he relieve the pressure on him. Can I really do it? Chun Hai's eyes flashed a trace of ruthlessness. After all, he hated Chen Zilin and Luo Jun more than anyone else. Now that he thought about it, Chen Zilin was deliberately provoking him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost 3 million yuan. If it weren't for Lin Fei, Chun Hai believed that he would have lost even more. All this was thanks to Lin Fei's help. Lin Fei said, I can guarantee that the two of them will only kneel there and let you hit them as you please. The premise is that you can't be a coward. I'm a man. I won't be a coward. Today, I will let this bitch know how powerful I am. Chen Hai drank a little today. Although he was not completely sober, he was still very sober. As the saying goes, drinking makes people brave. Chen Hai was like this now. Chen Hai stood up and walked towards Chen Zilin. Chen Zilin panicked and screamed, Chen Hai, don't you dare. If you dare touch me, I'll kill you. Chen Hai hurried over and slapped Chen Zilin's face. You bitch, I've tolerated you for a long time. This slap caused Chen Zilin's beautiful face to instantly swell up. Under normal circumstances, Chen Zilin would have been sent flying. But now, Chen Zilin couldn't move. She could only kneel on the ground and let Chen Hai slap her face. Chen Hai, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Chen Zilin's screams only made Chen Hai hate Chen Zilin even more. The fat palm slapped down again. Come, let's see how you're going to fight me. Pa 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 pa. Chen Hai's palms landed on Chun Ziling's face again and again. Who told you to be with other men outside? Who told you to use my money to sleep with other men? You asked for it. I, Chen Hai, am also a man. Since when did you have the right to betray me? You want money, I give you money. You want things, I buy them for you. How can you not be satisfied? Chen Hai's heart was indeed full of anger. At this moment, facing Chun Ziling, he finally vented it. He slapped Chun Ziling's face again and again. In the beginning, Chun Ziling was still struggling and screaming. But Chen Hai was too strong. After a dozen slaps, Chun Ziling's face was swollen. Blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her face was also distorted. Chen Hai, I beg you, don't hit me. I'm wrong. Don't hit me. Chun Ziling's face was full of fear and anxiety. She kept begging for mercy. Now you know you're wrong. How did you treat me in the beginning? Chen Hai slapped her again. Today, I'll beat you to death. You be *TCH, so you don't have to go out and seduce other men. With each slap, the anger in Chen Hai's heart was gradually vented. Chun Ziling, on the other hand, was soon beaten into a pig's head. Even her beautiful makeup was ruined. Now, no matter how one looked at it, she was in a sorry state. That's enough, my friend. If you continue like this, you'll be miserable. Luo Jun was afraid of Chen Hai now. After all, Chun Ziling looked really miserable. He was afraid that when Chen Hai shifted his gaze to him, he would be miserable. Luo Jun knew that it must be this Ned guy who did this. Otherwise, how could he and Chun Ziling be like a block of wood? No matter how many times Chun Ziling hit them, they wouldn't fall. Luo Jun, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known that you existed. Chen Hai turned his gaze to Luo Jun. He raised his hand and slapped Luo Jun's face. You be *starred. Just now, you deliberately provoked me and caused me to lose $3 million. You have guts, but in the end, you still lost to me. Chen Hai slapped Luo Jun again. This time, he used more force. It was far stronger than Chun Ziling's slap. Luo Jun's face was swollen. It even made Luo Jun spit out a bloody tooth. Chen Hai, you're dead. You're finished. If I don't teach you a lesson. Before Luo Jun could finish his sentence, Chen Hai raised his hand and slapped him again. In an instant, Luo Jun fell to the ground. Chen Hai raised his hand and kicked him again. Luo Jun flew more than 10 meters away. Luo Jun curled up like a shrimp on the spot. I hit you. What can you do about it? Lin Fei looked at the scene with a smile. Fatty, that's right. Don't keep it to yourself. When it comes to people you're unhappy with, there's only one way to deal with them. Just go up and beat them up. Chen Hai said gratefully, Thank you, Elder Lin. I feel so much better now. I've never felt so good before. I didn't know that hitting people could feel so good. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Of course it's good to hit people. In fact, the more you hit them, the better it feels. Chen Hai nodded vigorously. Now I have a deeper understanding of it. After hitting Chun Ziling and Luo Jun, Chen Hai felt really good. Oh no, the security guards are here. This is bad. Someone cried out in alarm. Someone had already notified the security guards about the disturbance, especially since Luo Jun was involved. A group of 8 security guards in black suits walked over. Young Master Luo, what's wrong? A few security guards helped Luo Jun up. Luo Jun's face was bruised and swollen. He pointed at Chen Hai. Arrest them immediately. I suspect that they're cheating. If they dare to resist, beat them up. Luo Jun's eyes were murderous. Even though he was beaten up, Luo Jun still knew what to say. He knew that they were cheating. Chapter 4008. When a security guard arrived, Luo Jun seemed to have found his backbone. He no longer had to worry about being beaten up by Chen Hai. He was really scared. When other people saw this scene, they couldn't help but worry about Chen Hai and the young man. Who didn't know that Luo Jun had great power here? Just look at the security guards. They knew who Luo Jun was. If things didn't go well, these 2 people would have to suffer. You 2 come with us. Of all places to cheat, why would you try to cheat in our splendid holiday villa? You sure have guts, the leader of the security guard said as he walked over. His gaze was so fierce that it was terrifying. Although Chen Hai was fat, how could he be the opponent of this fierce security guard? Just one look was enough to make Chen Hai take a step back. Who said we cheated? Show me the evidence. If you don't have evidence, then fart. Is this how your brilliant resort villa slander people? Shanghai could only bite the bullet and say, there are so many people here, he really didn't believe that these people would dare to do anything. Whether or not we cheated, we will know after we bring him back and ask him. The fierce-looking security guard stretched out his hand and grabbed Shanghai. This grab showed that he had some skills, and he was using the grappling hand. The fierce security guard was used to catching people. He knew that Shanghai couldn't escape. He dared to cheat in the brilliant resort villa and beat people. He was really bold. When Shanghai couldn't escape, a hand stretched out, tightly grabbed the fierce security guard, and gently squeezed. The fierce-looking security guard's face turned red as he yelled, "Let go of me! Let go of me right now!" Lin Fei gently shook his hand, and the fierce security guard stepped back and sat on the ground. "What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and capture these two fellows." The remaining 7 security guards didn't expect that this person would dare to resist. They all grabbed rubber bats and hit Lin Fei. "How dare you be presumptuous here? Who do you think you are?" These security guards were also hot-tempered. No one had ever dared to cause trouble here. Those who dared to cause trouble would always be taught a lesson by the security guards before their families came to take them away. This was because the splendid holiday villa had a powerful background. Who wouldn't treat them with respect? The so-called fox, assuming the tigers, might was exactly like this. Therefore, when they attacked, they had no intention of showing mercy at all. They had the mentality of beating this person up first. "Old Lin, be careful!" Shanghai shouted. "Their lousy skills can't do anything to me." Lin Fei walked up with a smile. None of the rubber sticks hit Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his leg and kicked them. Bang, 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 bang. Every kick hit a security guard. In an instant, the 7 security guards were sent flying. They couldn't get up for a long time. "Look, it's that easy." This scene scared Luo Jun so much that he took a few steps back and sat on the ground. His face was pale. "You dare to hit me? You're finished. You're really finished. Don't even think about leaving this place today." Luo Jun had underestimated this person. He dared to hit people in public, but the more this was the case, the more excited he became. Shanghai was also hot-tempered. He was already in a bad mood, so he rushed up and started to punch and kick Luo Jun. "Who's finished? I think you're the one who's finished. Coward, let's play some more." Shanghai kicked Luo Jun's body again and again. In an instant, Shanghai started crying. He cried for his father and mother. He could only hold his head with both hands and curl up on the ground. He couldn't make a sound for a long time. "Old Lin, let's go." Shanghai kicked Luo Jun again and turned around. Anyway, the matter was already out, leaving the splendid holiday villa first. Once they were outside, Shanghai would definitely find a way to deal with it. At worst, they could just leave Donghai and hide for a while. He didn't believe that the people of the splendid holiday villa would keep chasing them. Lin Fei laughed. "Why should we run? We didn't cheat. What's there to worry about?" Shanghai was also confused. He didn't know what was going on in his old deskmate's mind. "If you want to leave, you'll have to ask this young master first. You dare to cheat in my casino? You have guts." At this time, a loud voice came from afar. Everyone saw a group of people coming over. A dozen people surrounded a young man as he walked over. When this young man appeared, a few of the regular customers secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Why is this owner here? Doesn't he rarely come here? If Luo Jun could do whatever he wanted here, then this young man was the owner of the splendid holiday villa. His background was really deep, and that was no joke. Most people had only heard of this person's name, but had never seen him. In particular, the number of times he appeared in the casino could be counted on one hand. However, no one dared to ignore this young man's ability. In the Donghai, it could be said that he could do whatever he wanted. Lai Xian was in a bad mood. Since the last time he suffered at the hands of Lin Fei and was warned by his third uncle, he had no choice but to come to the splendid holiday villa to relax. His mood recovered a lot. Although he gnashed his teeth at Lin Fei, Lai Xian was also a smart person. Naturally, he knew that the kid was in the limelight recently. Moreover, he made several masters suffer a big loss in the Longton Mountain Villa, so he didn't dare to say anything. Therefore, before he figured out what was going on, Lai Xian didn't dare to really make things difficult for Lin Fei. After all, it was not worth it for the Lai family to do something bad. He didn't expect that a fight would happen in his casino, and it seemed that the person who beat him was the brother of one of his lovers. Lai Xian had no choice but to come out personally. He wanted to see what kind of coward dared to come out and make trouble. Since he couldn't deal with Lin Fei, he would vent his anger on this kind of small fry. Therefore, Lai Xian decided that no matter who this person was, he would just directly cripple him. Everyone stepped aside. Lai Xian walked over with an expressionless face. His body was so fierce that many people didn't dare to look up. "I heard that you don't plan to let me leave." When Lai Xian walked in, he was greeted with a familiar tone. "What big tone? Why don't you look at you?" Lai Xian didn't even look at him and scolded him. However, halfway through his words, his whole body suddenly trembled and he blurted out, "You, why are you here?" This was the person Lai Xian didn't want to see the most. "Young Master Lai, quickly help me vent my anger. These two guys not only cheated, but also beat me. It's best to break all their limbs." When Luo Jun saw Lai Xian, he immediately climbed up and leaned over like a dog. He fiercely said to Lin Fei and Chun Hai, "Scram!" Lai Xian kicked Luo Jun's body and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. He heavily smashed into a gambling table. With a crack, the gambling table collapsed. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 4009. It was a sudden turn of events. Who knew how many people at the scene were shocked? No one had expected this young man to suddenly fly into a rage. Luo Jun, who was rather famous, had been sent flying more than 10 meters away with a single kick, smashing the gambling table. Many people gasped inwardly because after the gambling table collapsed, numerous cracks appeared on it, and it was a ghastly sight. If it had been them, they would probably have fainted on the spot. Luo Jun, who was smashed on the gambling table, widened his eyes. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth as he stared at the ceiling. His mind was blank. He could not understand why young Master Lai would kick him. He had not done anything wrong. Why would he do such a thing? He was in a daze. "This is a holiday villa. Can I come here?" Lin Fei said with a smile. Chun Hai and his classmates, who were standing at the side, stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape. Although they did not know who this young man was, the power of that kick had truly shocked them. At that moment, they realized that this old classmate of theirs seemed to be a little different. There was a mysterious air about him, and it was obvious that he was someone of status. Yes, who said no? Lai Xian actually did not want to see Lin Fei. He had no choice but to kick Luo Jun just now. He was really annoyed that Luo Jun had to offend Lin Fei of all people. After all, Lin Fei was very powerful now. Even he himself was no match for him. And third uncle's words kept ringing in his ears. Lai Xian felt that it was best not to offend Lin Fei for the time being. As for what kind of person his brother-in-law was, Lai Xian knew very well that it was impossible for Lin Fei to cheat. Lin Fei was a grandmaster expert, so there was no need for him to cheat. Lin Shang smiled and said, "This is a holiday villa. You can come. I can come. Everyone can come." Lai Xian squeezed out an ugly smile and said, "Yes." Lin Fei laughed. "That's more like it. Since we're doing business, the resort villa should look like a resort villa." "All right, my friend doesn't like that Luo Jun and that Qinzi Lin be *TCH. You should know what to do." Lai Xian was not interested in finding out what had happened between the two of them. He only knew that he could not allow Lin Fei to get angry here. Otherwise, the entire holiday villa would be torn apart by him. This was a loss that Lai Xian could not bear. Although he had suffered at Lin Fei's hands, the news had not really spread out. Therefore, it was best not to spread this matter if it did not have to. Chun Zilin, who was already trembling in fear, screamed when she heard Chun Hai's words. In an instant, she threw herself onto Chun Hai's feet and hugged his thigh. "Oh, Hai, please spare me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go." Chun Zilin had seen this young man before. Her own man had to kneel in front of this young Master Lai. No one knew this young man's background better than her. But now, this young man was terrifying. This powerful young Master Lai had sent her boyfriend flying with a kick. One could only imagine how powerful this friend of Chun Hai's was. Chun Zilin did not dare to imagine. The only thing she could do was beg for Chun Hai's forgiveness. She knew that if she was taken away, her fate would be very miserable. Therefore, Chun Zilin did not care about her pride anymore. She hugged Chun Hai's thigh and cried. She was as sad as she could be. She was regretting it. If she had known that Chun Hai had such a powerful friend, she would not have broken up with him. Many people at the scene could not stand it anymore, but no one dared to stand up and say a word. Old Lin, why don't we just let this go? After all, I have nothing to do with this bitch. She can do whatever she wants in the future. In the end, Chun Hai was still a soft-hearted person. After all, he was a rich second-generation heir. He had heard a lot of insider information and knew that his deskmate was definitely someone with a high status. Lin Fei said, "Since you've already spoken, I will definitely listen to you. But let's forget about that Luo Jun. I think it's better not to meet people like him again. What do you think, young Master Lai?" Lai Xian did not like this feeling, but he did not dare to say anything. No problem. From today onwards, you will never see Luo Jun and Donghai again. Without saying a word, someone immediately went over and dragged Luo Jun out like a dead dog. "We've seen this place. Let's go." After Lin Fei said this, Chun Hai and the other students did not have any objections. Just like that, they followed Lin Fei out. Actually, they did not want to stay here anymore. Lai Xian did not say a word from the beginning to the end. Even if he was unhappy, he did not show too much of it. Anyone who comes here tonight will get a small subsidy of 10,000 yuan. I hope everyone will be satisfied. Since something like this had happened, as the boss, Lai Xian had to deal with it. 10,000 yuan per person meant that they would have to fork out at least a few million yuan. It was equivalent to losing an entire night's worth of profit. Lai Xian had to do this. "Surnamed Lin, I'll remember this." "Old Lin, you've really hidden yourself well. I've seen that guy before. He's a big shot. To think that he would be so well-behaved in front of you. Tell me the truth. Are you a hidden, super second-generation heir?" Once they left the casino, Chun Hai could not wait to ask. Actually, Chun Hai was already prepared to be taken away. But in the blink of an eye, the situation had changed so much that Chun Hai could not come back to his senses. It was the same for the other students. They were even secretly glad that they did not say anything bad in front of Lin Fei. Otherwise, they might be in deep trouble. Looking at Soldier Luo's arrogance, but in the end, he was dragged out like a dead dog. Just thinking about it was scary. Lin Fei said, "I'm just an ordinary person. What's so great about me? But I know that guy. Last time when we were free, we sparred a little. He lost a round to me, so he owes me a favor. Now that we've met again, he has no confidence." Are you sure that's the case? Chun Hai did not think that it was possible. After all, that guy had a big shot. Even a billion-dollar boss would have to be careful around him. Of course. What else could it be? Just remember that I'm your old deskmate. Chun Hai suddenly said seriously. Chun Hai suddenly said in a serious tone, "Then I really have to thank you, my old classmate. I never thought that one day that bitch would hug my thigh and cry her eyes out. Thank you for letting me vent my anger." "How does that feel?" Lin Fei laughed. "Of course it feels good." Chun Hai nodded. Shook House website. Chapter 4010. Kaishan was in a good mood recently. This was because he had swept through all the dojos in EC one by one. Not a single dojo was his match. In his eyes, these dojos were too weak and didn't deserve their reputation. On this day, Kaishan kicked out the last dojo. This was all within Kaishan's expectations. Even though the Yin Huang battle team had been watching him these days, Kaishan didn't think much of it. Kaishan was very clear about his influence in Southeast Asia. As long as he did not do anything overboard in China, basically no one would do anything to him. Even the Yin Huang battle team was the same. At most, they would just keep an eye on him like they were doing now. Kaishan came out of the dojo and sat in a Mercedes again, his eyes narrowed. Now, there's only one thing left, and that is to go to the Lai family and compete with the #1 expert of the Lai family to see who's stronger. Kaishan wasn't in a hurry to challenge Lin Fei of the Longting Villa. Although he knew that Lin Fei from the Longting Villa was mysterious and that someone was secretly adding fuel to the fire to make him the #1 expert in the Eastern Sea, there was one thing he needed to do before that. and that was to make a trip to the Lai clan. Only by wiping out the true number one expert clan in the Eastern Sea would he be able to head to the Longting Villa with his supreme divine might and defeat Lin Fei, thoroughly proving his strength. Compared to defeating Lin Fei of the Longting Villa, Kai Shan preferred to defeat the number one expert of East Sea, Lai Tian of the Lai family. The black Mercedes drove along the road towards the Lai family. Kai Shan knew that once he went to the Lai family, Lai Tian would definitely return. When they passed by a crossroad, Kai Shan, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly with joy. He subconsciously looked to the left. At the crossroad, there was a group of people waiting for the traffic light. They were both men and women. Kai Shan quickly locked onto a young figure and couldn't help but take a few more glances. His expression was filled with ecstasy. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thousandsing body. I didn't expect there to be such a body in Huaxia. I can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Kai Shan was ecstatic. He asked the driver to stop the car in front and got out. Very quickly, it locked onto a person. As the number one black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan was dressed the same. At most, his skin was a little darker. Standing on the street, there was nothing special about him. He looked just like an ordinary old man, except that he was a little skinnier. Kai Shan's gaze was fixed on one person. Su Mei, who was still walking in front, did not know. Since leaving the design unit that day, Su Mei had been busy dealing with her own affairs. As a result, Su Mei's mood was very good these few days, and she always had a faint smile on her face. At the same time, he also searched for relevant information online. You don't say, but you did find something interesting. He paid more attention to the gate of martial arts. At this moment, he naturally did not notice a skinny figure following him from a distance. Su Mei returned to her residence. Kai Shan followed her all the way to her residence, and then quickly locked onto the room where Su Mei was. 10,000 body. There are women in Huaxia who have such a pure 10,000 body. I've only heard of this kind of physique in rumors. I didn't expect to encounter it in Huaxia this time. As long as I refine this 10,000 body, my tame head skill will be able to reach a higher level. At that time, I'll be able to easily kill a guru expert. Kai Shan was now very sure of this girl's physique. This unexpected surprise made Kai Shan fall into a state of ecstasy all the time. If this was not Huaxia, Kai Shan would have made a move immediately. Right now, Kai Shan was not in a hurry. He had already remembered this place. The only thing he needed to do now was to continue observing. Such a 10,000 body could be said to be rare in 100 years. Kai Shan felt that he was blessed by the goddess of luck. Otherwise, how could he encounter such a physique? Kai Shan did not return to the hotel. Instead, he sat down in a small restaurant near the community and ordered something. Kai Shan did not want this woman with the 10,000 body to disappear under his eyes. After all, Donghai was so big. Once she left, he did not know when he would be able to find her again. Lin Fei and Chen Hai, who were on vacation at the Brilliant Mountain Villa, did not leave the Brilliant Mountain Villa because of the incident at the casino. One had to admit that Lai Xian was quite good at doing things. The next morning, he arranged for someone to send $100,000 to each of Lin Fei's friends as compensation for their mental distress. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry when he found out. $100,000 isn't much. Anyway, he has plenty of money to give to you. You can buy whatever you want. There's no need to worry. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. However, he was impressed by Lai Xian's ability to do things. When the students heard this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, $100,000 was not a small sum to them. This also made them realize that their old classmate, Lin Fei, had really made a name for himself. There were actually people who took the initiative to give them money. $100,000 per person might not seem like much, but they had about 2 or 3 million with them. The female students also got one each, and all of them were 100,000 yuan. Their faces were full of chatter. Old classmate, not only are we here to have fun, but we're also going to earn a fortune. It feels like a dream, Su Xiaowan said with a chuckle. Now I'm starting to wonder if you're a super rich second generation. Lin Fei laughed. Actually, I want to be a super rich second generation too. Unfortunately, I'm an orphan. I guess I can only dream at night to be a super rich second generation. Everyone burst into laughter. Today was the last day of the party. After dinner, everyone left, chatting and laughing. Old Lin, come to my house when you're free, Chen Hai said before he left. Don't worry. After this period, I'll definitely visit your house and give you a surprise. Lin Fei smiled and kept Chen Hai in suspense. Chen Hai's eyes lit up. Are you planning to give me a Ms. Perfect? Lin Fei laughed. I guarantee that she'll be more perfect than a Ms. Perfect. You'll definitely like her. Chen Hai chuckled. Then I'll be waiting for your surprise. After everyone left, only Xiaolan and Su Xiaowan were left. Brother Lin, you don't mind taking a ride in your car, do you? I've never sat in a luxury car in my life. Well, you're Xiaolan's best friend. It's no problem for you to take a ride. 2K Reading Net. Chapter 4011. He sent Xiaolan and Su Xiaowan back to the neighborhood. Lin Fei left. He had planned to stay at Xiaolan's place for one night, but Su Xiaowan, her best friend, had no intention of returning to Hangzhou. Moreover, she did not like to stay in a hotel, so she could only stay at Xiaolan's place. Lin Fei had to leave first. As a man, he felt that Su Xiaowan seemed to have a purpose for coming here. Of course, this was a matter between the two women. Lin Fei was too lazy to get involved. Whatever they did had nothing to do with him. The car drove out of the neighborhood and did not go far. Lin Fei suddenly frowned. He stopped by the side of the road and pinched his fingers. Strange, my spiritual imprint on Su Mei seems to have been affected. This should not be the case. Since he left last time, Lin Fei had left a spiritual imprint on Su Mei. After all, she was his first apprentice, who was also his senior sister. Naturally, nothing could happen to her. Originally, the feeling was not very strong at the seaside because the distance between the two was a little far. After returning to Donghai, the spiritual imprint was reconnected. However, just now, Lin Fei felt a slight change. The change was very subtle, but for an immortal expert like Lin Fei, he could sense it clearly. Could it be that Su Mei encountered some trouble again? Lin Fei knew that Su Mei had a 10,000 body, which was the most likely to cause ghosts. Therefore, the spiritual imprint he left could not only lock onto Su Mei's location, but also detect if there was a problem. Now, the spiritual imprint was dissipating a little, which should not have happened under normal circumstances. Lin Fei decided to go and see Su Mei, hoping that nothing bad would happen to her. It was not easy for him to find an apprentice, especially a female apprentice with a 10,000 body. If something happened to her during this period, it would be really shameful. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had returned. Otherwise, something might have really happened to his disciple. After all, the spiritual imprint that he had left behind couldn't be easily destroyed by anything. However, he could feel that the spiritual imprint was dissipating. Something must have happened. Lin Fei took out his phone and called Su Mei. The call was quickly connected. Master, you're finally willing to give me a call. I thought you had forgotten to play. Once the call was connected, Su Mei's voice came through. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Naturally, he could hear Su Mei's coquettish tone. This was because Xiaolan had used his phone to send a few pictures of the scenery when they were at the resort. Lin Fei didn't mind at that time. If Xiaolan wanted to do it, he let her do it. He didn't expect his disciple to see it and actually act coquettishly towards him. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't I just come back? I'll definitely bring you there next time. By the way, how have you been recently? Did anything happen? Su Mei was in her room with a smile on her face. I feel pretty good recently, but it seems that there will be an inexplicable cold wind at home sometimes. Other than this, there really isn't anything else. Su Mei thought about it and said, "In wind?" Lin Fei frowned. Are you at home now? I'll come over and take a look for you. Then I'll have to trouble Master. I'm at home now. Su Mei jumped out of bed. Master is here. I have to dress up. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fei secretly pondered, but he couldn't figure out what this cold wind was. He would go and take a look when he arrived. Anyway, it wasn't very far from here. Before driving into the neighborhood, Lin Fei stopped not far from the neighborhood. What a powerful cold aura. This is a demonic expert. Even though he was sitting in the car, Lin Fei could feel the cold aura not far away. Others might not be able to sense it, but Lin Fei could sense it clearly. It seems that my disciple has really been targeted by someone. There's actually such a powerful yin qi. No wonder there are cold winds in the room. The other party must have entered my disciple's room. Even if they didn't enter, they must have used demonic methods to check. In fact, Kaishan had indeed controlled demonic creatures to enter Su Mei's room, leaving behind cold winds. Although it wasn't very obvious, Su Mei had the 10,000 yin constitution, so she was more sensitive than anyone else. Lin Fei sneered and walked out of the car. His aura was perfectly restrained, making him look like an ordinary person. He was very inconspicuous. He didn't walk far. Lin Fei sensed a gloomy and cold aura in a restaurant. It was a skinny old man with dark skin, like an old man from the countryside. Perhaps he didn't feel anything for others, but in Lin Fei's eyes, this person was a demonic expert. No, this person must not be cultivating an ordinary demonic technique. Additionally, he doesn't look like a Chinese. Could he be someone from Southeast Asia? Lin Fei was quick to come up with a theory. That's right. Could this person be Kaishan? With such a powerful aura and a cold aura lingering around his body, it was not difficult to guess the identity of the expert who had appeared recently. Lin Fei had never seen Kaishan before, but based on his aura, it was most likely Kaishan. To confirm, Lin Fei gave Taijian a call. I want a photo of Kaishan. Send it to my phone immediately. Lin Fei didn't need to be polite with Taijian. He just wanted to confirm if this old man was Kaishan. If it was Kaishan, then Lin Fei wouldn't be polite. He was prepared to deal with Kaishan slowly, but this guy actually dared to target his disciple. That was unforgivable. The other party was the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia and cultivated evil methods. It was normal for Kaishan to target his disciple, Su Mei, who had the 1,000 body. When this is over, I must refine a treasure to conceal Su Mei's aura so that she won't be targeted like a walking cornucopia. This was Lin Fei's negligence. Fortunately, it wasn't too late, and he could still make up for it. Ding dong. Lin Fei received a photo on his phone. It really is Kaishan. It was a photo of his face. I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. You actually targeted my disciple out of all people. Even though Lin Fei was certain in his heart, he couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the photo. This Kaishan is really unlucky. Lin Fei laughed coldly. Then you can only count yourself unlucky. Of all people, you actually targeted my disciple. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 4012. At the base of the Yin Huang battle team, Taijian was stunned when he received the news. He had no idea what Lin Fei was planning to do. Hurry up and find out where Lin Fei is right now. Is he still in Splendor Resort Villa? Taijian had always been very concerned about Lin Fei's whereabouts. After all, in the Donghai, only Lin Fei and Lai Tian from the Lai family could fight against Kaishan. As for the others, they were no match for them at all. He loved and hated Lin Fei at the same time. He loved Lin Fei's means and the elixir in his hands, which could actually enhance the strength of a plain strength warrior. He hated that this guy seemed to be very good at causing trouble. If it was possible, Taijian really did not want Lin Fei to stay in the Donghai. A troublemaker like him should go as far away as possible. Not long after, Lin Ro walked in with a document in her hand. Director, we just arranged for someone to investigate. Lin Fei ended his vacation and just returned to the Donghai. Did Lin Fei cause trouble again? Lin Ro was also very concerned about Lin Fei's whereabouts. Especially when the director asked about it this time, it was definitely not a small matter. Lin Ro was very clear about this. This Lin Fei could never be looked at with ordinary eyes. I knew it. This guy is definitely not in the resort villa. Taijian's face was full of disappointment. I knew he was up to no good the moment he came back. Can you confirm the specific location? It should be possible. I just looked around. It seems to be near a community. Lin Ro looked and said. Taijian suddenly stood up and laughed. Is it the community where Su Mei lives? Hurry up and take a look. Lin Ro nodded. How do you know, Director? Taijian laughed. Then God is really helping me. It must be Kaishan who has his eyes on Lin Fei's disciple. Chief, are you talking about that Sume? Lin Ro came back to her senses. Yes, it must be Sume. Kaishan is the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia. I don't know why he has his eyes on Sume, but Sume is Lin Fei's disciple. As I said, why would Lin Fei ask about Kaishan's photo when he just came back from the holiday villa? There must be something going on. I didn't expect Kaishan to offend Lin Fei first. Chief, you said that Kaishan isn't Lin Fei's match. Lin Ro asked curiously. What's Kaishan? He's said to be the best black magic master in Southeast Asia, but only his black magic arts are more powerful. However, very few people can master it. Although this Kaishan is a black magic master, I can guarantee that he definitely hasn't mastered the black magic arts. Therefore, if he really fights against Lin Fei, he has no chance of winning. I can guarantee that, Taijan said with a smile. Then do you want to arrange for people to keep an eye on him? Taijan shook his head. There's no need to. Anyway, with Lin Fei taking action, our problem can be solved. Kaishan could have offended anyone, but he chose to offend Lin Fei. He even had his eyes on his disciple. He's definitely asking for trouble. Let's just wait for the good results. Taijan was also happy for once. After all, because of Kaishan's matter, everyone knew. As the Yin Huang battle team, they could only arrange for people to keep an eye on him every day, but they couldn't do anything. This made them very unhappy, but now it seemed like they could let go of this matter. Once this Lin Fei took action, anything could be easily solved. Kaishan, who was sitting in the small restaurant, had no idea that he was being watched. He was controlling his monster to move back and forth in Su Mei's room. Under close observation, Kaishan was already very sure that the other party had the myriadine body. It was the real deal, and he was not deceiving anyone. Kaishan's mood was good, and he ate a few more bowls of rice. He had never felt that the food in a small restaurant could be so delicious. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. What he had to do now was to wait until nightfall. Kaishan had never felt that waiting was so long. Every minute and second felt like a year. Finally, the sky darkened. Kaishan had originally planned to sit in the small restaurant until midnight, but the small restaurant closed at 11. Kaishan had no choice but to walk out of the small restaurant and sat down by a nearby wall. He didn't care if he was polite or not. After all, he looked like an old man from the countryside. There were many old men like him, and Kaishan didn't have to worry that he would be too ostentatious. Finally, it was past midnight, and a little later, it was 2 in the morning. The road was very quiet, and very few people appeared. Only a taxi would occasionally appear, but to Kaishan, this was really nothing. Finally, it's time. Kaishan decided to take action. He felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. If he continued to bear it, he would go crazy. This 10,000-ing body was like a piece of fat meat, and he could take a few bites if he wanted to. Kaishan walked into the small district as if there was no one around. The security guards of the small district acted as if they didn't see Kaishan and let him walk in. It turned out that when Kaishan went over, he used his mental strength to hypnotize these people. As a powerful tame headmaster, mental strength was indispensable. After Kaishan walked into the small district, a figure walked over unhurriedly. Finally can't hold it in anymore? You could have lived if you didn't do anything, but since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Fei had been staring at Kaishan the whole time. However, Kaishan couldn't detect Lin Fei's methods, and he didn't know that Lin Fei had been staring at him. From the moment Kaishan walked into the small district, Lin Fei had decided Kaishan's fate. This guy was courting death. After Kaishan came to the bottom of the small district, he didn't walk up the stairs again. This was because these small district buildings had access control, but this wasn't a difficult thing for Kaishan. After about 10 minutes, the access control suddenly opened, and a figure walked out. It was none other than Su Mei. At this moment, Su Mei was wearing pajamas, as if she was sleepwalking. What a good method of controlling things. Lin Fei saw everything clearly from behind. This method of controlling things was a demon controlling Su Mei, and Su Mei could walk out of the small district like she was dreaming. It was indeed a brilliant method. Those who didn't know would never be able to guess that Su Mei was being controlled. Originally, I wanted to deal with you in this small district, but since you brought my disciple out, I'll deal with you outside. Lin Fei also realized that it was impossible for Kai Shan to deal with his disciple elsewhere and in the small district. This was also an opportunity for Lin Fei. Chapter 40:13. Kai Shan was in a very good mood. He finally managed to control the person with the 10,000 body. Don't think that just because Kai Shan was a tame headmaster, he wasn't smart. In fact, he was very smart. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to take someone away at this time. However, if Su Mei walked out by herself, the situation would be different. Kai Shan turned around and left after Su Mei came down. Because he had placed a demonic creature on Su Mei's body to control her, Su Mei would follow him. Walking out of the neighborhood, the security guards of these neighborhoods didn't notice it at all. It was as if no one had left this place. After Su Mei came out of the neighborhood, she stopped a taxi. The taxi driver was a little confused at first, but in the blink of an eye, his eyes changed because he was also controlled by Kai Shan. After Su Mei got in the car, Kai Shan also sat in the front passenger seat. Everything went smoothly. In the eyes of outsiders, no one saw anyone get in the car at all. This was a type of tame head technique. It could also be said to be a very useless tame head technique. It was called Go Sai. Within a certain range, no activity could be seen. Even if someone walked in front of you, you wouldn't be able to see them. This was Kai Shan's method. Although it was a useless tame head technique, the effect was very good for Kai Shan. Lin Fei leisurely followed behind the taxi. No matter how fast the taxi drove, it was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. After all, if he ran at full speed, his speed would be very terrifying. Even if the taxi ran at full speed, it wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Therefore, Lin Fei was very relaxed. The taxi drove all the way to the outskirts of Donghai. It went all the way to the seaside, where there were reeds before stopping. This place was considered a no-man's land. No one would appear at all. Su Mei and Kai Shan got out of the car one after another. The taxi driver drove all the way back to Donghai before coming back to his senses. He couldn't even remember where he had been before. He cursed a few times before leaving. They came to the depths of the reeds. Only then did Su Mei stop. Even now, Su Mei didn't notice anything. She always had a sleepy look on her face. If someone was outside at this time, then they would definitely be shocked, especially in the middle of the night. It was indeed easy to scare people. Kai Shan looked at Su Mei from head to toe, his eyes filled with excitement and joy. The 10,000 body. This old man actually has the chance to obtain the 10,000 body. As long as I absorb the bloodline of the 10,000 body, this old man's strength will rise to another level. However, absorbing the bloodline alone is too weak. This old man must truly activate the bloodline of the 10,000 body in order to enjoy the true effects of the bloodline. Others might not know the uses of the 10,000 body, but it just so happened that Kai Shan had read about it in an ancient book and had kept it in mind. He thought that it would be impossible for him to encounter a 10,000 body in his lifetime. But he never thought that he would actually meet him in a place like Huaxia. It was really too coincidental. Although Su Mei's 10,000 body seemed to have a mental imprint on it, Kai Shan never took it to heart. He thought that she had something hanging on her body, so this bit of mental imprint was nothing to him. Even for a martial artist, it was impossible to leave such a heavy mental imprint on an ordinary person. Kai Shan understood this very well. For a moment, Kai Shan wanted to bring Su Mei away from Huaxia and return to his own Southeast Asia. But this time, the momentum that he had painstakingly built up would go down the drain, which was very troublesome for Kai Shan. Therefore, Kai Shan felt that he had to first defeat Lai Tian and then kill that Lin Fei. Kai Shan knew that once he killed Lin Fei, the person who was secretly adding fuel to the fire would definitely thank him. Moreover, the person who could create such a momentum in such a short period of time was definitely someone with great power. This was also someone that Kai Shan was willing to befriend. This was because it would bring great benefits to Kai Shan. No matter what your name is, I will let you live for a period of time first. During this period of time, you will obediently follow this old man. Kai Shan was not in a hurry to act, but he did not intend to let Su Mei go either. Who knew what would happen? Huaxia was so big. How could he not search from place to place? Even if he had planted a secret technique on her, once she left the EC, he would not be able to detect her. The EC was said to be huge, and as long as they were a distance away from each other, Kaishan would not be able to grasp her true location. Therefore, Kaishan decided to plant something on Kaishan's body first. This was the only way he could completely control Kaishan and not even have to worry about being suspected. Kaishan had also thought of a plan. When the time came, if someone really asked, he would say that Kaishan was his disciple. Of course, this was Kaishan's plan to deal with the Yin Huang battle team. He knew that he had been constantly being watched by the Yin Huang battle team. If someone suddenly appeared by his side, they would naturally suspect him. Therefore, Kaishan needed a perfect reason. Accepting a disciple was the most suitable reason. Let me plant a demonic seed on you. Kaishan took out a box. It was a small red box, about the size of a fist. After opening it, a flying snake appeared. This flying snake was almost the size of an earthworm, and its entire body was green. Even in the night, it was like a ball of fluorescent light, and was very eye-catching. This snake was called the ghost snake. Kaishan had spent a lot of effort to cultivate it, and it took him a whole 10 years. Under normal circumstances, Kaishan would rarely use this ghost snake, because he felt that there was no need. But now was different. Only by using the ghost snake could he completely control Su Mei. A mere ghost snake was not worth Kaishan's heartache. Compared to the rewards, it was simply too great. It was something that could not be compared. Old man, in the middle of the night, are you bullying a weak little girl? Just as Kaishan was about to make his move, a voice rang out from the gourd thicket without warning. Kaishan's expression changed slightly. In an instant, his hand flicked out a black shadow. This black shadow was a black centipede. It was extremely venomous, and anyone who came into contact with it would definitely die. Using it to deal with ordinary people or martial artists was a piece of cake. Who dared to disturb Kaishan at this time? Who knew if he was some kind of savior? But in Kaishan's eyes, since he dared to speak, then he must be prepared to die. After the centipede was flicked out, it instantly landed in the reeds, and there was no more sound. Kaishan could not help but laugh. But halfway through his laughter, another voice came from the reeds. This centipede of yours is not bad. It's big and fat. Looks like it's quite suitable for brewing medicinal wine. The effects should be great. I won't stand on ceremony. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 4014. Kaishan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. That was the hypertoxic centipede that he had painstakingly cultivated. Under normal circumstances, as long as the hypertoxic centipede was used, it would be easy to deal with people. Furthermore, in the Eastern Sea, where would there be any expert cultivators in the middle of the night? One hypertoxic centipede would be enough to deal with the other party. He did not expect the other party to describe his hypertoxic centipede as an ordinary centipede. This was unforgivable. Brew medicinal wine? How dare you say that? Swoosh! Swoosh! Kaishan flicked his fingers again. Under the cover of the night, the 6 hypertoxic centipedes rushed into the reeds in the blink of an eye. On this trip to the East Sea, Kaishan had brought a lot of poisonous creatures. Others might not know where the poisonous creatures were hidden, but Kaishan's entire body was covered in poisonous creatures. Even machines could not detect him. This was the power of a tame headmaster. After releasing the 6 hypertoxic centipedes, Kaishan felt that the other party would not be able to withstand the attack of his hypertoxic centipedes. After all, these 6 hypertoxic centipedes would form a team once released. They could even easily hunt down obvious strength and inward strength martial artists. This was something that Kaishan had always been proud of. He did not believe that the person hiding in the reeds could withstand the attack of the hypertoxic centipedes. However, after the 6 hypertoxic centipedes rushed into the reeds, there was no movement at all. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Kaishan did not even hear the sound of fighting. It was as if nothing had happened. This made Kaishan's face darken. At this moment, a voice came from the reeds again. Old man, your cooking skills are pretty good. 6 big centipedes. I think we'll have our supper tonight. Just for these 6 big centipedes, fry them and sprinkle some cumin powder on them. It should taste pretty good. At the very least, they'll be very nutritious. When Kaishan heard this, he flew into a rage. I don't believe that I can't take care of you. Kaishan had never lost his composure like this before. If it was any other time, it would have been fine. However, this involved the 10,000ine body. Kaishan could not allow any mistakes. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Kaishan's body trembled. A terrifying scene had actually occurred. If there were any outsiders present, they would definitely be shocked out of their wits, because poisonous creatures were constantly burrowing out of Kaishan's body. These poisonous creatures were innumerable and densely packed, causing one's scalp to go numb. There were at least a few hundred or a few thousand venomous creatures. They actually came out of Kaishan's body and rushed into the reeds. Wherever these poisonous creatures passed, the reeds would fall and even corrode, turning into an empty space. This was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was extremely terrifying. Kaishan was truly enraged. He actually dared to destroy his 7 venomous centipedes. They had been cultivated for 2 to 3 years, and he had spent a lot of effort on them. This was not something that could be forgiven. Therefore, no matter who this person was, Kaishan was going to kill him. Moreover, he was going to let him experience the pain of being bitten by 1,000 bugs. Kaishan was a ruthless person. These released poisonous creatures accounted for more than half of what Kaishan had brought. However, as these poisonous creatures continued to surge forward, the screams that Kaishan wanted to hear didn't appear. Everything was calm. Good fella, this frog is really big. And this poisonous snake, I can bring it back to make soup. Old man, you're really a good person. It's really rare to see a good person like you these days. Not long after, a voice came from the reeds again. The voice was loud and clear, and it didn't sound like he was injured at all. Who are you? Stop putting on an act. Come out if you have the guts. Kaishan frowned, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He knew that he had met his match today. To be able to neutralize his poisonous attacks so easily wasn't something that just anyone could do. After taking so many of your nourishing items, it would be inexcusable if I don't come out and meet you. From the reeds, a figure walked out unhurriedly. Kaishan saw a young man walk out. This young man was extremely young, and he looked more like an ordinary person. In fact, he didn't even have a strong aura around him. He was basically just like an ordinary person. This young man walked out, and he was carrying many poisonous creatures in his hands. However, it was this person who could cause his poisonous creatures to suffer great losses. What was going on? Stinking brat, stop putting on an act. Go to hell. If it was a real expert, Kaishan might not have been so angry. However, this was a young man, and even he couldn't tell what was going on. Kaishan couldn't take this lying down. He stepped forward, opened his mouth, and spat out a large cloud of black fog at the young man. It looked like a black fog, but in reality, it was a swarm of poisonous magic mosquitoes. Every magic mosquito was the size of a fly, and they had a terrifying aura. They shrouded the young man, and at the same time, they kept buzzing, which turned into a sound wave attack. Lin Fei was also impressed by Kaishan. A tame headmaster is indeed a tame headmaster. He actually has so many poisonous creatures with him. Putting everything else aside, there were at least thousands of poisonous creatures in the large swarm just now. The scene was indeed terrifying. There were all kinds of poisonous creatures, and they were extremely poisonous. When all kinds of poisonous creatures were mixed together, they formed a deadly poison. It was truly terrifying. If one touched it, one would definitely die. There was no cure. You could have played with anything, but you chose to play with mosquitoes. You're really useless. Lin Fei laughed. Accompanied by his laughter, the magic mosquitoes that flew over exploded one after another. In an instant, they disappeared completely. What other tricks do you have? Show me how powerful you, the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, are. My magic mosquitoes. At this moment, Kaishan almost vomited blood. He had spent 5 years to cultivate them, and there were only a few thousand magic mosquitoes in total. Now, they were all gone in the blink of an eye. You actually know me. Who are you? Kaishan had never taken people of the younger generation seriously. There was no one in the entire East Sea that he was afraid of. But now, an unknown brat had actually destroyed wave after wave of his demonic creatures. Now, even his precious magic mosquitoes had been completely wiped out. Kaishan felt that his blood pressure was about to rise. What Kaishan could not accept the most was that this guy actually knew his identity. That was extraordinary. While no one was paying attention to him, Kaishan had set up another secret move while he was in a state of shock. Black shadows flew close to the ground and headed straight for Kaishan. Even I don't know who you are. How dare you have been working in East Sea all this time? Lin Fei said with a smile. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and flicked at a few positions. Clouds of bloody mist exploded one after another. Look, your poisonous creatures are dead again, aren't they? I guess you're very distressed this time. Puffed, puffed. Kaishan took 3 steps back and vomited blood with each step. Chapter 40:15. Wave after wave of losses made Kaishan, the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, feel his heart bleeding, especially after the death of the Dark Shadow Snake. This was one of his trump cards. He had just made a move, but he was easily annihilated by the other party. This directly caused him to suffer a backlash and retreat 3 steps. At the same time, he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood, and his face turned pale. Who are you? It's impossible for there to be an expert like you in the East Sea who can easily kill this old man's Dark Shadow Snake. Kaishan clutched his chest, and his breathing quickened. The Dark Shadow Snake had a great impact on Kaishan. The Dark Shadow Snake's forte was its speed. In the blink of an eye, it could leap dozens of meters away. There had never been a warrior who could withstand the attack of the Dark Shadow Snake, and ordinary people were even less qualified to make Kaishan release the Dark Shadow Snake. But now, it had been destroyed by this young man, and he had even killed all the few shadow snakes he had. These were the only shadow snakes that he had cultivated for 20 years. Kaishan's eyes were about to turn black after suffering such a huge loss in the East Sea. I told you not to play such tricks, but you didn't listen. Are you happy now? Lin Fei laughed. Since you want to know my name, it's fine. You've lost so much anyway. If I don't tell you my name and you die of anger, you won't know who you are when you reach Yanhuang Road. How sad would that be? Listen, my name is Lin Fei, and I'm the one who opened the Lonting Manor. Are you happy now? I also know that you're preparing to challenge me, but you haven't even seen me before. You're the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, but your standards are a little too low. I really wonder how you became the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia. Your eyesight is really bad. Another 2 sounds. Kaishan also took 2 steps back, followed by 2 mouthfuls of blood. His pupils constricted, and he pointed at Lin Fei with a trembling finger. You're Lin Fei? Impossible. You're just the #1 expert in the East Sea that was promoted by others. How can you be so strong? Lin Fei's name completely overturned Kaishan's impression of him. Although Lin Fei was now known as the strongest in Donghai, everyone knew that 8 grandmasters had died in Longton Villa. Kaishan did not really acknowledge Lin Fei's strength. Hence, he had placed his true focus on Lai Tian from the Lai family. But now, Lin Fei hadn't even done anything, but he had already made him suffer heavy losses. At the very least, it would take him more than 10 years to recover, and it might even take a few more years. Right now, Lin Fei was like a terrifying existence. There was not a single trace of qi on his body. One could tell that even Kaishan was afraid of his strength. Look, you're vomiting blood again, right? It's just 2 names. What's the big deal? Lin Fei laughed. Do you know why I came to you? Kaishan did not know that Lin Fei would come to him, especially in the middle of the night. It seemed like he had been following him. Kaishan, who thought that he was good at trailing others, did not expect that he would be followed one day. Lin Fei, since you've taken the initiative to jump out, I'll fulfill your wish. You dared to ruin my plans and cause me heavy losses. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to swallow the anger in my heart. Kaishan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and dashed over in a few steps. He attacked with his elbow, aiming for Lin Fei's face. As a #1 tame headmaster, Kaishan was not only good at tame head, but he was also good at close combat. His fists, legs, and joints were all weapons. When Kai Shan attacked, his entire body was filled with a black fog, accompanied by an unbearably pungent smell. If it was someone else, the smell alone would have made them dizzy, and their movement speed would have slowed down significantly. "Old man, you have too many poisonous creatures on you. Let me help you clean them up. Of all the things you could have kept, you chose to keep poisonous creatures. Old man, your way of thinking is not good." Lin Fei laughed. With a thought, his qi and blood began to rumble. In an instant, it turned into a huge, blazing sun, radiating across the small area. Kai Shan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. White smoke rose from his body. This is too unbearable. My poisonous creatures. Kai Shan's body was originally emitting a cold and terrifying aura. But in front of this blazing sun, his body was trembling nonstop. White smoke rose from his body, instantly enveloping his entire body. What is this? Why are all my poisonous creatures dead?" Kai Shan struggled to get out. His entire body seemed to have been fished out of water. His aura had also become extremely weak, and his mind was unsettled. Kai Shan could not believe that in such a short period of time, all the poisonous creatures he had reared had died. At this moment, there was no longer a single poisonous creature on Kai Shan's body. His entire body was clean, and he no longer had that cold and sinister aura. However, what followed was his age. In an instant, he looked as though he had aged 20 or 30 years. The current Kai Shan looked like an 80 or 90-year-old man, as though he could collapse at any moment. "No one has ever been able to kill off my poisonous creatures. Yet, you managed to kill all of them. In this life of mine, I will kill you." Kai Shan enunciated every single word. His eyes were filled with endless hatred. "Now, I'll let you have a taste of my flying corpse skill." Under his enraged roar, Kai Shan displayed his unparalleled technique. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The head of the old Kai Shan fell off. With a swoosh, it flew towards Lin Fei. As it flew, it let out a sharp ka sound, causing one's scalp to go numb. Is this the real flying corpse taming skill? It's a little terrifying. Lin Fei shook his head with a smile. He extended his hand and a reed flew over. With a light flick, it flew over with a swoosh. At this moment, Kai Shan, who was using the flying corpse taming skill, possessed invincible strength. However, when the reed flew over, it nailed his head to the ground with a swoosh. Kai Shan didn't even have time to react. "What's wrong with me?" Rolling his eyes, he saw a foot appear and step heavily on Kai Shan's head. Half of his head was buried in the ground. Of all the things you could have played, why did you have to use such a terrifying technique? Do you think your head is very hard? Lin Fei, you can't kill me. Today, I'll fight you to the death. If I don't kill you, I'm not Kai Shan. Kai Shan roared angrily. A terrifying strength exploded from his head. Your strength is not bad. However, you want to kill me with this strength? You're thinking too much. I'm even more terrifying than you. A loud rumbling sound was heard. An extremely terrifying force exploded on Kai Shan's head. Remember the website of the mobile version. Chapter 22-27 Dawn, T Scare People at Night. P. 1/1. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 4016. The power of the kick immediately made Kai Shan dizzy. Waves of pain pierced through his body, wave after wave. The situation was completely different from what Kai Shan had imagined. He had used the flying corpse tame technique, which was the most powerful killer move among the tame techniques. Once the flying corpse tame technique was used, he would be almost invincible. No one could kill him, and he wouldn't even feel any pain. But now he actually felt pain. The pain was magnified infinitely in an instant. It hurts. It hurts. Stop. Stop. Kai Shan could not help but yell. His entire face turned ferocious. At the same time, he pushed the power of the flying corpse tame technique in an attempt to break free from under Lin Fei's foot. But no matter how hard he tried, his opponent's foot was firmly on his head. He did not budge at all. You wanted to stop, so I stopped? Who do you think you are? He spat out his power again. With a loud rumble, he crushed Kai Shan's head. This time, it was not only Kai Shan's head that had a problem. Even his body was affected to a certain extent. It was actually trembling. Doesn't this feel good? Do you think that your flying corpse taming technique is very powerful and awesome? That your head is impervious to swords and spears, fire and water, and can be said to be invincible? I just don't know if you can continue to live after your body is destroyed. Lin Fei laughed. I think you definitely won't live to see tomorrow's sun. Once the sun comes out tomorrow, I think your head will turn to ash. What #1 expert in Southeast Asia will be nothing but a joke. The seemingly powerful flying corpse tame technique was basically trash in Lin Fei's eyes. It could not withstand a single blow. This technique could be said to be evil, but it was even more inferior than evil. It looked powerful, but in reality, it was useless. How did you know? As Kai Shan struggled, he roared when he heard the voice. A trace of fear and unease flashed in his eyes. This was the biggest secret of the flying corpse tame technique. Although his head looked invincible, even those in the light realm or the dark realm, or even those in the Grandmaster realm, would not be able to withstand his attack. Especially at night, his strength would be amplified. Kai Shan had once killed a Grandmaster late-stage expert with this move and had always been proud of it. Under normal circumstances, Kai Shan would not use the flying corpse tame technique because it would consume too much energy. But once he used it, his opponent would definitely die. However, the current situation was really hard for Kai Shan to accept. This was the flying corpse tame technique. It was the most powerful tame technique. To think that he couldn't do anything to the other party. Instead, the other party easily stepped on his face, and the infinitely magnified pain kept assaulting him. This kind of pain made Kai Shan wish he was dead, and he wished he could die immediately. To be able to become a tame headmaster who didn't experience pain. Kai Shan had experienced more pain than anyone else, but at this moment, he was unable to endure it. He could only feel his opponent's power surging towards him endlessly, stretching out the pain endlessly and incessantly stimulating him. Anyone can tell that it's just a child's play. Lin Fei laughed. In fact, I don't even need to wait for the sun to rise tomorrow. I only need to blow your body apart with a single punch, and your head won't be able to continue living. It's not like you've cultivated an immortal body. Kai Shan spat out a mouthful of blood. If he could cultivate an undying body, would he still be in such a sorry state? Come at me if you can. Lin Fei, you win and I lose. From now on, I will never come to the East Sea again, nor will I cause trouble for you. As long as you, Lin Fei, appear, I will stay away. Is that okay? In the current situation, Kai Shan could only lower his head. If he didn't, he might really die in the East Sea. Lin Fei laughed and shook his head. Looks like you still don't understand why I'm here. I think you should think about it carefully and tell me when you've figured it out. Kai Shan still felt strange. He hadn't found Lin Fei, but the latter had taken the initiative to follow him. This made Kai Shan puzzled. But now that he heard these words, he felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Kai Shan saw a figure. At this moment, he finally understood what was going on. Could it be the 10,000ing body? Other than this reason, Kai Shan couldn't think of a second reason. I think you should understand now. Not everything is yours. Lin Fei said, do you know who she is? She's my big disciple and big senior sister. Even though we haven't held the apprenticeship ceremony, do you think a Southeast Asia's top tame technique master can touch my big disciple? Kai Shan's mind went blank. Now, he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that he had followed Lin Fei's big disciple. No wonder she had a spiritual imprint on her body. At first, Kai Shan didn't care about it. But now that he thought about it, he broke out in cold sweat. Don't think that everyone has the same thoughts as you. Although the 10,000ing body isn't bad, it's nothing in my eyes. Only evil people like you would care about it. Lin Fei said faintly, Su Mei is my big disciple. You know what that means. You could have targeted anyone but my big disciple. You've got guts. Do you think it's better if I beat your body up now? Or, Lin Fei smiled and casually slapped Kai Shan's body. This palm strike caused Kai Shan to scream out loud. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I admit defeat. This slap almost broke the connection between Kai Shan and his body. Don't think that once the flying corpse taming art was used, there was still a connection between the body and the body. This slap almost took Kai Shan's life. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Kai Shan finally understood why 7 or 8 grandmasters suffered such a big setback at Longting Mountain Villa. The person in front of him might be a god rank expert. Only a god rank powerhouse could easily suppress him. He really kicked a big iron plate. Moreover, it was a super hard iron plate. A god rank expert. He hadn't appeared for decades. Kai Shan had only heard of the god realm experts from a few decades ago, but he had never seen one in person. But now he finally saw the power of a god rank expert. He was suppressed to the point where he couldn't move with just one kick. What pained Kai Shan the most was that he actually offended a god rank expert. I'm willing to make amends. I only ask that you spare my life. Shukju website. Chapter 4017. Right now, Kai Shan was completely terrified out of his wits. It could be said that even the depths of his bones exuded fear and uneasiness. Even though Lin Fei was just an ordinary young man, even inconspicuous in the crowd, such a person could easily decide his life and death. A deity realm expert. How many years had it been since a god realm expert had appeared? Kai Shan would not dare to be presumptuous even if he had 100 guts. Back then, it was not that there were no divine-level experts in Southeast Asia. However, they had all been wiped out by the divine-level experts from Huaxia. Otherwise, Kai Shan would not have had the chance to jump out. As the saying went, when the tiger was no longer on the mountain, the monkey would proclaim itself as the king. You've already touched my disciple. Do you think I'll let you off? Lin Fei smiled faintly. I only need a little bit of strength to kill you. What's Southeast Asia's #1 expert? You're just a joke in my eyes. Sir, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm still of some use. I'm willing to help you lure out the person who's secretly adding fuel to the fire and kill them in return. Kai Shan begged. I'm willing to be Sir's lackey. I'll fight wherever you point me to. No one will suspect the relationship between me and Sir. You're quite smart. You even know how to draw inferences. Lin Fei naturally knew who was secretly adding fuel to the fire. For a tame headmaster like Kai Shan, he was actually quite useful. After all, this guy had some tricks up his sleeves. His overall strength was much stronger than Yu Zishan's. He could even fight against 2 grandmasters alone without much pressure. Most importantly, Kai Shan was the #1 taming master in Southeast Asia. Lin Fei was not interested in this. However, Southeast Asia was a mountainous region that produced all sorts of rich resources. Lin Fei was interested in that. One must know that Lin Fei had taken in Su Mei as his disciple. As a master, he had to obtain some resources to groom this disciple. After returning from the alternate world, all of Lin Fei's storage rings had been shattered. Not a single one was left. It could be said that he had no resources. However, if Kai Shan, the #1 expert in Southeast Asia, was there to help gather all kinds of resources, it would save him a lot of trouble. This was also the reason why Lin Fei did not stomp Kai Shan to death. Master, as long as you spare this old man will do anything, no matter how small or big it is. Furthermore, this old man had a lot of influence in Southeast Asia. As long as you say the word, this old man will do anything for you. Kai Shan did not care so much anymore. As long as he could survive, then everything was fine. Lin Fei looked at Kai Shan in the ground. You should be glad that you haven't done anything to my eldest disciple. Otherwise, you wouldn't have so much time to talk here. He raised his hand and instantly sent a mental imprint drawing of runes into Kai Shan's mind. This is a special imprint I gave you. You can experience it. Lin Fei smiled and controlled the spiritual imprint. Kai Shan's head, as well as his body not far away, began to tremble to varying degrees. The pain was magnified once again, reaching 100-fold. Master, it's too painful. This old man really can't take it anymore. It's too painful. Lin Fei stepped on Kai Shan's head. Otherwise, Kai Shan would have been rolling on the ground. Not far away, his body had already rolled on the ground for God knows how many times. His body exploded with wounds and blood flowed out. Kai Shan had no doubt that if this continued, even if the other party did not kill him, just the blood loss alone would cause him to dry up and die. This terrifying pain was like a nightmare. Kaishan had lived for so long, and this was the first time he experienced pain. The pain reached every inch of his bones. Even his flesh and cells were in intense pain. However, in the face of this pain, Kaishan was powerless and could only endure it passively. It had only been a few seconds, but Kaishan was already unable to endure it. This was practically taking Kaishan's life away. It was truly a life worse than death. How is it? Does it feel good? Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Kaishan, who was originally trembling, finally stopped. His entire face revealed an expression of having survived a calamity. Master, this old man is convinced. This old man really is convinced. In the future, this old man will not dare to disobey Master's orders. This old man is willing to be your lackey for life. Lin Fei casually kicked Kaishan's head, sending it flying. Now go back and sing this show well. If you're satisfied with it, you will suffer less. Otherwise, every 1st and 15th day of the year, you will experience this intense pain. Lin Fei took care of Kaishan like it was a game. He no longer looked at Kaishan. He came to Su Mei's side and shook his head lightly. Fortunately, you didn't wake up. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. Lin Fei reached out and hugged Su Mei. He turned around and left like a gust of wind, not leaving any traces behind. After Lin Fei left, Kaishan once again returned to his body. However, his body was covered in wounds of various sizes. The aftereffects of the pain constantly told Kaishan that this was not a dream. He was really walking on the edge of life and death just now. Kaishan was even more clear that not harming this girl was his only chance of survival. Kaishan already regretted coming to China. It was said that China was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He had never believed it. Even when there were many God Realm experts, Kaishan was not afraid of China. However, this time, Kaishan had truly suffered a huge setback. This setback made it impossible for him to make a comeback for the rest of his life. As for getting rid of the spiritual imprint in his mind, it was simply impossible. In front of this spiritual imprint, his spiritual energy was like a child compared to an adult. Just the pressure alone was enough to make him unable to move. Kaishan let out a long sigh and walked out of the reeds. He no longer had the high spirits he had before. If it wasn't for the scene that happened in the reeds, who would have thought that the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kaishan, would have suffered such a huge loss? He didn't even have the freedom to live. Lin Fei hugged Su Mei. His powerful spiritual energy spread out and formed a special area. Everywhere he passed, whether it was electronic devices or pedestrians, they couldn't see Lin Fei running at full speed. After sending Su Mei back to her room and clearing those demonic creatures, Lin Fei smiled and left. Before he left a powerful spiritual imprint on Su Mei's body, instantly sealing the power of his bloodline. At this moment, Su Mei could be considered as a real ordinary girl. Unless one was stronger than Lin Fei, they wouldn't be able to see through her. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4018. You're saying that nothing happened? In the Yin Huang battle team's base. After Tai Zhan received the news, the tea in his cup spilled out quite a bit. That doesn't make sense. Lin Fei isn't easy to deal with. Since he asked for Cai Shan's photo, he must have some plans for Kaishan. Moreover, both of them seem to be in that area. It's impossible that nothing happened. Tai Zhan was more concerned about this than anyone else. However, after hearing the news, he felt a little uncomfortable. Indeed, nothing happened. I suspect that the two of them must have exchanged blows. It's hard to guess who won. Lin Ro guessed. Our people found that Kaishan looked a little disheveled, but he didn't look like he was injured. As for that Lin Fei, our people lost track of him. Tai Zhan wasn't surprised that they lost track of him. If Lin Fei was so easy to follow, then he wouldn't be Lin Fei. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find any information until now. He was like a mystery. Then continued to arrange for people to keep an eye on Kaishan, especially that Su Mei, Tai Zhan said after thinking for a while. East Sea Airport. A private plane glided down. A group of people alighted from the cabin. The leader was a middle-aged man with a dignified expression. As he walked with a majestic gait. Other than that, there was another person in a Taoist robe. He had a sage-like demeanor, and his aura wasn't inferior to the middle-aged man beside him. Behind them was a young man with a gloomy expression. In the departure lounge of the terminal not far away, a few martial artists were taking videos with their phones when they suddenly saw the black Rolls-Royce. As the few of them got off the plane, they were immediately taken aback. One of them exclaimed, "Isn't that Shun Tianquan, the head of the Shun family in the south?" The martial artist was shocked. The martial artist beside him also gasped. Yes, he's Shun Tianquan. And isn't the one beside him his son, Shun Wudi? And that sage-like guy, I remember that he's called Long Tianqing. His status seems to be much higher than Longting Villa's Yuzishan. Is something big going to happen in our East Sea? Several martial artists immediately took a video of the fight. One must know that the people from the three great clans of the south rarely came to the Eastern Sea, especially the leader of the Shun clan, Shun Tianquan. No one was a fool. They immediately realized that something bad was going to happen. The group got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the convoy slowly left the airport. After they left the airport, they attracted a lot of people's cameras. This was a fleet that was worth hundreds of millions. Kai Shan, the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, has already swept through most of the dojos in Donghai. If there are no surprises, he will probably challenge the Lai family. However, Lai Tian is not in the family, so Kai Shan may directly skip the Lai family and look for Lin Fei. A disciple of the Shun family was reporting. Moreover, we also received news that Lin Fei of Longting Villa is going to hold a disciple acceptance ceremony in the next few days. It should be in the next few days. According to our analysis, Kai Shan will probably go to Longting Villa on the day of the apprenticeship ceremony to look for Lin Fei. That day is also the most suitable day. Shen Wudi's expression brightened, and he said sinisterly, "Father, we came at the right time. If Kai Shan goes to Longting Villa to meet Lin Fei first, regardless of the outcome, Lin Fei will more or less be injured. If we make a move, it'll be like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I don't think that Lin Fei can escape from our grasp. By then, not only will we be able to take down Lin Fei, but we'll also be able to take down Longting Villa. Then, our Shun family will be able to intervene in the Eastern Sea." The bad luck in Shun Wudi's body had been cleansed, and his complexion had recovered. However, the trauma in his heart was not so easy to recover from. Shun Wudi hated Lin Fei more than anyone else. He was now 100% sure that this matter was done by Lin Fei. This Lin Fei is quite interesting. How old is he? Masters in the Master Realm don't take in disciples so early. In that case, we can go and take a look. Long Tianqing laughed. Shen Tianquan nodded and said, "Then let's wait a few more days." Kai Shan's strength is quite good, especially since he has mastered the flying corpse tame technique. Even if it's not easy to use in the day, he's still very strong in close combat. Moreover, I've also received news that if Lin Fei really wants to hold a disciple banquet, not only will Kai Shan come, but even the people from Medicine King Valley will also head to Longting Villa. That Lin Fei is ruthless to actually cripple the elixir fields of Gao Yishan and Wang Yuan. No matter what, they're from Medicine King Valley. They've always been proud and arrogant, so there's going to be a good show to watch. Long Tianqing smiled and congratulated. "Brother Shun, then I have to congratulate you. I guess you don't have to do anything. Longting Villa will jump into your hands by itself. Congratulations." In an inconspicuous villa in Donghai. Although this villa didn't look big, the price here was more than 100,000 yuan, which meant that this villa was at least tens of millions of yuan. It was truly low-key and luxurious. The two of you are quite promising. Not only did you suffer a setback in a blessed enclave, but even your elixir fields are destroyed by someone. How can you still say that you are from Medicine King Valley? On the sofa in the hall of the villa, two middle-aged men in their 50s were sitting there. Both of them were expressionless and cold. These two men were the elders of Medicine King Valley, and they had the strength of the middle and late Grand Master realm. They could be considered great masters of Medicine King Valley. This time, they heard that the matter had become serious, and it involved the face of Medicine King Valley, so they came in person. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were kneeling on the ground. The two were now ordinary people, and they had aged a lot, which was completely different from before. At this time, the two were crying, "Elders, we know we're wrong, but that Lin Fei is too arrogant and domineering. He knows that we're from Medicine King Valley, but he still dared to cripple our elixir fields. Elders, you have to avenge us." The two of them knelt on the ground and cried like a child. It was heartbreaking to hear. The faces of the two elders also became livid. No matter what, these two people were from Medicine King Valley. Now that their elixir fields were destroyed, it was really a slap in the face of Medicine King Valley. Chapter 4019. After Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan's elixir fields were destroyed, they did not leave the East Sea, but sent the news back to the Medicine King Valley. After suffering a loss at the hands of a Yin Huang battle team, they could only seek help from their own sect, the Medicine King Valley. In addition, they did not forget to secretly investigate Lin Fei and actually found out some useful information. For example, that Lin Fei really had another elixir recipe, and it seemed to have a good effect. As for what elixir it was, they did not find out for the time being. However, the Yin Huang battle team seemed to have cooperated with Lin Fei and gained a lot of benefits. This also made them realize that this was an opportunity. Moreover, the Longting Villa was going to hold an auction, and there seemed to be elixirs among them. This was even more suspicious. What elixir recipes do we have in the Medicine King Valley? Could a mysterious kid have better elixir recipes than us? One of the taller elders sneered. "Elder Chun, I can guarantee that the elixir recipes in Lin Fei's hands are definitely of good quality, because the Yin Huang battle team has cooperated with them. It's just that we didn't find out the specific information, but I did find out that it should have something to do with improving strength. Although the Yin Huang battle team did a good job and kept it a secret, it's inevitable that some clues were left behind," Wang Yuan said forcefully. "The Longting Villa is going to hold an auction, and there will be elixirs among them. The possibility of this matter is more than 90%, Gao Yishan added. At the mention of improving strength, the expressions of the two elders changed again. Any elixir was good, but the best one was elixir that could improve strength. However, elixirs in this aspect had always been a very difficult barrier to overcome. Until now, there were only a few elixirs that could improve strength. Otherwise, Invincible God's bounty for level-breaking elixir would attract so many people, which was enough to prove that this type of elixir was very rare. Elder Chun and the other elder glanced at each other. Both of them believed Wang Yuan's words. Although Wang Yuan's status was not as high as theirs, he still had some status in the sect. "Then let's make a trip to the Soaring Dragon Manor. It's best if Lin Fei gives us face. If he doesn't, then we'll just take him away. I believe that Tai Zhan of the Yin Huang battle team won't dare to not give us face." Elder Chen laughed coldly. Wang Yuan said, "Elder, we can actually wait a little longer. I've arranged for someone to inquire about the news. Lin Fei should be holding a disciple recruitment banquet in the near future to recruit a female disciple. I believe that Southeast Asia's top black magic master, Kai Shan, will definitely be there on that day. We just need to make a move at the last moment." Wang Yuan had not been idle recently. He had been constantly asking around for information. With the small number of people left in the Medicine King Valley, he had managed to gather quite a lot of information easily. "I know Kai Shan. He's very powerful and has cultivated some powerful techniques. It's not a bad idea to let him be the vanguard. Arrange for someone to keep an eye on him. We'll go there when he goes to Longting Manor." Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After all, they could count on the sect to stand up for them now. As long as they could make Lin Fei unhappy, they would be extremely happy. After cultivating hard for more than 10 to 20 years, losing all their strength in their lifetime, no one could stand such a thing. It was not easy for them to not have a complete mental breakdown. They were more eager than anyone else for Lin Fei to be punished by the sect. After Lin Fei settled the matter with Kai Shan, he sent Sumei back to the neighborhood, left a spiritual imprint, and returned to Longting Manor unhurriedly. He first went to the mountain to look at the spiritual energy seed, but the spiritual energy seed was still the same as before it had not taken root. It was the same even if it was watered with spiritual water. If it were not for the spiritual energy seed that was still emitting spiritual energy, Lin Fei would have suspected that it was a fake spiritual energy seed. Otherwise, after absorbing so much spiritual water, it was impossible for it not to take root and germinate. However, until now, Lin Fei had not figured out why. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Anyway, this thing was dispensable. If it wanted to take root and germinate, then so be it. If not, then so be it. Lin Fei did not care much. Boss, this is the best day for the apprentice banquet that I picked. It's in 6 days. It's considered a good and auspicious day. In the morning, Yu Zishan brought a list of the good days that he had picked. It was naturally impossible for Lin Fei to do something as trivial as picking an auspicious day. Yu Zishan was the most suitable one. After all, he was a master and the most expert in feng shui. Lin Fei picked it up and glanced at it. Then let's set it 6 days later. After all, Su Mei is my eldest disciple. We have to pick an auspicious day and give him a chance. Yu Zishan understood. Boss, should we release the news? Of course. Who doesn't know that your boss is the #1 expert in Donghai? I want to see how many people will come to my Longting Villa. After all, it's the first time I'm accepting an apprentice. We have to set up a scene and solve some problems. I believe that day will be very interesting. Yu Zishan quickly went out to make arrangements. Lin Fei ate his food unhurriedly. I've already set up a stage for you. I want to see how many people are willing to jump out this time. If it was not to solve those hidden troubles and establish the reputation of the #1 expert in Donghai, Lin Fei would not be bothered to do these things. Since the other party had put in so much effort, Lin Fei would feel bad if he didn't get what he wanted. He couldn't let the other party down, so he had to put on a good show. It would be best if he could catch a few big fish. That would be the best. After this incident, Lin Fei believed that no one in Donghai would dare to do anything in the dark. Yu Zishan quickly released the news. After all, Longting Villa was now the focus of attention in the martial arts circle. Although the 8 grandmasters did not say anything, everyone knew that a storm was coming under the calm. Those grandmasters did not make a move because they were not sure. Once they were given a chance, they would definitely make a comeback. Everyone understood this. As soon as the news came out, it instantly caused an uproar in the martial arts circle. Good heavens, Lin Fei is actually going to accept an apprentice. This is his first apprentice. Is he really going to become the real #1 expert in Donghai? Have you asked Lai Tian of the Lai family? The Lai family will definitely express their dissatisfaction. Hee, there will definitely be a good show that day. At this time, another piece of news spread. The #1 Gong Tao master in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan, actually sent someone to send a challenge. He would go to Longting Villa in Donghai 6 days later and fight with Lin Fei. Shukju website. Chapter 4020. Originally, everyone thought that the apprenticeship banquet of Longting Villa would be very lively, but they didn't expect that the following invitation would instantly cause a sensation in the entire martial arts circle. Recently, Kai Shan, the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, had swept away all the martial arts clubs of all sizes in Donghai. His strength was amazing, causing people in the martial arts circle to curse him constantly, but no one dared to challenge Kai Shan. It was because Sai Shan's strength was too terrifying. However, they didn't expect that Kai Shan didn't go to the Lai family to find trouble with Lai Tian. Instead, he went to find Lin Fei of Longting Villa, which surprised everyone. At the same time, they couldn't help but look forward to it. One was the #1 expert in Southeast Asia, and the other was the #1 expert in Donghai. Both of them were the #1 experts. Although everyone was not very satisfied with the title of Lin Fei being the #1 expert in Donghai, after all, 7 or 8 grandmasters had fallen in Longting Villa. In any case, it was related to Lin Fei, so everyone was looking forward to this battle more than anyone else. For the first time, more figures of martial artists began to appear at the entrance of Longting Villa. In everyone's subconscious mind, they naturally hoped that Lin Fei of Longting Villa would defeat the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, so that they could more or less save their face. However, if even this person was no match for Lin Fei, then the face of Donghai would really be completely lost. On the mountain road leading to Longting Villa, An ordinary black Volkswagen slowly drove up. Finally, it stopped at the entrance of Longting Villa. 3 people got out of the Volkswagen. The leader was a middle-aged man of about 40 years old. A middle-aged man of about 40 years old. Next to the middle-aged man was a young man. "Are you sure that Lin Fei is in the villa today?" The middle-aged man asked the young man next to him. "The people of our Marshall Gate have been watching. Lin Fei is in the villa." The young man said, "President, I'm afraid it will be difficult to communicate with this Lin Fei if we just come here like this. I heard that this Lin Fei has a bad temper. I'm afraid it's not a good time for us to come here at this time, right?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Days don't matter. What's important is that we can let Lin Fei feel our good intentions. Everything can only be known after we talk. I believe that as long as he is smart, he will not refuse the olive branch extended by our Marshall Gate." In the East Sea, the Yin Huang battle team had the greatest influence, restricting all the martial artists. But under the Yin Huang battle team, there was another powerful force called the Marshall Gate. Inside the Marshall Gate were all martial artists, and their influence was also very great. This was not much different from the Warrior Guild in the game. It was just that the Marshall Gate's influence was not as strong as the Yin Huang battle team. After all, the Yin Huang battle team had the #1 expert. "Master, you long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever." The gate of the Longting Manor opened. Yu Zishan walked out. When Yu Zishan saw the newcomer, his expression changed slightly. Smiling, he said, "So it's guild leader Li. It has indeed been a long time." Li Qianxiang said with a smile, "I took the liberty to come here. If you don't mind, please invite me in to have a seat. At the same time, I can also meet our Manor Lord Lin." Yu Zishan naturally knew the background of this Li Qianxiang in front of him. He was the vice president of the Marshall Gate. The Marshall Gate president of the EC did not really care about things, so most of the matters were handled by this vice president. It was just that the vice president coming to the Longting Manor at this time did indeed surprise Yu Zishan, but that was all. "I have to inform my boss about this first, but I can bring you to the living room for a while first. Whether the boss will meet you or not is another matter. I can't guarantee that." Lin Fei was very free these few days. "Master, your manor is so big, but it feels a little lonely with too few people." Ever since the incident that day, Lin Fei let Su Mei move to the Longting Manor the next day, because this was the only place where there was no need to be afraid of any danger, especially at this critical time. It was hard to guarantee that some people would not have any evil thoughts. So, he might as well let Su Mei live in the Longting Manor. The Longting Manor was so big anyway. "We practice martial arts. We have to be calm. It's boring to quarrel," Lin Fei said with a smile. Su Mei really liked this place, because she felt that this place was more comfortable than anywhere else. This feeling was something she had never felt in other places. "Master, when will you start teaching me martial arts? Once I cultivate martial arts to a high level, can I really fly in the sky and burrow into the ground? Is there anything I can't do?" Su Mei took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Lin Fei and asked with sparkling eyes. The current Su Mei had let go of everything, almost returning to the appearance of a young girl, and could come up with any idea. Flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground is indeed possible. Lin Fei said, "The premise is that you have to cultivate hard. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, if you don't work hard, it will be difficult for you to reach this level in your lifetime." Su Mei said happily, "Wow, there really is flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground. Then, Master, can you fly in the sky and burrow into the ground?" Lin Fei chuckled. "Take a guess." Su Mei pouted. "Master is so bad. Can't you tell me and make me happy? At least I have a motivation." Lin Fei laughed out loud. "Boss, our villa has guests. It's people from the Marshall Gate, and it's Vice President Li Tianxiang." Lin Fei had naturally heard of this Marshall Gate, which was second only to the Yin Huang battle team. It could even be said that the Marshall Gate and the Yin Huang battle team were sometimes opposed to each other. Don't think that it was impossible, because it was the truth. However, for some reason, the Yin Huang battle team did not do anything to the Marshall Gate, but only restricted their development. The influence of the Marshall Gate in Donghai was basically similar to that of the Yan Huang battle team. This was what Lin Fei heard from Yu Zishan. Lin Fei took a sip of tea. Interesting, the people from the Marshall Gate didn't come early or late, but came at this time. Are they planning to have a good talk with me? Yu Zishan said, if boss doesn't want to see them, then I'll ask them to leave. Yu Zishan was now full of confidence. With the formation of the Longting Villa, he was not afraid that someone would cause trouble here, even if it was the vice president of the Marshall Gate. When the time came, if they didn't give him face, he would just throw them out and see who would be more embarrassed. It's not easy for them to come here, so let's just bring them here. I also want to hear what our vice president has to say to me. After Yu Zishan left, Sumei said curiously, Master, this Marshall Gate sounds so antique. Why haven't I heard of it before? After living in the East Sea for so long, Sumei had never heard of the existence of the Marshall Gate. Lin Fei laughed. You just have to watch more and talk less. After all, this world is actually more dangerous than you think. Sumei felt that she had really opened a door. Chapter 4021. Li Tianxiang had already seen Lin Fei from the information. But when he saw him in person, he still felt that he was too young, which surprised Li Tianxiang. Such a young man was no different from a university student. However, it was such a young man who stunned everyone and took down the Longting Mountain Manor. He even made Yu Zishan, a grandmaster, listen to him. He also made 7 or 8 grandmasters suffer in silence at the Longting Mountain Manor. Until now, no one knew what had happened to those 7 or 8 grandmasters. This undoubtedly whetted everyone's appetite. This must be Villa Master Lin. He is really young and promising. I feel that I have lived my life like a dog. Li Tianxiang looked at Lin Fei with a smile. I am Li Tianxiang, the vice president of the Marshall School branch. Lin Fei made a gesture of invitation. You are a guest. President Li, please have a cup of tea first. Sumei served as the person who poured the tea. After pouring the tea, she stood next to Lin Fei. Good tea, good water. Li Tianxiang sat down in front of Lin Fei, took a sip of tea, and said with a smile, the blessed enclave is indeed a blessed enclave. It is incomparable to the outside world. While Li Tianxiang was looking at Lin Fei was also looking at Li Tianxiang. It was indeed not easy to become the vice president of the Marshall School. His strength was also extraordinary. He had actually reached the Grandmaster late stage, and he was only the vice president of a branch of the Marshall School in Donghai. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Marshall School, which was rooted in Huaxiao, was. Usually, it really didn't show its strength. It was comparable to the Lai family. At least in the past, Lin Fei had never thought that there was such a force in Donghai. He had never heard of the Marshall School at all. The Blessed Enclave is just like that. It's an exaggeration. Lin Fei laughed. It's just that the air is a little better. Actually, there's not much of a difference. You guys treat the Blessed Enclave as the same thing. No one knew better than Lin Fei that his Longting Villa really couldn't be called a blessed place. It was just that the spiritual qi here was slightly denser than other places. Compared with the blessed places in other worlds, it was simply not on the same level. It was completely crushed. Sumei, who was standing behind Lin Fei, was shocked when she heard this. After all, she had also heard of the Blessed Enclave. It was a legendary place. She didn't expect that the manor she was standing in was actually a blessed enclave. Now, she finally understood why she felt so comfortable here. Even taking a breath of fresh air made one's entire body feel relaxed. This was something that couldn't be said outside. What kind of master am I following? Sumei didn't dare to imagine. The Blessed Enclave was ordinary. Li Tianxiang was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of tea. It should be known that this was a blessed enclave. In your eyes, this blessed enclave doesn't seem like much. Aren't your requirements a little too high? In China, the number of blessed enclaves can be counted on one's fingers. Who doesn't fight over them? How could it be as unbearable as you said? Endure, I must endure. Li Tianxiang finally saw the difference in this Lin Fei. He was indeed a person with character. Villa Master Lin, your words are a bit of a joke. How many people are envious of the blessed enclave? Even our Marshall School currently only has one blessed enclave. Li Tianxiang said, actually, I came to this villa today to discuss something with Villa Master Lin. I think Villa Master Lin will be very interested. Lin Fei took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Then let's hear it. Li Qianxiang said with a smile. Our martial school very solemnly invites Villa Master Lin to join the martial school. We are willing to let Villa Master Lin become the president of the Eastern Sea Branch and take charge of the Eastern Sea Branch. Moreover, in our headquarters, we will give you the position of Great Deacon, second only to the Chief Sect Master. There are a total of 10 such Great Deacon positions, and Villa Master Lin will become the 11th Great Deacon. The young man standing behind Li Tianxiang revealed a face of envy and jealousy. After all, this power in the martial school was very high. To be in charge of the Eastern Sea Branch and to be able to serve as a Great Deacon in our headquarters, this was not something that anyone could have. This time, Li Qianxiang indeed came with sincerity, because in his opinion, this was the best opportunity to pull Lin Fei into their martial school. Once the martial gate had Lin Fei joining them, at the very least, their influence in the Eastern Sea would expand, especially the soaring Dragon Manor, which was a heavenly paradise. It could raise the strength of the disciples of the Eastern Sea's martial gate branch, and even dig out more secrets from Lin Fei. For the martial school, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. After hearing this, Lin Fei also smiled and said, Your martial school is really generous. You think too highly of me, Lin Fei. From Yu Zishan's mouth, Lin Fei already understood some information about the martial school and naturally knew these two conditions. No matter which one it was not bad. The president of the Eastern Sea Branch, his position was not the slightest bit inferior to the chief of the Yan Huang Squad, Iron Battle. The position of the Great Deacon in the headquarters could also be counted on one's fingers. If it was an ordinary person, then it was fine. Maybe they would immediately choose to join. How could Lin Fei care about this little power? In his eyes, this little power was almost like an ant, insignificant. Villa Master Lin, you must be joking. If you don't have this strength, then who has this strength? Li Tianxiang followed. As long as you join our martial school, with our martial school as a big group, we can shelter you from the wind and rain and remove a lot of worries for you. Even the 3 great clans would not dare to do anything to Villa Master Lin. Lin Fei said, Your martial school is quite well informed, but let's talk about joining the martial school later. In the near future, I have no interest in joining any forces. I think I'm pretty good right now. Li Tianxiang had already expected this. After all, Lin Fei's personality was different. He was also a person with a temper. How could he join their martial school just because of a few words? If that was the case, Li Tianxiang would be suspicious. I think Villa Master Lin should think about it carefully. After all, for you are a newcomer in the Eastern Sea, and there are many people secretly plotting against you in the Eastern Sea Villa. Not to mention others, just Southeast Asia's #1 black magic master Kai Shan, the Shun family of the 3 great clans, the Low-Key Lai family, and the Medicine King Valley. None of them are easy to deal with. Li Tianxiang said seriously, And these things, our martial school can solve for you. I hope you can think about it. Lin Fei knew that the martial school wanted to take advantage of him. All right, then I will think about it. Remember the mobile version of the website, Chapter 2233. You need a big group, page 1/1. Add bookmark, easy to read. Chapter 4022. The people from the martial gate came quickly and left quickly as well. Master, this vice president doesn't seem to be a good person. Although Su Mei hadn't experienced any intrigue, she's still had good eyesight. Subconsciously, she wasn't very interested in this Li Tianxiang guy. It seems like he has master in his grasp. When Li Tianxiang was around, Su Mei didn't say a word. She couldn't help but ask after he left. Lin Fei drank the rest of the tea in the cup in one gulp and said with a smile, Your observation is quite detailed. This Vice President Li Tianxiang is indeed not a good person. To put it bluntly, he's purely here to take advantage of the situation. However, he doesn't know how powerful your master is, so he's destined to return empty-handed this time. How could Lin Fei not see through such a small matter? Lin Fei didn't think that the dignified martial gate, whose strength was second only to the Yan Huang battle team, would actually play such a small trick. It really made him very disappointed. This kind of word should be said by the Yan Huang battle team. But you, the martial gate, came out and put on an appearance that if you don't join me, you'll suffer a big loss. It was indeed a joke. Master, then you're in danger. Sume wasn't a noob who didn't know anything. She also heard the problem and became a little nervous. Lin Fei laughed. My good disciple, you only need to remember one sentence. People who are strong will always be envied by others. Therefore, for people like Master, danger is everywhere. However, these dangers are really nothing in Master's eyes. It's no different from tickling me. Just open your eyes and watch carefully. Sume's eyes flashed as she listened, because at this moment, she heard endless dominance in her master's words. Sitting in an inconspicuous Volkswagen, Li Tianxiang narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. President, I think this Lin Fei obviously didn't listen to our words. Li Tianxiang was not the vice president for nothing. He really wanted to take advantage of the situation and use all kinds of threats to force Lin Fei to submit, smoothly join the martial school, and take down the benefits of the dragon soaring villa. However, what disappointed Li Tianxiang was that Lin Fei wasn't easy to deal with. He didn't take these dangers seriously at all, which made Li Tianxiang very unhappy. This Lin Fei was too full of himself. It's very normal for this to happen, Li Tianxiang said with a smile. After all, he is the #1 expert in the Eastern Sea. The #1 expert should have the dignity of the #1 expert. When a young man heard this, he knew that the president was angry. After all, the president rarely took the initiative to visit someone, and those who were worthy of him taking the initiative to visit were worthy of being roped in. Therefore, this Lin Fei seemed a little untactful. The young man also knew that this #1 expert was actually brought up by others. In the martial arts circle of the Eastern Sea, there were indeed many people who were not convinced. In everyone's opinion, Lin Fei could make 7 or 8 grandmasters suffer losses in the dragon soaring villa, mostly because of the power of the array, and it had little to do with his own strength. No matter how powerful Lin Fei was, he was only a grandmaster expert. As for the more outrageous god-level expert, it was simply a joke among jokes. President, do we really have to wait for those people to make a move before we make a move? I'm afraid that those people might not give face to our martial school. The young man thought about it and said, You've hit the nail on the head. It's not in vain that I brought you out to broaden your horizons. Li Tianxiang glanced at the young man next to him. It's best to understand how to think. Since Lin Fei doesn't know how to choose, then let him suffer a little. Moreover, this time, it's one thing for everyone to deal with Lin Fei, but the key is still the Dragon Pond Villa. Our martial school has the advantage of time and place, and has a better chance to control the Dragon Pond Villa than anyone else. The young man was a little confused again, but after thinking about it, he seemed to think that there was some meaning in these words. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The president is indeed the president. Indeed, not an ordinary person can be. After Li Tianxiang returned, in the martial arts circle of the Eastern Sea, there was another big news. It was about Lin Fei of the Dragon Soaring Villa. The news was very simple. It said that Lin Fei used to be an ordinary person 5 years ago, but 5 years later, he became a grandmaster expert because of a treasure that Lin Fei had. This treasure could allow one's strength to advance by leaps and bounds. It was this treasure that allowed him to defeat 7 or 8 grandmasters. The source of the news about this treasure was released by one of the 7 or 8 grandmasters. As soon as this news came out, it almost blew up the entire martial arts circle. Countless people were shocked, and at the same time, countless people were envious and had all kinds of thoughts. After this day, a large number of martial artists appeared outside the Dragon Soaring Villa. Although these martial artists didn't break into the Dragon Pond Villa, they were always monitoring every move of the Dragon Soaring Villa. The Lai family of the Eastern Sea was the most low-key. On the evening of the 5th day, a low-key figure appeared in the Lai family. Father, you're finally back. As soon as this person returned to the Lai family, the entire Lai family cheered. This person was the #1 expert of the Eastern Sea, Lai Tian, a middle-aged man with a stocky back and a bear's waist. At this moment, this middle-aged man had bronze-colored skin, as if he had walked out of the deep mountains and forests. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as I came back from my training in the Takra Desert. This bronze-colored middle-aged man was Lai Tian. After hearing about this matter, there was no need to be emotional, just a sigh. Lai Tian was originally still training in a special place in the Takra Desert. If he hadn't received the news, he wouldn't have returned immediately. Father, tomorrow is the apprenticeship banquet of the Dragon Soaring Villa. Now, I don't know how many experts have their eyes on the Dragon Soaring Villa, and I believe some big shots will be there tomorrow. I think it's time for the Lai family to make a move. Lai Xian was the first to speak. Big brother, I also think little Xian's words are very reasonable. The one who spoke was one of Lai Tian's triplets, Lai Hua. Big brother, the Lai family has kept a low profile for such a long time. I also think it's time to make a move this time. Moreover, everyone is now saying that Lin Fei has a treasure on him. No matter what treasure it is, I think it might be related to elixirs. Otherwise, I can't think of any reason other than elixirs to be able to go from an ordinary person to the master realm in just 5 years. This was Lai Qing, Lai Tian's third brother. Lai Tian's expression was as calm as water, making it difficult for others to see any changes on his coarse face. You guys are still a little anxious. Our Lai family is a top-notch family in the Eastern Sea. Although we aren't the #1 family, the #1 family wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in front of us. This is because our Lai family understands the path of moderation. Most importantly, our Lai family doesn't have a God Realm expert, so we can never be said to be outstanding. Lai Tian said calmly, "You should know that 100 years ago, our Eastern Sea was filled with countless God Realm experts. At that time, our Lai family was just a small family. Do you know why we didn't have a God Realm expert? It's because a tall tree attracts the wind.